Chapter 1. A Place for Demons. It was felling night, and the usual crowd had gathered at the Waystone Inn. 5 wasn't much of a crowd, but 5 was as many as the Waystone ever saw these days, times being what they were. Old Cobb was filling his role as storyteller and advice dispensary. The men at the bar sipped their drinks and listened. In the back room, a young innkeeper stood out of sight behind the door, smiling as he listened to the details of a familiar story. When he awoke, Taborlin the Great found himself locked in a high tower. They had taken his sword and stripped him of his tools. Key, coin, and candle were all gone. But that weren't even the worst of it. You see, Cobb paused for effect. Cause the lamps on the wall were burning blue. Graham, Jake, and Shep nodded to themselves. The 3 friends had grown up together, listening to Cobb's stories and ignoring his advice. Cobb peered closely at the newer, more attentive member of his small audience, the smith's apprentice. Do you know what that meant, boy? Everyone called the smith's apprentice boy, despite the fact that he was a hand taller than anyone there. Small towns being what they are, he would most likely remain boy until his beard filled out or he bloodied someone's nose over the matter. The boy gave a slow nod. The Chandrian. That's right, Cobb said approvingly. The Chandrian. Everyone knows that blue fire is one of their signs. Now he was. But how'd they find him? The boy interrupted. And why didn't they kill him when they had the chance? Hush now, you'll get all the answers before the end, Jake said. Just let him tell it. No need for all that, Jake, Graham said. Boy's just curious. Drink your drink. I drank me drink already, Jake grumbled. I need tea another, but the innkeep's still skinning rats in the back room. He raised his voice and knocked his empty mug hollowly on the top of the mahogany bar. Hoy, we're thirsty men in here. The innkeeper appeared with 5 bowls of stew and 2 warm, round loaves of bread. He pulled more beer for Jake, Shep, and Old Cobb, moving with an air of bustling efficiency. The story was set aside while the men tended to their dinners. Old Cobb tucked away his bowl of stew with the predatory efficiency of a lifetime bachelor. The others were still blowing steam off their bowls when he finished the last of his loaf and returned to his story. Now Taborlin needed to escape, but when he looked around, he saw his cell had no door, no windows. All around him was nothing but smooth, hard stone. It was a cell no man had ever escaped. But Taborlin knew the names of all things, and so all things were his to command. He said to the stone, "Break," and the stone broke. The wall tore like a piece of paper, and through that hole Taborlin could see the sky and breathe the sweet spring air. He stepped to the edge, looked down, and without a second thought he stepped out into the open air. The boy's eyes went wide. He didn't. Cobb nodded seriously. So Taborlin fell, but he did not despair, for he knew the name of the wind, and so the wind obeyed him. He spoke to the wind, and it cradled and caressed him. It bore him to the ground as gently as a puff of thistledown and set him on his feet softly as a mother's kiss. And when he got to the ground and felt his side where they'd stabbed him, he saw that it weren't hardly a scratch. Now maybe it was just a piece of luck. Cobb tapped the side of his nose knowingly. Or maybe it had something to do with the amulet he was wearing under his shirt. What amulet? The boy asked eagerly through a mouthful of stew. Old Cobb leaned back on his stool, glad for the chance to elaborate. A few days earlier, Taborlin had met a tinker on the road. And even though Taborlin didn't have much to eat, he shared his dinner with the old man. Right sensible thing to do, Graham said quietly to the boy. Everyone knows. A tinker pays for kindness twice. No, Jake grumbled. Get it right. A tinker's advice pays kindness twice. The innkeeper spoke up for the first time that night. Actually, you're missing more than half, he said, standing in the doorway behind the bar. A tinker's debt is always paid. Once for any simple trade. Twice for freely given aid. Twice for freely given aid. Thrice for any insult made. The men at the bar seemed almost surprised to see Koteh standing there. They'd been coming to the Waystone every felling night for months, and Koteh had never interjected anything of his own before. Not that you could expect anything else, really. He'd only been in town for a year or so. He was still a stranger. The smith's apprentice had lived here since he was 11, and he was still referred to as that Ranish boy, as if Ranish were some foreign country and not a town less than 30 miles away. Just something I heard once, Koteh said to fill the silence, obviously embarrassed. Old Cobb nodded before he cleared his throat and launched back into the story. Now this amulet was worth a whole bucket of gold nobles, but on account of Taborlin's kindness, the tinker sold it to him for nothing but an iron penny, a copper penny, and a silver penny. It was black as a winter night and cold as ice to touch, but so long as it was round his neck, Taborlin would be safe from the harm of evil things, demons and such. I'd give a good piece for such a thing these days, Shep said darkly. He had drunk most and talked least over the course of the evening. Everyone knew that something bad had happened out on his farm last Sindling night, but since they were good friends, they knew better than to press him for the details. At least not this early in the evening, not as sober as they were. I who wouldn't? Old Cobb said judiciously, taking a long drink. I didn't know the Chandrian were demons, the boy said. I'd heard. They ain't demons, Jake said firmly. They were the first 6 people to refuse Telu's choice of the path, and he cursed them to wander the corners. Are you telling this story, Jacob Walker? Cobb said sharply. 'Cause if you are, I'll just let you get on with it. The 2 men glared at each other for a long moment. Eventually Jake looked away, muttering something that could, conceivably, have been an apology. Cobb turned back to the boy. That's the mystery of the Chandrian, he explained. Where do they come from? Where do they go after they've done their bloody deeds? Are they men who sold their souls? Demons? Spirits? No one knows. Cobb shot Jake a profoundly disdainful look, though every half-wit claims he knows. The story fell further into bickering at this point, about the nature of the Chandrian, the signs that showed their presence to the wary, and whether the amulet would protect Taborlin from bandits, or mad dogs, or falling off a horse. Things were getting heated when the front door banged open. Jake looked over. It's about time you got in, Carter. Tell this damn fool the difference between a demon and a dog. Everybody came in. Jake stopped mid-sentence and rushed to the door. God's body, what happened to you? Carter stepped into the light, his face pale and smeared with blood. He clutched an old saddle blanket to his chest. It was an odd, awkward shape, as if it were wrapped around a tangle of kindling sticks. His friends jumped off their stools and hurried over at the sight of him. I'm fine, he said as he made his slow way into the common room. His eyes were wild around the edges, like a skittish horse. I'm fine. I'm fine. He dropped the bundled blanket onto the nearest table where it knocked hard against the wood, as if it were full of stones. His clothes were crisscrossed with long, straight cuts. His gray shirt hung in loose tatters except where it was stuck to his body, stained a dark, sullen red. Graham tried to ease him into a chair. Mother of God. Sit down, Carter. What happened to you? Sit down. Carter shook his head stubbornly. I told you I'm fine. I'm not hurt that bad. How many were there? Graham said. 1, Carter said. But it's not what you think. God damn it. I told you, Carter. Old Cobb burst out with the sort of frightened anger only relatives and close friends can muster. I told you for months now. You can't go out alone. Not even as far as bed. It ain't safe. Jake laid a hand on the old man's arm, quieting him. Just take a sit, Graham said, still trying to steer Carter into a chair. Let's get that shirt off you and get you cleaned up. Carter shook his head. I'm fine. I got cut up a little, but the blood is mostly Nellie's. It jumped on her. Killed her about 2 miles outside town, past the old stone bridge. A moment of serious silence followed the news. The smith's apprentice laid a sympathetic hand on Carter's shoulder. Damn, that's hard. She was gentle as a lamb, too. Never tried to bite or kick when you brought her in for shoes. Best horse in town. Damn. He trailed off. Damn. I don't know what to say. He looked around helplessly. Cobb finally managed to free himself from Jake. I told you, he repeated, shaking a finger in Carter's direction. There's folks out lately that would kill you for a pair of pennies, let alone a horse and cart. What are you going to do now? Pull it yourself. There was a moment of uncomfortable quiet. Jake and Cobb glared at each other while the rest seemed at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort their friend. The innkeeper moved carefully through the silence. Arms full, he stepped nimbly around Shep and began to arrange some items on a nearby table. A bowl of hot water, shears, some clean linen, a few glass bottles, needle, and gut. This never would have happened if he'd listened to me in the first place, old Cobb muttered. Jake tried to quiet him, but Cobb brushed him aside. I'm just telling the truth. It's a damn shame about Nellie, but he better listen now or he'll end up dead. You don't get lucky twice with those sort of men. Carter's mouth made a thin line. He reached out and pulled the edge of the bloody blanket. Whatever was inside flipped over once and snagged on the cloth. Carter tugged harder, and there was a clatter like a bag of flat river stones upended onto the tabletop. It was a spider as large as a wagon wheel, black as slate. The smith's apprentice jumped backward and hit a table, knocking it over and almost falling to the ground himself. Cobb's face went slack. Graham, Shep, and Jake made wordless, startled sounds and moved away, raising their hands to their faces. Carter took a step backward that was almost like a nervous twitch. Silence filled the room like a cold sweat. The innkeeper frowned. "They can't have made it this far west yet," he said softly. "If not for the silence, it is unlikely anyone would have heard him." But they did. Their eyes pulled away from the thing on the table to stare mutely at the red-haired man. Jake found his voice first. "You know what this is?" The innkeeper's eyes were distant. "Scrael," he said distractedly. "I'd thought the mountains." "Scrael." Jake broke in. "Blackened body of God, Kota. You've seen these things before." "What?" The red-haired innkeeper looked up sharply, as if suddenly remembering where he was. "Oh, no, no, of course not." Seeing that he was the only one within arm's length of the dark thing, he took a measured step away. "Just something I heard." They stared at him. "Do you remember the trader that came through about 2 span ago?" They all nodded. "Bastard tried to charge me 10 pennies for a half-pound of salt," Cobb said reflexively, repeating the complaint for perhaps the 100th time. "Wish I'd bought some," Jake mumbled. Graham nodded a silent agreement. "He was a filthy shim," Cobb spat, seeming to find comfort in the familiar words. "I might pay 2 in a tight time, but 10 is robbery." "Not if there are more of those on the road," Shep said darkly. All eyes went back to the thing on the table. "He told me he'd heard of them over near Melcombe," Kotes said quickly, watching everyone's faces as they studied the thing on the table. "I thought he was just trying to drive up his prices." "What else did he say?" Carter asked. The innkeeper looked thoughtful for a moment, then shrugged. "I didn't get the whole story. He was only in town for a couple hours." "I don't like spiders," the smith's apprentice said. He remained on the other side of a table some 15 feet away. "Cover it up." "It's not a spider," Jake said. "It's got no eyes." "It's got no mouth either," Carter pointed out. "How does it eat?" "What does it eat?" Shep said darkly. The innkeeper continued to eye the thing curiously. He leaned closer, stretching out a hand. Everyone edged even farther away from the table. "Careful," Carter said. "Its feet are sharp like knives." "More like razors," Kotes said. His long fingers brushed the Scrael's black, featureless body. "It's smooth and hard, like pottery." "Don't go messing with it," the smith's apprentice said. Moving carefully, the innkeeper took one of the long, smooth legs and tried to break it with both hands like a stick. "Not pottery," he amended. He set it against the edge of the table and leaned his weight against it. It broke with a sharp crack. "More like stone." He looked up at Carter. "How did it get all these cracks?" He pointed at the thin fractures that crazed the smooth black surface of the body. "Nellie fell on it," Carter said. "It jumped out of a tree and started to climb all over her, cutting her up with its feet. It moved so fast. I didn't even know what was going on." Carter finally sank into the chair at Graham's urging. "She got tangled in her harness and fell on it, broke some of its legs. Then it came after me, got on me, crawling all over." He crossed his arms in front of his bloody chest and shuddered. "I managed to get it off me and stomped it hard as I could. Then it got on me again." He trailed off, his face ashen. The innkeeper nodded to himself as he continued to prod the thing. "There's no blood, no organs. It's just gray inside." He poked it with a finger. "Like a mushroom." "Great Telu, just leave it alone," the smith's apprentice begged. "Sometimes spiders twitch after you kill them." "Listen to yourselves," Cobb said scathingly. "Spiders don't get big as pigs. You know what this is." He looked around, making eye contact with each of them. "It's a demon." They looked at the broken thing. "Oh, come on now," Jake said, disagreeing mostly out of habit. "It's not like." He made an inarticulate gesture. "It can't just." Everyone knew what he was thinking. Certainly, there were demons in the world. But they were like Telu's angels. They were like heroes and kings. They belonged in stories. They belonged out there. Taborlin the Great called up fire and lightning to destroy demons. Telu broke them in his hands and sent them howling into the nameless void. Your childhood friend didn't stomp one to death on the road to Benbirwaiti. It was ridiculous. Kote ran his hand through his red hair, then broke the silence. "There's one way to tell for sure," he said, reaching into his pocket. Iron or fire? He brought out a bulging leather purse. "In the name of God," Graham pointed out. "Demons fear three things: cold iron, clean fire, and the holy name of God." The innkeeper's mouth pressed itself into a straight line that was not quite a frown. "Of course," he said as he emptied his purse onto the table, then fingered through the jumbled coins. Heavy silver talents and thin silver bits, copper jots, broken halfpennies, and iron drabs. "Does anyone have a shim?" "Just use a drab," Jake said. "That's good iron." "I don't want good iron," the innkeeper said. "A drab has too much carbon in it. It's almost steel." "He's right," the smith's apprentice said. "Except it's not carbon. You use coke to make steel. Coke and lime." The innkeeper nodded deferentially to the boy. "You'd know best, young master. It's your business after all." His long fingers finally found a shim in the pile of coins. He held it up. "Here we are." "What will it do?" Jake asked. "Iron kills demons." Cobb's voice was uncertain. "But this one's already dead. It might not do anything. One way to find out." The innkeeper met each of their eyes briefly, as if measuring them. Then he turned purposefully back to the table, and they edged farther away. Kotab pressed the iron shim to the black side of the creature, and there was a short, sharp crackling sound, like a pine log snapping in a hot fire. Everyone startled, then relaxed when the black thing remained motionless. Cobb and the others exchanged shaky smiles, like boys spooked by a ghost story. Their smiles went sour as the room filled with the sweet, acrid smell of rotting flowers and burning hair. The innkeeper pressed the shim onto the table with a sharp click. "Well," he said, brushing his hands against his apron, "I guess that settles that. What do we do now?" Hours later, the innkeeper stood in the doorway of the Waystone and let his eyes relax to the darkness. Footprints of lamplight from the inn's windows fell across the dirt road and the doors of the smithy across the way. It was not a large road, or well-traveled. It didn't seem to lead anywhere, as some roads do. The innkeeper drew a deep breath of autumn air and looked around restlessly, as if waiting for something to happen. He called himself Kota. He had chosen the name carefully when he came to this place. He had taken a new name for most of the usual reasons, and for a few unusual ones as well, not the least of which was the fact that names were important to him. Looking up, he saw 1,000 stars glittering in the deep velvet of a night with no moon. He knew them all, their stories and their names. He knew them in a familiar way, the way he knew his own hands. Looking down, Kota sighed without knowing it and went back inside. He locked the door and shuttered the wide windows of the inn, as if to distance himself from the stars and all their varied names. He swept the floor methodically, catching all the corners. He washed the tables and the bar, moving with a patient efficiency. At the end of an hour's work, the water in his bucket was still clean enough for a lady to wash her hands in. Finally, he pulled a stool behind the bar and began to polish the vast array of bottles nestled between the two huge barrels. He wasn't nearly as crisp and efficient about this chore as he had been with the others, and it soon became obvious the polishing was only an excuse to touch and hold. He even hummed a little, although he did not realize it, and would have stopped himself if he had known. As he turned the bottles in his long, graceful hands, the familiar motion eased a few tired lines from his face, making him seem younger, certainly not yet 30. Not even near 30. Young for an innkeeper. Young for a man with so many tired lines remaining on his face. Kotak came to the top of the stairs and opened the door. His room was austere, almost monkish. There was a black stone fireplace in the center of the room, a pair of chairs, and a small desk. The only other furniture was a narrow bed with a large, dark chest at its foot. Nothing decorated the walls or covered the wooden floor. There were footsteps in the hall, and a young man stepped into the room carrying a bowl of stew that steamed and smelled of pepper. He was dark and charming, with a quick smile and cunning eyes. "You haven't been this late in weeks," he said as he handed over the bowl. "There must have been good stories tonight, Reshi." Reshi was another of the innkeeper's names, a nickname almost. The sound of it tugged one corner of his mouth into a wry smile as he sank into the deep chair in front of the fire. "So, what did you learn today, Bast?" "Today, master, I learned why great lovers have better eyesight than great scholars." "And why is that, Bast?" Kota asked, amusement touching the edges of his voice. Bast closed the door and returned to sit in the second chair, turning it to face his teacher and the fire. He moved with a strange delicacy and grace, as if he were close to dancing. Well, Reshi, all the rich books are found inside where the light is bad. But lovely girls tend to be out in the sunshine, and therefore much easier to study without risk of injuring one's eyes. Kota nodded. But an exceptionally clever student could take a book outside, thus bettering himself without fear of lessening his much-loved faculty of sight. I thought the same thing, Reshi. Being, of course, an exceptionally clever student. Of course. But when I found a place in the sun where I could read, a beautiful girl came along and kept me from doing anything of the sort. Bast finished with a flourish. Kota sighed. Am I correct in assuming you didn't manage to read any of Selim Tincture today? Bast managed to look somewhat ashamed. Looking into the fire, Kota tried to assume a stern face and failed. Bast, I hope she was lovely as a warm wind in the shade. I'm a bad teacher to say it, but I'm glad. I don't feel up to a long bout of lessons right now. There was a moment of silence. Carter was attacked by a Skraeling tonight. Bast's easy smile fell away like a cracked mask, leaving his face stricken and pale. The Skrael? He came halfway to his feet, as if he would bolt from the room, then gave an embarrassed frown and forced himself back down into his chair. How do you know? Who found his body? He's still alive, Bast. He brought it back. There was only one. There's no such thing as one Skraeling, Bast said flatly. You know that? I know, Kotes said. The fact remains there was only one. And he killed it. Bast said. It couldn't have been a Skraeling. Maybe. Bast, it was one of the Skrael. I saw it. Kotag gave him a serious look. He was lucky, that's all. Even so, he was badly hurt. 48 stitches. I used up nearly all my gut. Kotab picked up his bowl of stew. If anyone asks, tell them my grandfather was a caravan guard who taught me how to clean and stitch a wound. They were too shocked to ask about it tonight, but tomorrow some of them might get curious. I don't want that. He blew into his bowl, raising a cloud of steam around his face. What did you do with the body? I didn't do anything with it, Kotes said pointedly. I am just an innkeeper. This sort of thing is quite beyond me. Reshi, you can't just let them muddle through this on their own. Kotes sighed. They took it to the priest. He did all the right things for all the wrong reasons. Bast opened his mouth, but Kotek continued before he could say anything. Yes, I made sure the pit was deep enough. Yes, I made sure there was rowan wood in the fire. Yes, I made sure it burned long and hot before they buried it. And yes, I made sure that no one kept a piece of it as a souvenir. He scowled, his eyebrows drawing together. I'm not an idiot, you know. Bast visibly relaxed, settling back into his chair. I know you're not, Reshi. But I wouldn't trust half these people to piss leeward without help. He looked thoughtful for a moment. I can't imagine why there was only one. Maybe they died coming over the mountains, Kotes suggested. All but this one. It's possible, Bast admitted reluctantly. Maybe it was that storm from a couple days back, Kote pointed out. A real wagon tipper, as we used to say back in the troop. All the wind and rain might have scattered one loose from the pack. I like your first idea better, Reshi, Bast said uncomfortably. 3 or 4 Skrael would go through this town like a hot knife through butter. More like several hot knives through several dozen farmers, Bast said dryly. These people can't defend themselves. I bet there aren't 6 swords in this whole town. Not that swords would do much good against the Skrael. There was a long moment of thoughtful silence. After a moment, Bast began to fidget. Any news? Kotesh shook his head. They didn't get to the news tonight. Carter disrupted things while they were still telling stories. That's something, I suppose. They'll be back tomorrow night. It'll give me something to do. Kotab poked his spoon idly into the stew. I should have bought the Skrael from Carter, he mused. He could have used the money for a new horse. People would have come from all over to see it. We could have had some business for a change. Bast gave him a speechless, horrified look. Kote made a pacifying gesture with the hand that held the spoon. I'm joking, Bast. He gave a weak smile. Still, it would have been nice. No, Reshi, it most certainly would not have been nice, Bast said emphatically. People would have come from all over to see it, he repeated derisively. Indeed. The business would have been nice, Kotek clarified. Busyness would be nice. He jabbed his spoon into the stew again. Anything would be nice. They sat for a long moment. Kotes scowling down into the bowl of stew in his hands, his eyes far away. It must be awful for you here, Bast, he said at last. You must be numb with boredom. Bast shrugged. There are a few young wives in town. A scattering of daughters. He grinned like a child. I tend to make my own fun. That's good, Bast. There was another silence. Kotet took another spoonful, chewed, swallowed. They thought it was a demon, you know. Bast shrugged. It might as well be, Reshi. It's probably the best thing for them to think. I know. I encouraged them, in fact. But you know what that means. He met Bast's eyes. The blacksmith is going to be doing a brisk business in the next couple days. Bast's expression went carefully blank. Oh, Kota nodded. I won't blame you if you want to leave, Bast. You have better places to be than this. Bast's expression was shocked. I couldn't leave, Reshi. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, at a loss for words. Who else would teach me? Kote grinned, and for a moment his face showed how truly young he was. Behind the weary lines and the placid innkeeper's expression, he looked no older than his dark-haired companion. Who indeed? He gestured toward the door with his spoon. Go do your reading then, or bother someone's daughter. I'm sure you have better things to do than watch me eat. Actually, begone demon, Kote said, switching to a thickly accented Temik through half a mouthful of stew. Tihis and Taza Eha. Bast burst into startled laughter and made an obscene gesture with one hand. Kote swallowed and changed languages. Arwa ti Denalian. Oh, come now, Bast reproached, his smile falling away. That's just insulting. By earth and stone, I abjure you. Kote dipped his fingers into the cup by his side and flicked droplets casually in Bast's direction. Glamour be banished. With cider? Bast managed to look amused and annoyed at the same time as he daubed a bead of liquid from the front of his shirt. This better not stain. Kote took another bite of his dinner. Go soak it. If the situation becomes desperate, I recommend you avail yourself of the numerous solvent formulae extant in Selim tincture. Chapter 13, I believe. Fine. Bast stood and walked to the door, stepping with his strange, casual grace. Call if you need anything. He closed the door behind himself. Kote ate slowly, mopping up the last of the stew with a piece of bread. He looked out the window as he ate, or tried to, as the lamplight turned its surface mirror-like against the dark behind it. His eyes wandered the room restlessly. The fireplace was made of the same black rock as the one downstairs. It stood in the center of the room, a minor feat of engineering of which Kote was rather proud. The bed was small, little more than a cot, and if you were to touch it you would find the mattress almost non-existent. A skilled observer might notice there was something his gaze avoided. The same way you avoid meeting the eye of an old lover at a formal dinner, or that of an old enemy sitting across the room in a crowded alehouse late at night. Kote tried to relax, failed, fidgeted, sighed, shifted in his seat, and without willing it his eyes fell on the chest at the foot of the bed. It was made of roa, a rare, heavy wood, dark as coal and smooth as polished glass. Prized by perfumers and alchemists, a piece the size of your thumb was easily worth gold. To have a chest made of it went far beyond extravagance. The chest was sealed 3 times. It had a lock of iron, a lock of copper, and a lock that could not be seen. Tonight the wood filled the room with the almost imperceptible aroma of citrus and quenching iron. When Kote's eyes fell on the chest, they did not dart quickly away. They did not slide slyly to the side as if he would pretend it wasn't there at all. But in a moment of looking, his face regained all the lines the simple pleasures of the day had slowly smoothed away. The comfort of his bottles and books was erased in a second, leaving nothing behind his eyes but emptiness and ache. For a moment fierce longing and regret warred across his face. Then they were gone, replaced by the weary face of an innkeeper, a man who called himself Kote. He sighed again without knowing it, and pushed himself to his feet. It was a long time before he walked past the chest to bed. Once in bed, it was a long time before he slept. As Kote had guessed, they came back to the Waystone the next night for dinner and drinks. There were a few half-hearted attempts at stories, but they died out quickly. No one was really in the mood. So it was still early in the evening when the discussion turned to matters of greater import. They chewed over the rumors that had come into town, most of them troubling. The penitent king was having a difficult time with the rebels in Risavek. This caused some concern, but only in a general way. Risavek was a long way off, and even Cobb, the most worldly of them, would be hard-pressed to find it on a map. They discussed the war in their own terms. Cobb predicted a 3rd levy tax after the harvests were in. No one argued, though there hadn't been a 3-bleeder year in living memory. Jake guessed the harvest would be good enough, so the third levy wouldn't break most families. Except the Bentleys, who were on hard times anyway, and the Orisons, whose sheep kept disappearing, and Crazy Martin, who had planted all barley this year. Every farmer with half a brain had planted beans. That was one good thing about all the fighting. Soldiers ate beans, and prices would be high. After a few more drinks, deeper concerns were voiced. Deserter soldiers and other opportunists were thick on the roads, making even short trips risky. The roads were always bad, of course, in the same way that winter was always cold. You complained, took sensible precautions, and got on with the business of living your life. But this was different. Over the last 2 months, the roads had become so bad that people had stopped complaining. The last caravan had 2 wagons and 4 guards. The merchant had been asking 10 pennies for half a pound of salt, 15 for a loaf of sugar. He didn't have any pepper, or cinnamon, or chocolate. He did have 1 small sack of coffee, but he wanted 2 silver talents for that. At first, people had laughed at his prices. Then, when he held firm, folk had spat and cursed at him. That had been 2 span ago, 22 days. There had not been another serious trader since, even though this was the season for it. So despite the third levy tax looming large in everyone's minds, people were looking in their purses and wishing they'd bought a little something, just in case the snow came early. No one spoke of the previous night, of the thing they had burned and buried. Other folk were talking, of course. The town was alive with gossip. Carter's wounds ensured that the stories were taken half seriously, but not much more than half. The word demon was being spoken, but it was with smiles half hidden behind raised hands. Only the 6 friends had seen the thing before it was burned. One of them had been wounded, and the others had been drinking. The priest had seen it too, but it was his job to see demons. Demons were good for his business. The innkeeper had seen it too, apparently, but he wasn't from around here. He couldn't know the truth that was so apparent to everyone born and raised in this little town. Stories were told here, but they happened somewhere else. This was not a place for demons. Besides, things were bad enough without borrowing trouble. Cobb and the rest knew there was no sense talking about it. Trying to convince folk would only make them a laughingstock, like Crazy Martin, who had been trying to dig a well inside his own house for years now. Still, each of them bought a piece of cold wrought iron from the smith, heavy as they could swing, and none of them said what they were thinking. Instead, they complained that the roads were bad and getting worse. They talked about merchants and deserters and levies and not enough salt to last the winter. They reminisced that 3 years ago no one would have even thought of locking their doors at night, let alone barring them. The conversation took a downward turn from there, and even though none of them said what they were thinking, the evening ended on a grim note. Most evenings did these days, times being what they were. Chapter 2. A beautiful day. It was one of those perfect autumn days so common in stories and so rare in the real world. The weather was warm and dry, ideal for ripening a field of wheat or corn. On both sides of the road, the trees were changing color. Tall poplars had gone a buttery yellow, while the shrubby sumac encroaching on the road was tinged a violent red. Only the old oaks seemed reluctant to give up the summer, and their leaves remained an even mingling of gold and green. Everything said, you couldn't hope for a nicer day to have a half-dozen ex-soldiers with hunting bows relieve you of everything you owned. She's not much of a horse, sir, chronicler said. 1 small step above a dray, and when it rains she. The man cut him off with a sharp gesture. Listen, friend, the king's army is paying good money for anything with 4 legs and at least 1 eye. If you were stark mad and riding a hobby horse down the road, I'd still take it off you. Their leader had an air of command about him. Chronicler guessed he had been a low-ranking officer not long ago. Just hop down, he said seriously. We'll get this done with, and you can be on your way. Chronicler climbed down from his horse. He had been robbed before and knew when there was nothing to be gained by discussion. These fellows knew their business. No energy was wasted on bravado or idle threats. One of them looked over the horse, checking hooves, teeth, and harness. 2 others went through his saddlebags with a military efficiency, laying all his worldly possessions out on the ground. 2 blankets, a hooded cloak, the flat leather satchel, and his heavy, well-stocked travel sack. That's all of it, Commander, one of the men said. Except for about 20 pounds of oats. The commander knelt down and opened the flat leather satchel, peering inside. There's nothing but paper and pins in there, chronicler said. The commander turned to look backward over his shoulder. You a scribe then? Chronicler nodded. It's my livelihood, sir, and no real use to you. The man looked through the satchel, found it to be true, and set it aside. Then he appended the travel sack onto Chronicler's spread cloak and poked idly through the contents. He took most of Chronicler's salt and a pair of bootlaces. Then, much to the scribe's dismay, he picked up the shirt Chronicler had bought back in Linwood. It was fine linen dyed a deep, royal blue, too nice for traveling. Chronicler hadn't even had the chance to wear it yet. He sighed. The commander left everything else lying on the cloak and got to his feet. The others took turns going through Chronicler's things. The commander spoke up. You only have one blanket, don't you, Jans? One of the men nodded. Take one of his then. You'll need a second before winter's through. His cloak is in better shape than mine, sir. Take it, but leave yours. The same for you, Whitkins. Leave your old tinderbox if you're taking his. I lost mine, sir, Whitkins said. Else I would. The whole process was surprisingly civilized. Chronicler lost all of his needles, but one, both extra pairs of socks, a bundle of dried fruit, a loaf of sugar, half a bottle of alcohol, and a pair of ivory dice. They left him the rest of his clothes, his dried meat, and a half-eaten loaf of incredibly stale rye bread. His flat leather satchel remained untouched. While the men repacked his travel sack, the commander turned to Chronicler. Let's have the purse then. Chronicler handed it over. And the ring. There's hardly any silver in it. Chronicler mumbled as he unscrewed it from his finger. What's that around your neck? Chronicler unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a dull ring of metal hanging from a leather cord. Just iron, sir. The commander came close and rubbed it between his fingers before letting it fall back against Chronicler's chest. Keep it then. I'm not one to come between a man and his religion, he said, then emptied the purse into one hand, making a pleasantly surprised noise as he prodded through the coins with his finger. Scribing pays better than I thought, he said as he began to count out shares to his men. I don't suppose you could spare me a penny or two out of that? Chronicler asked. Just enough for a couple of hot meals. The 6 men turned to look at Chronicler, as if they couldn't quite believe what they had heard. The commander laughed. God's body, you certainly have a heavy pair, don't you? There was a grudging respect in his voice. You seem a reasonable fellow, Chronicler said with a shrug. And a man's got to eat. Their leader smiled for the first time, a sentiment I can agree with. He took out 2 pennies and brandished them before putting them back into Chronicler's purse. Here's a pair for your pair, then. He tossed Chronicler the purse and stuffed the beautiful royal blue shirt into his saddlebag. Thank you, sir, Chronicler said. You might want to know that bottle one of your men took is what alcohol I use for cleaning my pens. It'll go badly if he drinks it. The commander smiled and nodded. You see what comes of treating people well, he said to his men as he pulled himself up onto his horse. It's been a pleasure, Sir Scribe. If you get on your way now, you can still make Abbott's Ford by dark. When Chronicler could no longer hear their hoofbeats in the distance, he repacked his travel sack, making sure everything was well stowed. Then he tugged off one of his boots, stripped out the lining, and removed a tightly wrapped bundle of coins stuffed deep into the toe. He moved some of these into his purse, then unfastened his pants, produced another bundle of coins from underneath several layers of clothes, and moved some of that money into his purse as well. The key was to keep the proper amount in your purse. Too little, and they would be disappointed and prone to look for more. Too much, and they would be excited and might get greedy. There was a third bundle of coins baked into the stale loaf of bread that only the most desperate of criminals would be interested in. He left that alone for now, as well as the whole silver talent he had hidden in a jar of ink. Over the years, he had come to think of the last as more of a luck piece. No one had ever found that. He had to admit, it was probably the most civil robbery he'd ever been through. They had been genteel, efficient, and not terribly savvy. Losing the horse and saddle was hard, but he could buy another in Abbott's Ford and still have enough money to live comfortably until he finished this foolishness and met up with Scarpy and Treya. Feeling an urgent call of nature, Chronicler pushed his way through the blood-red sumac at the side of the road. As he was rebuttoning his pants, there was sudden motion in the underbrush as a dark shape thrashed its way free of some nearby bushes. Chronicler staggered back, crying out in alarm before he realized it was nothing more than a crow beating its wings into flight. Chuckling at his own foolishness, he straightened his clothes and made his way back to the road through the sumac. brushing away invisible strands of spiderweb that clung tickling to his face. As he shouldered his travel sack and satchel, Chronicler found himself feeling remarkably lighthearted. The worst had happened, and it hadn't been that bad. A breeze tussled through the trees, sending poplar leaves spinning like golden coins down onto the rutted dirt road. It was a beautiful day. Chapter 3. Wood and Word. Kota was leafing idly through a book, trying to ignore the silence of the empty inn when the door opened and Graham backed into the room. Just got done with it. Graham maneuvered through the maze of tables with exaggerated care. I was going to bring it in last night, but then I thought, one last coat of oil, rub it, and let dry. Can't say I'm sorry I did. Lord and lady, it's beautiful as anything these hands have ever made. A small line formed between the innkeeper's eyebrows. Then, seeing the flat bundle in the man's arms, he brightened. Oh, the mounting board. Kota smiled tiredly. I'm sorry, Graham. It's been so long. I'd almost forgotten. Graham gave him a bit of a strange look. For a month ain't long for wood all the way from Arian, not with the roads being as bad as they are. For months, Kota echoed. He saw Graham watching him and hurried to add, that can be a lifetime if you're waiting for something. He tried to smile reassuringly, but it came out sickly. In fact, Kota himself seemed rather sickly. Not exactly unhealthy, but hollow. Wan, like a plant that's been moved into the wrong sort of soil and, lacking something vital, has begun to wilt. Graham noted the difference. The innkeeper's gestures weren't as extravagant. His voice wasn't as deep. Even his eyes weren't as bright as they had been a month ago. Their color seemed duller. They were less sea foam, less green grass than they had been. Now they were like river weed, like the bottom of a green glass bottle. And his hair had been bright before, the color of flame. Now it seemed red. Just red hair color, really. Kota drew back the cloth and looked underneath. The wood was a dark charcoal color with a black grain, heavy as a sheet of iron. 3 dark pegs were set above a word chiseled into the wood. Folly, Graham read. Odd name for a sword. Kota nodded, his face carefully blank. How much do I owe you? He asked quietly. Graham thought for a moment. After what you've given me to cover the cost of the wood. There was a cunning glimmer in the man's eye. Around 1 in 3. Kota handed over 2 talents. Keep the rest. It's difficult wood to work with. That it is, Graham said with some satisfaction. Like stone under the saw. Try a chisel, like iron. Then, after all the shouting was done, I couldn't char it. I noticed that, Kota said with a flicker of curiosity, running a finger along the darker groove the letters made in the wood. How did you manage it? Well, Graham said smugly. After wasting half a day, I took it over to the smithy. Me and the boy managed to sear it with a hot iron. Took us better than 2 hours to get it black. Not a wisp of smoke, but it made us stink like old leather and clover. Damnedest thing. What sort of wood don't burn? Graham waited a minute, but the innkeeper gave no signs of having heard. Where would he like me to hang it then? Kota aroused himself enough to look around the room. You can leave that to me, I think. I haven't quite decided where to put it. Graham left a handful of iron nails and bid the innkeeper good day. Kota remained at the bar, idly running his hands over the wood and the word. Before too long, Bast came out of the kitchen and looked over his teacher's shoulder. There was a long moment of silence like a tribute given to the dead. Eventually, Bast spoke up. May I ask a question, Reshi? Kota smiled gently. Always, Bast. A troublesome question. Those tend to be the only worthwhile kind. They remained staring at the object on the bar for another silent moment, as if trying to commit it to memory. Folly. Bast struggled for a moment, opening his mouth, then closing it with a frustrated look, then repeating the process. Out with it, Kota said finally. What were you thinking? Bast said with an odd mixture of confusion and concern. Kota was a long while in answering. I tend to think too much, Bast. My greatest successes came from decisions I made when I stopped thinking and simply did what felt right, even if there was no good explanation for what I did. He smiled wistfully. Even if there were very good reasons for me not to do what I did. Bast ran a hand along the side of his face. So you're trying to avoid second-guessing yourself? Kota hesitated. You could say that, he admitted. I could say that, Reshi, Bast said smugly. You, on the other hand, would complicate things needlessly. Kota shrugged and turned his eyes back to the mounting board. Nothing to do but find a place for it, I suppose. Out here. Bast's expression was horrified. Kota grinned wickedly. a measure of vitality coming back into his face. "Of course," he said, seeming to savor Bast's reaction. He looked speculatively at the walls and pursed his lips. "Where did you put it, anyway?" "In my room," Bast admitted. "Under my bed." Koten nodded distractedly, still looking at the walls. "Go get it then." He made a small shooing gesture with one hand, and Bast hurried off, looking unhappy. The bar was decorated with glittering bottles, and Kote was standing on the now vacant counter between the two heavy oak barrels when Bast came back into the room, black scabbards swinging loosely from one hand. Kote paused in the act of setting the mounting board atop one of the barrels and cried out in dismay. "Careful, Bast. You're carrying a lady there, not swinging some wench at a barn dance." Bast stopped in his tracks and dutifully gathered it up in both hands before walking the rest of the way to the bar. Kotab pounded a pair of nails into the wall, twisted some wire, and hung the mounting board firmly on the wall. "Hand it up, would you?" he asked with an odd catch in his voice. Using both hands, Bast held it up to him, looking for a moment like a squire offering up a sword to some bright-armored knight. But there was no knight there, just an innkeeper, just a man in an apron who called himself Kota. He took the sword from Bast and stood upright on the counter behind the bar. He drew the sword without a flourish. It shone a dull gray-white in the room's autumn light. It had the appearance of a new sword. It was not notched or rusted. There were no bright scratches skittering along its dull gray side. But though it was unmarred, it was old. And while it was obviously a sword, it was not a familiar shape. At least no one in this town would have found it familiar. It looked as if an alchemist had distilled a dozen swords, and when the crucible had cooled, this was lying in the bottom, a sword in its pure form. It was slender and graceful. It was deadly as a sharp stone beneath swift water. Kota held it a moment. His hand did not shake. Then he set the sword on the mounting board. Its gray-white metal shone against the dark roa behind it. While the handle could be seen, it was dark enough to be almost indistinguishable from the wood. The word beneath it, black against blackness, seemed to reproach folly. Kotak climbed down, and for a moment he and Bast stood side by side, silently looking up. Bast broke the silence. "It is rather striking," he said, as if he regretted the truth. "But," he trailed off, trying to find appropriate words. He shuddered. Kotak clapped him on the back, oddly cheerful. "Don't bother being disturbed on my account." He seemed more lively now, as if his activity lent him energy. "I like it," he said with sudden conviction, and hung the black scabbard from one of the mounting board's pegs. Then there were things to be done. Bottles to be polished and put back in place. Lunch to be made. Lunch clutter to be cleaned. Things were cheerful for a while in a pleasant, bustling way. The two talked of small matters as they worked, and while they moved around a great deal, it was obvious they were reluctant to finish whatever task they were close to completing, as if they both dreaded the moment when the work would end and the silence would fill the room again. Then something odd happened. The door opened and noise poured into the waystone like a gentle wave. People bustled in, talking and dropping bundles of belongings. They chose tables and threw their coats over the backs of chairs. One man, wearing a shirt of heavy metal rings, unbuckled a sword and leaned it against a wall. 2 or 3 wore knives on their belts. 4 or 5 called for drinks. Kote and Bast watched for a moment, then moved smoothly into action. Kote smiled and began pouring drinks. Bast darted outside to see if there were horses that needed stabling. In 10 minutes the inn was a different place. Coins rang on the bar. Cheese and fruit were set on platters, and a large copper pot was hung to simmer in the kitchen. Men moved tables and chairs about to better suit their group of nearly a dozen people. Kote identified them as they came in. 2 men and 2 women, wagoners, rough from years of being outside, and smiling to be spending a night out of the wind. 3 guards with hard eyes, smelling of iron. A tinker with a potbelly and a ready smile showing his few remaining teeth. 2 young men, one sandy-haired, one dark, well-dressed and well-spoken. Travelers sensible enough to hook up with a larger group for protection on the road. The settling-in period lasted an hour or 2. Prices of rooms were dickered over. Friendly arguments started about who slept with whom. Minor necessities were brought in from wagons or saddlebags. Baths were requested and water heated. Hay was taken to the horses, and Kotet topped off the oil in all the lamps. The tinker hurried outside to make use of the remaining daylight. He walked his 2-wheel mule cart through the town streets. Children crowded around, begging for candy and stories and shims. When it became apparent that nothing was going to be handed out, most of them lost interest. They formed a circle with a boy in the middle and started to clap, keeping the beat with a children's song that had been ages old when their grandparents had chanted it. When the hearth fire turns to blue. What to do? What to do? Run outside. Run and hide. Laughing, the boy in the middle tried to break out of the circle while the other children pushed him back. Tinker. The old man's voice rang out like a bell. Pot mender. Knife grinder. Willow wand water finder. Cut cork. Motherleaf. Silk scarves off the city streets. Writing paper. Sweetmeats. This drew the attention of the children. They flocked back to him, making a small parade as he walked down the street, singing, belt leather, black pepper, fine lace, and bright feather. Tinker in town tonight, gone tomorrow. Working through the evening light. Come wife. Come daughter. I've small cloth and rose water. After a couple of minutes, he settled outside the waystone, set up his sharpening wheel, and began to grind a knife. As the adults began to gather around the old man, the children returned to their game. A girl in the center of the circle put one hand over her eyes and tried to catch the other children as they ran away, clapping and chanting. When his eyes are black as crow. Where to go? Where to go? Near and far. Here they are. The tinker dealt with everyone in turn, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. He traded sharp knives for dull ones and a small coin. He sold shears and needles, copper pots and small bottles that wives hid quickly after buying them. He traded buttons and bags of cinnamon and salt, limes from Tinu, chocolate from Tarbine, polished horn from Ira. All the while the children continued to sing. See a man without a face. Move like ghosts from place to place. What's their plan? What's their plan? Chandrian. Chandrian. Kota guessed the travelers had been together a month or so, long enough to become comfortable with each other, but not long enough to be squabbling over small things. They smelled of road dust and horses. He breathed it in like perfume. Best of all was the noise. Leather creaking. Men laughing. The fire cracked and spat. The women flirted. Someone even knocked over a chair. For the first time in a long while there was no silence in the Waystone Inn. Or if there was, it was too faint to be noticed, or too well hidden. Kota was in the middle of it all, always moving, like a man tending a large, complex machine, ready with a drink just as a person called for it. He talked and listened in the right amounts. He laughed at jokes, shook hands, smiled, and whisked coins off the bar as if he truly needed the money. Then, when the time for songs came and everyone had sung their favorites and still wanted more, Kota led them from behind the bar, clapping to keep a beat. With the fire shining in his hair, he sang Tinker Tanner, more verses than anyone had heard before, and no one minded in the least. Hours later, the common room had a warm, jovial feel to it. Kota was kneeling on the hearth, building up the fire, when someone spoke behind him. Kavoth. The innkeeper turned, wearing a slightly confused smile. Sir, it was one of the well-dressed travelers. He swayed a little. You're Kavoth. Kota, sir. Kota replied in an indulgent tone that mothers use on children and innkeepers use on drunks. Kavoth the bloodless. The man pressed ahead with the dogged persistence of the inebriated. You looked familiar, but I couldn't finger it. He smiled proudly and tapped a finger to his nose. Then I heard you sing, and I knew it was you. I heard you in Imra once. Cried my eyes out afterward. I never heard anything like that before or since. Broke my heart. The young man's sentences grew jumbled as he continued, but his face remained earnest. I knew it couldn't be you, but I thought it was. Even though, but who else has your hair? He shook his head, trying unsuccessfully to clear it. I saw the place in Imra where you killed him. By the fountain. The cobblestones are all shattered. He frowned and concentrated on the word. Shattered. They say no one can mend them. The sandy-haired man paused again. Squinting for focus, he seemed surprised by the innkeeper's reaction. The red-haired man was grinning. Are you saying I look like Kavoth? The Kavoth. I've always thought so myself. I have an engraving of him in back. My assistant teases me for it. Would you tell him what you just told me? Kota threw a final log onto the fire and stood. But as he stepped from the hearth, one of his legs twisted underneath him and he fell heavily to the floor, knocking over a chair. Several of the travelers hurried over, but the innkeeper was already on his feet, waving people back to their seats. No, I'm fine. Sorry to startle anyone. In spite of his grin, it was obvious he'd hurt himself. His face was tight with pain, and he leaned heavily on a chair for support. Took an arrow in the knee on my way through the ELD 3 summers ago. It gives out every now and then. He grimaced and said wistfully, "It's what made me give up the good life on the road." He reached down to touch his oddly bent leg tenderly. One of the mercenaries spoke up. "I put a poultice on that, or it'll swell terrible." Kotat touched it again and nodded. "I think you are wise, sir." He turned to the sandy-haired man who stood swaying slightly by the fireplace. "Could you do me a favor, son?" The man nodded dumbly. "Just close the flue." Kotat gestured toward the fireplace. "Bast, will you help me upstairs?" Bast hurried over and drew Kotet's arm around his shoulders. Kotet leaned on him with every other step as they made their way through the doorway and up the stairs. "Arrow in the leg?" Bast asked under his breath. "Are you really that embarrassed from taking a little fall?" "Thank God you're as gullible as they are," Kotet said sharply as soon as they were out of sight. He began to curse under his breath as he climbed a few more steps, his knee obviously uninjured. Bast's eyes widened, then narrowed. Kotet stopped at the top of the steps and rubbed his eyes. "One of them knows who I am." Kotet frowned. "Suspects? Which one?" Bast asked with a mix of apprehension and anger. "Green shirt, sandy hair. The one nearest to me, by the fireplace. Give him something to make him sleep. He's already been drinking. No one will think twice if he happens to pass out." Bast thought briefly. "Naimane. Minka." Bast raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Kotet straightened. "Listen 3 times, Bast." Bast blinked once and nodded. Kotet spoke crisply and cleanly. "I was a city-licensed escort from Raelian. Wounded while successfully defending a caravan. Arrow in right knee. 3 years ago. Summer. A grateful Sealdish merchant gave me money to start an inn. His name is Dealin. We were traveling from Purvis. Mention it casually. Do you have it?" "I hear you 3 times, Reshi," Bast replied formally. "Go." Half an hour later, Bast brought a bowl to his master's room, reassuring him that everything was well downstairs. Kotet nodded and gave terse instructions that he not be disturbed for the rest of the night. Closing the door behind himself, Bast's expression was worried. He stood at the top of the stairs for some time, trying to think of something he could do. It is hard to say what troubled Bast so much. Kotet didn't seem noticeably changed in any way, except, perhaps, that he moved a little slower, and whatever small spark the night's activity had lit behind his eyes was dimmer now. In fact, it could hardly be seen. In fact, it may not have been there at all. Kotet sat in front of the fire and ate his meal mechanically, as if he were simply finding a place inside himself to keep the food. After the last bite, he sat staring into nothing, not remembering what he had eaten or what it tasted like. The fire snapped, making him blink and look around the room. He looked down at his hands, one curled inside the other, resting in his lap. After a moment, he lifted and spread them, as if warming them by the fire. They were graceful, with long, delicate fingers. He watched them intently, as if expecting them to do something on their own. Then he lowered them to his lap, one hand lightly cupping the other, and returned to watching the fire. Expressionless, motionless, he sat until there was nothing left but gray ash and dully glowing coals. As he was undressing for bed, the fire flared. The red light traced faint lines across his body, across his back and arms. All the scars were smooth and silver, streaking him like lightning, like lines of gentle remembering. The flare of flame revealed them all briefly, old wounds and new. All the scars were smooth and silver except one. The fire flickered and died. Sleep met him like a lover in an empty bed. The travelers left early the next morning. Bast tended to their needs, explaining his master's knee was swollen quite badly, and he didn't feel up to taking the stairs so early in the day. Everyone understood except for the sandy-haired merchant's son, who was too groggy to understand much of anything. The guards exchanged smiles and rolled their eyes while the tinker gave an impromptu sermon on the subject of temperance. Bast recommended several unpleasant hangover cures. After they left, Bast tended to the inn, which was no great chore, as there were no customers. Most of his time was spent trying to find ways to amuse himself. Sometime after noon, Kotet came down the stairs to find him crushing walnuts on the bar with a heavy leather-bound book. "Good morning, Reshi." "Good morning, Bast," Kotet said. "Any news?" The Orison boy stopped by. "Wanted to know if we needed any mutton." Kotet nodded. almost as if he had been suspecting the news. How much did you order? Bass made a face. I hate mutton, Reshi. It tastes like wet mittens. Kotesh shrugged and made his way to the door. I've got some errands to run. Keep an eye on things, will you? I always do. Outside the Waystone, in the air lay still and heavy on the empty dirt road that ran through the center of town. The sky was a featureless gray sheet of cloud that looked as if it wanted to rain, but couldn't quite work up the energy. Kotesh walked across the street to the open front of the smithy. The smith wore his hair cropped short and his beard thick and bushy. As Kotesh watched, he carefully drove a pair of nails through a scythe blade's collar, fixing it firmly onto a curved wooden handle. Hello, Caleb. The smith leaned the scythe up against the wall. What can I do for you, Master Kotesh? Did the Orson boy stop by your place too? Caleb nodded. They still losing sheep? Kotesh asked. Actually, some of the lost ones finally turned up. Torn up awful, practically shredded. Wolves? Kotesh asked. The smith shrugged. It's the wrong time of year, but what else would it be? A bear. I guess they're just selling off what they can't watch over properly, them being short-handed and all. Short-handed. Had to let their hired man go because of taxes, and their oldest son took the king's coin early this summer. He's off fighting the rebels in Manat now. Meniras, Kotesh corrected gently. If you see their boy again, let him know I'd be willing to buy about 3 halves. I'll do that. The smith gave the innkeeper a knowing look. Is there anything else? Well, Kotesh looked away, suddenly self-conscious. I was wondering if you have any wrought iron lying around, he said, not meeting the smith's eye. It doesn't have to be anything fancy, mind you. Just plain old pig iron would do nicely. Caleb chuckled. I didn't know if you were going to stop by at all. Old Cobb and the rest came by day before yesterday. He walked over to a workbench and lifted up a piece of canvas. I made a couple extras just in case. Kotesh picked up a rod of iron about 2 feet long and swung it casually with one hand. Clever man. I know my business, the smith said smugly. You need anything else? Actually, Kotesh said as he settled the bar of iron comfortably against his shoulder, there is one other thing. Do you have a spare apron and set of forged gloves? Could have, Caleb said hesitantly. Why? There's an old bramble patch behind the inn. Kotesh nodded in the direction of the Waystone. I'm thinking of tearing it up so I can put in a garden next year. But I don't fancy losing half my skin doing it. The smith nodded and gestured for Kotesh to follow him into the back of the shop. I've got my old set, he said as he dug out a pair of heavy gloves and a stiff leather apron. Both were charred dark in places and stained with grease. They're not pretty, but they'll keep the worst of it off you, I suppose. What are they worth to you? Kotesh asked, reaching for his purse. The smith shook his head. A jot would be a great plenty. They're no good to me or the boy. The innkeeper handed over a coin and the smith stuffed them into an old burlap sack. You sure you want to do it now? The smith asked. We haven't had rain in a while. The ground will be softer after the spring thaw. Kotesh shrugged. My granda always told me that fall's the time to root up something you don't want coming back to trouble you. Kotesh mimicked the quaver of an old man's voice. Things are too full of life in the spring months. In the summer, they're too strong and won't let go. Autumn. He looked around at the changing leaves on the trees. Autumn's the time. In autumn, everything is tired and ready to die. Later that afternoon, Kotesh sent Bass to catch up on his sleep. Then he moved listlessly around the inn, doing small jobs left over from the night before. There were no customers. When evening finally came, he lit the lamps and began to page disinterestedly through a book. Fall was supposed to be the year's busiest time, but travelers were scarce lately. Kotesh knew with bleak certainty how long winter would be. He closed the inn early, something he had never done before. He didn't bother sweeping. The floor didn't need it. He didn't wash the tables or the bar. None had been used. He polished a bottle or two, locked the door, and went to bed. There was no one around to notice the difference. No one except Bast, who watched his master, and worried, and waited. Chapter 4. Halfway to Nawar. Chronicler walked. Yesterday he had limped, but today there was no part of his feet that didn't hurt, so limping did no good. He had searched for horses in Abbott's Ford and Ranish, offering outrageous prices for even the most broken-down animals. But in small towns like these, people didn't have horses to spare, especially not with harvest fast approaching. Despite a hard day's walking, he was still on the road when night fell, making the rutted dirt road a stumbling ground of half-seen shapes. After 2 hours of fumbling through the dark, Chronicler saw a light flickering through the trees and abandoned any thought of making it to Nawar that night, deciding a farmstead's hospitality would be welcome enough. He left the road, blundering through the trees toward the light. But the fire was farther away than he had thought, and larger. It wasn't lamplight from a house, or even sparks from a campfire. It was a bonfire roaring in the ruins of an old house, little more than two crumbling stone walls. Huddled into the corner those two walls made was a man. He wore a heavy hooded cloak, bundled up as if it were full winter and not a mild autumn evening. Chronicler's hopes rose at the sight of a small cook fire with a pot hanging over it. But as he came close, he caught a foul scent mingling with the wood smoke. It reeked of burning hair and rotting flowers. Chronicler quickly decided that whatever the man was cooking in the iron pot, he wanted none of it. Still, even a place next to a fire was better than curling up by the side of the road. Chronicler stepped into the circle of firelight. "I saw your F." He stopped as the figure sprang quickly to its feet, a sword held with both hands. No, not a sword, a long, dark cudgel of some sort, too regularly shaped to be a piece of firewood. Chronicler stopped dead in his tracks. "I was just looking for a place to sleep," he said quickly, his hand unconsciously clutching at the circle of iron that hung around his neck. "I don't want any trouble. I'll leave you to your dinner." He took a step backward. The figure relaxed, and the cudgel dropped to grate metallically against a stone. "Charred body of God. What are you doing out here at this time of night?" "I was headed to Nawar and saw your fire." "You just followed a strange fire into the woods at night?" The hooded figure shook his head. "You might as well come here." He motioned Chronicler closer, and the scribe saw he was wearing thick leather gloves. "Telu, anyway, have you had bad luck your whole life? Or have you been saving it all up for tonight?" "I don't know who you're waiting for," Chronicler said, taking a step backward. "But I'm sure you'd rather do it alone." "Shut up and listen," the man said sharply. "I don't know how much time we have." He looked down and rubbed at his face. "God, I never know how much to tell you people. If you don't believe me, you'll think I'm crazy. If you do believe me, you'll panic and be worse than useless." Looking back up, he saw Chronicler hadn't moved. "Get over here, damn you. If you go back out there, you're as good as dead." Chronicler glanced over his shoulder into the dark of the forest. "Why? What's out there?" The man gave a short, bitter laugh and shook his head in exasperation. "Honestly." He ran his hand absent-mindedly through his hair, brushing his hood back in the process. In the firelight, his hair was impossibly red, his eyes a shocking, vibrant green. He looked at Chronicler, sizing him up. "Demons," he said. "Demons in the shape of big, black spiders." Chronicler relaxed. "There's no such thing as demons." From his tone, it was obvious he'd said the same thing many, many times before. The red-haired man gave an incredulous laugh. "Well, I guess we can all go home then." He flashed a manic grin at Chronicler. "Listen, I'm guessing you're an educated man. I respect that, and for the most part, you're right." His expression went serious. "But here and now, tonight, you're wrong. Wrong as wrong can be. You don't want to be on that side of the fire when you figure that out." The flat certainty in the man's voice sent a chill down Chronicler's back. Feeling more than slightly foolish, he stepped delicately around to the other side of the bonfire. The man sized him up quickly. "I don't suppose you have any weapons?" Chronicler shook his head. "It doesn't really matter. A sword wouldn't do you much good." He handed Chronicler a heavy piece of firewood. "You probably won't be able to hit one, but it's worth a try. They're fast. If one of them gets on you, just fall down. Try to land on it, crush it with your body. Roll on it. If you get hold of one, throw it into the fire." He drew the hood back over his head, speaking quickly. "If you have any extra clothes, put them on. If you have a blanket you could wrap." He stopped suddenly and looked out across the circle of firelight. "Get your back against the wall," he said abruptly, bringing his iron cudgel up with both hands. Chronicler looked past the bonfire. Something dark was moving in the trees. They came into the light, moving low across the ground. Black shapes, many-legged and large as cart wheels. One, quicker than the rest, rushed into the firelight without hesitating, moving with the disturbing, sinuous speed of a scuttling insect. Before Chronicler could raise his piece of firewood, the thing skirted sideways around the bonfire and sprang at him, quick as a cricket. Chronicler threw up his hands just as the black thing struck his face and chest. Its cold, hard legs scrabbled for a hold, and he felt bright stripes of pain across the backs of his arm. Staggering away, the scribe felt his heel snag on the rough ground, and he began to topple over backward, arms flailing wildly. As he fell, Chronicler caught one last glimpse of the circle of firelight. More of the black things were scuttling out of the dark, their feet beating a quick staccato rhythm against roots and rocks and leaves. On the other side of the fire, the man in the heavy cloak held his iron cudgel ready with both hands. He stood perfectly still, perfectly silent, waiting, still falling backward with the dark thing on top of him. Chronicler felt a dull, dark explosion as the back of his head struck the stone wall behind him. The world slowed, turned blurry, then black. Chronicler opened his eyes to a confusing mass of dark shapes and firelight. His skull throbbed. There were several lines of bright, clear pain crossing the backs of his arms and a dull ache that pulled at his left side every time he drew in a breath. After a long moment of concentration, the world came into a blurry focus. The bundled man sat nearby. He was no longer wearing his gloves, and his heavy cloak hung off his body in loose tatters, but other than that he seemed unscathed. His hood was up, hiding his face. "You're awake?" the man asked curiously. "That's good. You can never be sure with a head wound." The hood tilted a bit. "Can you talk? Do you know where you are?" "Yes," Chronicler said thickly. It seemed to take far too much effort to make a single word. "Even better. Now, third time pays for all. Do you think you can stand up and lend me a hand? We need to burn and bury the bodies." Chronicler moved his head a bit and felt suddenly dizzy and nauseous. "What happened?" "I might have broken a couple of your ribs," the man said. "One of them was all over you. I didn't have a lot of options." He shrugged. "I'm sorry, for whatever that's worth. I've already stitched up the cuts on your arms. They should heal up nicely." "They're gone." The hood nodded once. "The Scrael don't retreat. They're like wasps from a hive. They keep attacking until they die." A horrified look spread over Chronicler's face. "There's a hive of these things." "Dear God, no. There were just these 5. Still, we have to burn and bury them, just to be sure. I already cut the wood we'll need. Ash and Rowan." Chronicler gave a laugh that sounded slightly hysterical, just like the children's song. "Let me tell you what to do. Dig a pit that's 10 by 2. Ash and elm, and Rowan too." "Yes, indeed," the bundled man said dryly. "You'd be surprised at the sorts of things hidden away in children's songs. But while I don't think we need to dig the entire 10 feet down, I wouldn't refuse a little help." He trailed off meaningfully. Chronicler moved one hand to feel the back of his head gingerly, then looked at his fingers, surprised that they weren't covered in blood. "I think I'm fine," he said as he cautiously levered himself up onto one elbow and from there into a sitting position. "Is there any?" His eyes flickered and he went limp, falling bonelessly backward. His head struck the ground, bounced once, and came to rest tilted slightly to one side. Kota sat patiently for a few long moments, watching the unconscious man. When there was no movement other than the chest slowly rising and falling, he came stiffly to his feet and knelt at Chronicler's side. Kota lifted one eyelid, then the other, and grunted at what he saw, not seeming particularly surprised. "I don't suppose there's any chance of you waking up again?" he asked without much hope in his voice. He tapped Chronicler's pale cheek lightly. "No chance at." A drop of blood spotted Chronicler's forehead, followed quickly by another. Kota straightened up so that he was no longer leaning over the unconscious man and wiped the blood away as best he could, which wasn't very well, as his hands were covered in blood themselves. "Sorry," he said absently. He gave a deep sigh and pushed back his hood. His red hair was matted down against his head, and half his face was smeared with drying blood. Slowly he began to peel away the tattered remains of his cloak. Underneath was a leather blacksmith's apron, wildly scored with cuts. He removed that as well, revealing a plain gray shirt of homespun. Both his shoulders and his left arm were dark and wet with blood. Kota fingered the buttons of his shirt for a moment, then decided against removing it. Climbing gingerly to his feet, he picked up the spade and slowly, painfully, began to dig. Chapter 5. Notes. It was well past midnight by the time Kota made it back to Nawar with Chronicler's limp body slung across his lacerated shoulders. The town's houses and shops were dark and silent, but the Waystone Inn was full of light. Bass stood in the doorway, practically dancing with irritation. When he spotted the approaching figure, he rushed down the street, waving a piece of paper angrily. "A note? You sneak out and leave me a note?" he hissed angrily. What am I, some dockside whore? Kote turned around and shrugged Chronicler's limp body into Bast's arms. I knew you would just argue with me, Bast. Bast held Chronicler easily in front of him. It wasn't even a good note. If you are reading this, I am probably dead. What sort of a note is that? You weren't supposed to find it till morning, Kote said tiredly as they began to walk down the street to the inn. Bast looked down at the man he was carrying, as if noticing him for the first time. Who is this? He shook him a little, eyeing him curiously before slinging him easily over one shoulder like a burlap sack. Some unlucky sod who happened to be on the road at the wrong time, Kote said dismissively. Don't shake him too much. His head might be on a little loose. What the hell did you sneak off for anyway? Bast demanded as they entered the inn. If you're going to leave a note, it should at least tell me what. Bast's eyes widened as he saw Kote in the light of the inn, pale and streaked with blood and dirt. You can go ahead and worry if you want, Kote said dryly. It's every bit as bad as it looks. You went out hunting for them, didn't you? Bast hissed, then his eyes widened. No. You kept a piece of the one Carter killed. I can't believe you. You lied to me. To me. Kote sighed as he trudged up the stairs. Are you upset by the lie, or the fact that you didn't catch me at it? He asked as he began to climb. Bast spluttered. I'm upset that you thought you couldn't trust me. They let their conversation lapse as they opened one of the many empty rooms on the second floor, undressed Chronicler, and tucked him snugly into bed. Kote left the man's satchel and travel sack on the floor nearby. Closing the door to the room behind him, Kote said, I trust you, Bast, but I wanted you safe. I knew I could handle it. I could have helped, Reshi. Bast's tone was injured. You know I would have. You can still help, Bast, Kote said as he made his way to his room and sat heavily on the edge of his narrow bed. I need some stitching done. He began to unbutton his shirt. I could do it myself, but the tops of my shoulders and my back are hard to reach. Nonsense, Reshi. I'll do it. Kote made a gesture to the door. My supplies are down in the basement. Bast sniffed disdainfully. I will use my own needles, thank you very much. Good honest bone. None of your nasty jagged iron things, stabbing you like little slivers of hate. He shivered. Stream and stone, it's frightening how primitive you people are. Bast bustled out of the room, leaving the door open behind him. Kote slowly removed his shirt, grimacing and sucking his breath through his teeth as the dried blood stuck and tugged against the wounds. His face went stoic again when Bast came back into the room with a basin of water and began to clean him off. As the dried blood was washed away, a wild scoring of long, straight cuts became clear. They gaped redly against the innkeeper's fair skin, as if he had been slashed with a barber's razor or a piece of broken glass. There were perhaps a dozen cuts in all, most of them on the tops of his shoulders, a few across his back and along his arms. One started on the top of his head and ran down his scalp to behind his ear. I thought you weren't supposed to bleed, Reshi, Bast said. Bloodless and all that. Don't believe everything you hear in stories, Bast. They lie to you. Well, you aren't nearly as bad off as I thought, Bast said, wiping his hands clean. Though by all rights you should have lost a piece of your ear. Were they wounded like the one that attacked Carter? Not that I could see, Kote said. How many were there? 5. 5. Bast said, aghast. How many did the other fellow kill? He distracted one of them for a while, Kote said generously. And pawn, Reshi, Bast said, shaking his head as he threaded a bone needle with something thinner and finer than gut. You should be dead. You should be dead twice. Kote shrugged. It's not the first time I should be dead, Bast. I'm a fair hand at avoiding it. Bast bent to his work. This will sting a bit, he said, his hands strangely gentle. Honestly, Reshi, I can't see how you've managed to stay alive this long. Kote shrugged again and closed his eyes. Neither do I, Bast, he said. His voice was tired and gray. Hours later, the door to Kote's room cracked open and Bast peered inside. Hearing nothing but slow, measured breathing, the young man walked softly to stand beside the bed and bent over the sleeping man. Bast eyed the color of his cheeks, smelled his breath, and lightly touched his forehead, his wrist, and the hollow of his throat above his heart. Then Bast drew a chair alongside the bed and sat, watching his master, listening to him breathe. After a moment he reached out and brushed the unruly red hair back from his face, like a mother would with a sleeping child. Then he began to sing softly, the tune lilting and strange, almost a lullaby. How odd to watch a mortal kindle, then to dwindle day by day, knowing their bright souls are tinder, and the wind will have its way. What I could my own fire lend? What does your flickering portend? Bast's voice faded until at last he sat motionless, watching the rise and fall of his master's silent breathing through the long hours of morning's early dark. Chapter 6. The Price of Remembering. It was early evening of the next day before Chronicler came down the stairs to the common room of the Waystone Inn. Pale and unsteady, he carried his flat leather satchel under one arm. Cotes sat behind the bar, paging through a book. Ah, our unintentional guest. How's the head? Chronicler raised a hand to touch the back of his head. Throbs a bit when I move around too quickly, but it's still working. Glad to hear it, Cotes said. Is this? Chronicler hesitated, looking around. Are we in Nawar? Cote nodded. You are, in fact, in the middle of Nawar. He made a dramatic sweeping gesture with one hand. Thriving metropolis. Home to dozens. Chronicler stared at the red-haired man behind the bar. He leaned against one of the tables for support. God's charred body, he said breathlessly. It really is you, isn't it? The innkeeper looked puzzled. I beg your pardon. I know you're going to deny it, Chronicler said. But what I saw last night. The innkeeper held up a hand, quieting him. Before we discuss the possibility that you've addled your wits with that crack to the head, tell me, how is the road to Tinyu? What? Chronicler asked, irritated. I wasn't heading to Tinyu. I was well, even aside from last night, the road's been pretty rough. I was robbed off by Abbott's Ford, and I've been on foot ever since. But it was all worth it since you're actually here. The scribe glanced at the sword hanging over the bar and drew a deep breath, his expression becoming vaguely anxious. I'm not here to cause trouble, mind you. I'm not here because of the price on your head. He gave a weak smile. Not that I could hope to trouble you. Fine. The innkeeper interrupted as he pulled out a white linen cloth and began to polish the bar. Who are you then? You can call me Chronicler. I didn't ask what I could call you, Cotes said. What is your name? Devon. Devon Lahis. Cotes stopped polishing the bar and looked up. Lahis. Are you related to Duke? Cotes trailed off, nodding to himself. Yes, of course you are. Not a chronicler, the chronicler. He stared hard at the balding man, looking him up and down. How about that? The great debunker himself. Chronicler relaxed slightly, obviously pleased to have his reputation precede him. I wasn't trying to be difficult before. I haven't thought of myself as Devon in years. I left that name behind me long ago. He gave the innkeeper a significant look. I expect you know something of that yourself. Cote ignored the unspoken question. I read your book years ago. The Mating Habits of the Common Dracus. Quite the eye-opener for a young man with his head full of stories. Looking down, he began moving the white cloth along the grain of the bar again. I'll admit, I was disappointed to learn that dragons didn't exist. That's a hard lesson for a boy to learn. Chronicler smiled. Honestly, I was a little disappointed myself. I went looking for a legend and found a lizard. A fascinating lizard, but a lizard just the same. And now you're here, Cotes said. Have you come to prove that I don't exist? Chronicler laughed nervously. No. You see, we heard a rumor. We? Cote interrupted. I've been traveling with an old friend of yours. Scarpy. Taken you under his wing, has he? Cotes said to himself. How about that? Scarpy's apprentice. More of a colleague, really. Cote nodded, still expressionless. I might have guessed he would be the first to find me. Rumor mongers, both of you. Chronicler's smile grew sour, and he swallowed the first words that came to his lips. He struggled for a moment to recapture his calm demeanor. So what can I do for you? Cotes set aside the clean linen cloth and gave his best innkeeper's smile. Something to eat or drink. A room for the night. Chronicler hesitated. I have it all right here. Cote gestured expansively behind the bar. Old wine, smooth and pale. Honey mead. Dark ale. Sweet fruit liquor. Plum. Cherry. Green apple. Blackberry. Cote pointed out the bottles in turn. Come now, surely you must want something? As he spoke, his smile widened, showing too many teeth for a friendly innkeeper's grin. At the same time his eyes grew cold and hard and angry. Chronicler dropped his gaze. I thought that. You thought, Cotes said derisively, dropping all pretense of a smile. I very much doubt it. Otherwise, you might have thought, he bit off the word, of how much danger you were putting me in by coming here. Chronicler's face grew red. I'd heard that Kavoth was fearless, he said hotly. The innkeeper shrugged. Only priests and fools are fearless, and I've never been on the best of terms with God. Chronicler frowned, aware that he was being baited. Listen, he continued calmly. I was extraordinarily careful. No one except Scarpy knew I was coming. I didn't mention you to anyone. I didn't expect to actually find you. Imagine my relief, Kotes said sarcastically. Obviously disheartened, Chronicler spoke. I'll be the first to admit that my coming here may have been a mistake. He paused, giving Kote the opportunity to contradict him. Kote didn't. Chronicler gave a small, tight sigh and continued. But what's done is done. Won't you even consider? Kote shook his head. It was a long time ago. Not even 2 years, Chronicler protested. And I am not what I was, Kote continued without pausing. And what was that exactly? Kavoth, he said simply, refusing to be drawn any further into an explanation. Now I am Kote. I tend to my inn. That means beer is 3 shims, and a private room costs copper. He began polishing the bar again with a fierce intensity. As you said, done is done. The stories will take care of themselves. But, Kote looked up, and for a second Chronicler saw past the anger that lay glittering on the surface of his eyes. For a moment he saw the pain underneath, raw and bloody, like a wound too deep for healing. Then Kote looked away, and only the anger remained. What could you possibly offer me that is worth the price of remembering? Everyone thinks you're dead. You don't get it, do you? Kote shook his head, stuck between amusement and exasperation. That's the whole point. People don't look for you when you're dead. Old enemies don't try to settle scores. People don't come asking you for stories, he said acidly. Chronicler refused to back down. Other people say you're a myth. I am a myth, Kote said easily, making an extravagant gesture. A very special kind of myth that creates itself. The best lies about me are the ones I told. They say you never existed, Chronicler corrected gently. Kote shrugged nonchalantly, his smile fading an imperceptible amount. Sensing weakness, Chronicler continued. Some stories paint you as little more than a red-handed killer. I'm that too. Kote turned to polish the counter behind the bar. He shrugged again, not as easily as before. I've killed men and things that were more than men. Every one of them deserved it. Chronicler shook his head slowly. The stories are saying assassin, not hero. Kavoth the Arcane and Kavoth Kingkiller are 2 very different men. Kote stopped polishing the bar and turned his back to the room. He nodded once without looking up. Some are even saying that there is a new Chandrian, a fresh terror in the night. His hair is red as the blood he spills. The important people know the difference, Kote said as if he were trying to convince himself, but his voice was weary and despairing, without conviction. Chronicler gave a small laugh. Certainly, for now. But you of all people should realize how thin the line is between the truth and a compelling lie. Between history and an entertaining story. Chronicler gave his words a minute to sink in. You know which will win, given time. Kote remained facing the back wall, hands flat on the counter. His head was bowed slightly, as if a great weight had settled onto him. He did not speak. Chronicler took an eager step forward, sensing victory. Some people say there was a woman. What do they know? Kote's voice cut like a saw through bone. What do they know about what happened? He spoke so softly that Chronicler had to hold his breath to hear. They say she. Chronicler's words stuck in his suddenly dry throat as the room grew unnaturally quiet. Kote stood with his back to the room, a stillness in his body and a terrible silence clenched between his teeth. His right hand, tangled in a clean white cloth, made a slow fist. 8 inches away, a bottle shattered. The smell of strawberries filled the air alongside the sound of splintering glass. A small noise inside so great a stillness, but it was enough. Enough to break the silence into small, sharp slivers. Chronicler felt himself go cold as he suddenly realized what a dangerous game he was playing. So this is the difference between telling a story and being in one, he thought numbly. The fear. Kote turned. What can any of them know about her? He asked softly. Chronicler's breath stopped when he saw Kote's face. The placid innkeeper's expression was like a shattered mask. Underneath, Kote's expression was haunted, eyes half in this world, half elsewhere, remembering. Chronicler found himself thinking of a story he had heard. One of the many. The story told of how Kavoth had gone looking for his heart's desire. He had to trick a demon to get it. But once it rested in his hand, he was forced to fight an angel to keep it. I believe it, Chronicler found himself thinking. Before it was just a story, but now I can believe it. This is the face of a man who has killed an angel. What can any of them know about me? Kotad demanded, a numb anger in his voice. What can they know about any of this? He made a short, fierce gesture that seemed to take in everything. The broken bottle, the bar, the world. Chronicler swallowed against the dryness in his throat. Only what they're told. Tat tat, tat tat. Liquor from the broken bottle began to patter in irregular rhythm onto the floor. Oh, Kotes sighed out a long breath. Tat tat, tat tat, tat. Clever. You'd use my own best trick against me. You'd hold my story a hostage. I would tell the truth. Nothing but the truth could break me. What is harder than the truth? A sickly, mocking smile flickered across his face. For a long moment, only the gentle tapping of drops against the floor kept the silence at bay. Finally, Kote walked through the doorway behind the bar. Chronicler stood awkwardly in the empty room, unsure whether or not he had been dismissed. A few minutes later, Kote returned with a bucket of soapy water. Without looking in the storyteller's direction, he began to gently, methodically, wash his bottles. One at a time, Kote wiped their bottoms clean of the strawberry wine and set them on the bar between himself and Chronicler, as if they might defend him. So you went looking for a myth and found a man, he said without inflection, without looking up. You've heard the stories, and now you want the truth of things. Radiating relief, Chronicler set his satchel down on one of the tables, surprised at the slight tremor in his hands. We got wind of you a while back. Just a whisper of a rumor. I didn't really expect. Chronicler paused, suddenly awkward. I thought you would be older. I am, Kotes said. Chronicler looked puzzled, but before he could say anything, the innkeeper continued. What brings you into this worthless little corner of the world? An appointment with the Earl of Benbyrt, Chronicler said, puffing himself up slightly. 3 days from now, in Treya. The innkeeper paused mid-polish. You expect to make it to the Earl's manor in 4 days? He asked quietly. I am behind schedule, Chronicler admitted. My horse was stolen near Abbotsford. He glanced out the window at the darkening sky. But I'm willing to lose some sleep. I'll be off in the morning and out of your hair. Well, I wouldn't want to cost you any sleep, Kotes said sarcastically, his eyes gone hard again. I can tell the whole thing in one breath. He cleared his throat. I trooped, traveled, loved, lost, trusted, and was betrayed. Write that down and burn it for all the good it will do you. You needn't take it that way, Chronicler said quickly. We can take the whole night if you like. And a few hours in the morning as well. How gracious, Kotes snapped. You'll have me tell my story in an evening? With no time to collect myself? No time to prepare? His mouth made a thin line. No. Go dally with your Earl. I'll have none of it. Chronicler spoke quickly. If you're certain you'll need. Yes. Kotes set a bottle down hard on the bar. Hard. It's safe to say I'll need more time than that. And you'll get none of it tonight. A real story takes time to prepare. Chronicler frowned nervously and ran his hands through his hair. I could spend tomorrow collecting your story. He trailed off at the sight of Kotes shaking his head. After a pause, he started again, almost talking to himself. If I pick up a horse in bed, I can give you all day tomorrow, most of the night, and a piece of the following day. He rubbed his forehead. I hate riding at night, but I'll need 3 days, Kotes said. I'm quite sure of it. Chronicler blanched. But the Earl. Kotes waved a hand dismissively. No one needs 3 days, Chronicler said firmly. I interviewed Orrin Velsider. Orrin Velsider, mind you. He's 80 years old and done 200 years worth of living. 500, if you count the lies. He sought me out, Chronicler said with particular emphasis. He only took 2 days. That is my offer, the innkeeper said simply. I'll do this properly or not at all. Wait. Chronicler brightened suddenly. I've been thinking about this all backward, he said, shaking his head at his own foolishness. I'll just visit the Earl, then come back. You can have all the time you like then. I could even bring Scarpy back with me. Kote gave Chronicler a look of profound disdain. What gives you the slightest impression that I would be here when you came back? He asked incredulously. For that matter, what makes you think you're free to simply walk out of here, knowing what you know? Chronicler went very still. He swallowed and started again. Are you saying that? The story will take 3 days, Kote interrupted. Starting tomorrow. That is what I am saying. Chronicler closed his eyes and ran his hand over his face. The Earl would be furious, of course. No telling what it might take to get back in his good graces. Still, if that's the only way that I can get it, I accept. I'm glad to hear it. The innkeeper relaxed into a half-smile. Come now, is 3 days really so unusual? Chronicler's serious expression returned. 3 days is quite unusual, but then again, some of the self-importance seemed to leak out of him. Then again, he made a gesture as if to show how useless words were. You are Kavoth. The man who called himself Kotel looked up from behind his bottles. A full-lipped smile played about his mouth. A spark was kindling behind his eyes. He seemed taller. Yes, I suppose I am, Kavoth said, and his voice had iron in it. Chapter 7. Of Beginnings and the Names of Things. Sunlight poured into the waystone. It was a cool, fresh light, fitted for beginnings. It brushed past the miller as he set his water wheel, turning for the day. It lit the forge the smith was rekindling after 4 days of cold metal work. It touched draft horses hitched to wagons and sickle blades glittering sharp and ready at the beginning of an autumn day. Inside the waystone, the light fell across Chronicler's face and touched a beginning there, a blank page waiting the first words of a story. The light flowed across the bar, scattered 1,000 tiny rainbow beginnings from the colored bottles, and climbed the wall toward the sword, as if searching for one final beginning. But when the light touched the sword, there were no beginnings to be seen. In fact, the light the sword reflected was dull, burnished, and ages old. Looking at it, Chronicler remembered that though it was the beginning of a day, it was also late autumn and growing colder. The sword shone with the knowledge that dawn was a small beginning compared to the ending of a season, the ending of a year. Chronicler pulled his eyes away from the sword, aware that Kavoth had said something, but not knowing what. I beg your pardon. How do people normally go about relating their stories? Kavoth asked. Chronicler shrugged. Most simply tell me what they remember. Later, I record events in the proper order, remove the unnecessary pieces, clarify, simplify, that sort of thing. Kavoth frowned. I don't think that will do. Chronicler gave him a shy smile. Storytellers are always different. They prefer their stories be left alone, but they also prefer an attentive audience. I usually listen and record later. I have a nearly perfect memory. Nearly perfect doesn't quite suit me. Kavoth pressed a finger against his lips. How fast can you write? Chronicler gave a knowing smile. Faster than a man can talk. Kavoth raised an eyebrow. I'd like to see that. Chronicler opened his satchel. He brought out a stack of fine, white paper and a bottle of ink. After arranging them carefully, he dipped a pen and looked expectantly at Kavoth. Kavoth sat forward in his chair and spoke quickly. I am. We are. She is. He was. They will be. Chronicler's pen danced and scratched down the page as Kavoth watched it. I, Chronicler, do hereby avow that I can neither read nor write. Supine. Irreverent. Jackdaw. Quartz. Lacquer. Egoliant. Lintalu Sorenhe. There was a young widow from Phaeton, whose morals were hard as a rock. She went to confession, for her true obsession. Kavoth leaned farther forward to watch as Chronicler wrote. Interesting. Oh, you may stop. Chronicler smiled again and wiped his pen on a piece of cloth. The page in front of him held a single line of incomprehensible symbols. Some sort of cipher? Kavoth wondered aloud. Very neatly done, too. I'll bet you don't spoil many pages. He turned the sheet to look at the writing more carefully. I never spoil pages, Chronicler said haughtily. Kavoth nodded without looking up. What does egoliant mean? Chronicler asked. Oh, nothing. I made it up. I wanted to see if an unfamiliar word would slow you down. He stretched and pulled his chair closer to Chronicler's. As soon as you show me how to read this, we can begin. Chronicler looked doubtful. It's a very complex. Seeing Kavoth frown, he sighed. I'll try. Chronicler drew a deep breath and began to write a line of symbols as he spoke. There are around 50 different sounds we use to speak. I've given each of them a symbol consisting of 1 or 2 pen strokes. It's all sound. I could conceivably transcribe a language I don't even understand. He pointed. These are different vowel sounds. All vertical lines, Kavoth said, looking intently at the page. Chronicler paused, thrown off his stride. Well, yes. The consonants would be horizontal then, and they would combine like this. Taking the pen, Kavoth made a few marks of his own on the page. Clever. You'd never need more than 2 or 3 for a word. Chronicler watched Kavoth quietly. Kavoth didn't notice, his attention on the paper. If this is am, Then these must be the ah sounds. He motioned to a group of characters chronicler had penned. Ah, I, A-A-U-H. That would make these the O's. Kavoth nodded to himself and pressed the pen back into chronicler's hand. Show me the consonants. Chronicler pinned them down numbly, reciting the sounds as he wrote. After a moment, Kavoth took the pen and completed the list himself, asking the dumbfounded chronicler to correct him if he made a mistake. Chronicler watched and listened as Kavoth completed the list. From beginning to end, the whole process took about 15 minutes. He made no mistakes. Wonderfully efficient system, Kavoth said appreciatively. Very logical. Did you design it yourself? Chronicler took a long moment before he spoke, staring at the rows of characters on the page in front of Kavoth. Finally, disregarding Kavoth's question, Chronicler asked, Did you really learn Tima in a day? Kavoth gave a faint smile and looked down at the table. That's an old story. I'd almost forgotten. It took a day and a half, actually. A day and a half with no sleep. Why do you ask? I heard about it at the university. I never really believed it. He looked down at the page of his cipher in Kavoth's neat handwriting. All of it. Kavoth looked puzzled. What? Did you learn the whole language? No. Of course not, Kavoth said rather testily. Only a portion of it. A large portion to be sure. But I don't believe you can ever learn all of anything, let alone a language. Kavoth rubbed his hands together. Now are you ready? Chronicler shook his head as if to clear it, set out a new sheet of paper, and nodded. Kavoth held up a hand to keep Chronicler from writing, and spoke. I've never told this story before, and I doubt I'll ever tell it again. Kavoth leaned forward in his chair. Before we begin, you must remember that I am of the Edema Ru. We were telling stories before Kalaptina burned, before there were books to write in, before there was music to play. When the first fire kindled, we Ru were there spinning stories in the circle of its flickering light. Kavoth nodded to the scribe. I know your reputation as a great collector of stories and recorder of events. Kavoth's eyes became hard as flint, sharp as broken glass. That said, do not presume to change a word of what I say. If I seem to wander, if I seem to stray, remember that true stories seldom take the straightest way. Chronicler nodded solemnly, trying to imagine the mind that could break apart his cipher in a piece of an hour. A mind that could learn a language in a day. Kavoth gave a gentle smile and looked around the room as if fixing it in his memory. Chronicler dipped his pen, and Kavoth looked down at his folded hands for as long as it takes to draw 3 deep breaths. Then he began to speak. In some ways, it began when I heard her singing. Her voice twinning, mixing with my own. Her voice was like a portrait of her soul, wild as a fire, sharp as shattered glass, sweet and clean as clover. Kavoth shook his head. No, it began at the university. I went to learn magic of the sort they talk about in stories. Magic like Taborlin the Great. I wanted to learn the name of the wind. I wanted fire and lightning. I wanted answers to 10,000 questions and access to their archives. But what I found at the university was much different than a story, and I was much dismayed. But I expect the true beginning lies in what led me to the university. Unexpected fires at twilight. A man with eyes like ice at the bottom of a well. The smell of blood and burning hair. The Chandrian. He nodded to himself. Yes, I suppose that is where it all begins. This is, in many ways, a story about the Chandrian. Kavoth shook his head, as if to free himself from some dark thought. But I suppose I must go even further back than that. If this is to be something resembling my book of deeds, I can spare the time. It will be worth it if I am remembered, if not flatteringly, then at least with some small amount of accuracy. But what would my father say if he heard me telling a story this way? Begin at the beginning. Very well, if we are to have a telling, let's make it a proper one. Kavoth sat forward in his chair. In the beginning, as far as I know, the world was spun out of the nameless void by Aleph, who gave everything a name. Or, depending on the version of the tale, found the names all things already possessed. Chronicler let slip a small laugh, though he did not look up from his page or pause in his writing. Kavoth continued, smiling himself. I see you laugh. Very well, for simplicity's sake, let us assume I am the center of creation. In doing this, let us pass over innumerable boring stories, the rise and fall of empires, sagas of heroism, ballads of tragic love. Let us hurry forward to the only tale of any real importance. His smile broadened. Mine. My name is Kavoth, pronounced nearly the same as quoth. Names are important as they tell you a great deal about a person. I've had more names than anyone has a right to. The Adam call me Madre, which, depending on how it's spoken, can mean the flame, the thunder, or the broken tree. The flame is obvious if you've ever seen me. I have red hair, bright. If I had been born a couple hundred years ago, I would probably have been burned as a demon. I keep it short, but it's unruly. When left to its own devices, it sticks up and makes me look as if I have been set afire. The thunder, I attribute to a strong baritone and a great deal of stage training at an early age. I've never thought of the broken tree as very significant, although in retrospect I suppose it could be considered at least partially prophetic. My first mentor called me a leer because I was clever and I knew it. My first real lover called me dullator because she liked the sound of it. I have been called Shattecar, Lightfinger, and Six String. I have been called Kavoth the Bloodless, Kavoth the Arcane, and Kavoth Kingkiller. I have earned those names, bought and paid for them, but I was brought up as Kavoth. My father once told me it meant to know. I have, of course, been called many other things, most of them uncouth, although very few were unearned. I have stolen princesses back from sleeping barrow kings. I burned down the town of Trebon. I have spent the night with Felurian and left with both my sanity and my life. I was expelled from the university at a younger age than most people are allowed in. I tread paths by moonlight that others fear to speak of during day. I have talked to gods, loved women, and written songs that make the minstrels weep. You may have heard of me. Chapter 8. Thieves, Heretics, and Whores. If this story is to be something resembling my book of deeds, we must begin at the beginning, at the heart of who I truly am. To do this, you must remember that before I was anything else, I was one of the Edema Rue. Contrary to popular belief, not all traveling performers are of the Rue. My troupe was not some poor batch of mummers, japing at crossroads for pennies, singing for our suppers. We were court performers, Lord Greyfallow's men. Our arrival in most towns was more of an event than the midwinter pageantry and Solonade games rolled together. There were usually at least 8 wagons in our troupe and well over 24 performers, actors and acrobats, musicians and hand magicians, jugglers and jesters, my family. My father was a better actor and musician than any you have ever seen. My mother had a natural gift for words. They were both beautiful, with dark hair and easy laughter. They were rude down to their bones, and that, really, is all that needs to be said. Save perhaps that my mother was a noble before she was a trooper. She told me my father had lured her away from a miserable, dreary hell, with sweet music and sweeter words. I could only assume she meant 3 Crossings, where we went to visit relatives when I was very young. Once, my parents were never really married, by which I mean they never bothered making their relationship official with any church. I'm not embarrassed by the fact. They considered themselves married and didn't see much point in announcing it to any government or God. I respect that. In truth, they seemed more content and faithful than many officially married couples I have seen since. Our patron was Baron Greyfallow, and his name opened many doors that would ordinarily be closed to the Edema Rue. In return, we wore his colors, green and gray, and added to his reputation wherever we went. Once a year we spent 2 span at his manor, entertaining him and his household. It was a happy childhood, growing up in the center of an endless fair. My father would read to me from the great monologues during the long wagon rides between towns. Reciting mostly from memory, his voice would roll down the road for a quarter mile. I remember reading along, coming in on the secondary parts. My father would encourage me to try particularly good sections myself, and I learned to love the feel of good words. My mother and I would make up songs together. Other times my parents would act out romantic dialogues while I followed along in the books. They seemed like games at the time. Little did I know how cunningly I was being taught. I was a curious child, quick with questions and eager to learn. With acrobats and actors as my teachers, it is little wonder that I never grew to dread lessons as most children do. The roads were safer in those days, but cautious folk would still travel with our troupe for safety's sake. They supplemented my education. I learned an eclectic smattering of Commonwealth law from a traveling barrister too drunk or too pompous to realize he was lecturing an 8-year-old. I learned woodcraft from a huntsman named Lacklith who traveled with us for nearly a whole season. I learned the sordid inner workings of the royal court in Modegg from a courtesan. As my father used to say, call a jack, Call a spade, but always call a whore a lady. Their lives are hard enough, and it never hurts to be polite. Hetera smelled vaguely of cinnamon, and at 9 years old, I found her fascinating without exactly knowing why. She taught me I should never do anything in private that I didn't want talked about in public, and cautioned me to not talk in my sleep. And then there was Abenthi, my first real teacher. He taught me more than all the others set end to end. If not for him, I would never have become the man I am today. I asked that you not hold it against him. He meant well. You'll have to move along, the mayor said. Camp outside town, and no one will bother you so long as you don't start any fights or wander off with anything that isn't yours. He gave my father a significant look. Then be on your merry way tomorrow. No performances. They're more trouble than they're worth. We are licensed, my father said, pulling out a folded piece of parchment from the inner pocket of his jacket. Charged to perform, in fact. The mayor shook his head and made no motion to look at our writ of patronage. It makes folk rowdy, he said firmly. Last time there was an unholy row during the play. Too much drinking, too much excitement. Folks tore the doors off the public house and smashed up the tables. The hall belongs to the town, you see. The town bears the expense of the repairs. By this time our wagons were drawing attention. Tripp was doing some juggling. Marion and his wife were putting on an impromptu string puppet show. I was watching my father from the back of our wagon. We certainly would not want to offend you or your patron, the mayor said. However, the town can ill afford another evening such as that. As a gesture of goodwill, I'm willing to offer you a copper each, say 20 pennies, simply to be on your way and not make any trouble for us here. Now you have to understand that 20 pennies might be a good bit of money for some little ragamuffin troupe living hand to mouth. But for us it was simply insulting. He should have offered us 40 to play for the evening, free use of the public hall, a good meal, and beds at the inn. The last we would graciously decline, as their beds were no doubt lousy and those in our wagons were not. If my father was surprised or insulted, he did not show it. Pack up, he shouted over one shoulder. Tripp tucked his juggling stones into various pockets without so much as a flourish. There was a disappointed chorus from several dozen townsfolk as the puppets stopped mid-jape and were packed away. The mayor looked relieved, brought out his purse, and pulled out 2 silver pennies. I'll be sure to tell the Baron of your generosity, my father said carefully as the mayor laid the pennies into his hand. The mayor froze mid-motion. Baron Greyfallow. My father paused, looking for some spark of recognition on the mayor's face. Lord of the Eastern Marshes, Pedumbrun by Thyron, and the Widecont Hills. My father looked around at the horizon. We are still in the Widecont Hills, aren't we? Well, yes, the mayor said. But Squire Semmelin. Oh, we're in Semmelin's fief, my father exclaimed, looking around as if just now getting his bearings. Thin gentleman, tidy little beard. He brushed his chin with his fingers. The mayor nodded numbly. Charming fellow, lovely singing voice. Met him when we were entertaining the Baron last midwinter. Of course, the mayor paused significantly. Might I see your writ? I watched as the mayor read it. It took him a little while, as my father had not bothered to mention the majority of the Baron's titles, such as the Viscount of Montrone and Lord of Trelliston. The upshot was this. It was true that the Squire Semmelin controlled this little town and all the land around it. But Semmelin owed fealty directly to Greyfallow. In more concrete terms, Greyfallow was captain of the ship. Semmelin scrubbed the planking and saluted him. The mayor refolded the parchment and handed it back to my father. I see. That was all. I remember being stunned when the mayor didn't apologize or offer my father more money. My father paused as well, then continued. The city is your jurisdiction, sir. But we'll perform either way. It will either be here or just outside the city limits. Ye can't use the public house, the mayor said firmly. I won't have it wrecked again. We can play right here. My father pointed to the market square. It will be enough space, and it keeps everyone right here in town. The mayor hesitated, though I could hardly believe it. We sometimes chose to play on the green because the local buildings weren't big enough. 2 of our wagons were built to become stages for just that eventuality. But in my whole 11 years of memory, I could barely count on both hands the times we'd been forced to play the green. We had never played outside the city limits. But we were spared that. The mayor nodded at last and gestured my father closer. I slipped out the back of the wagon and moved close enough to catch the end of what he said. God-fearing folk around here. Nothing vulgar or heretical. We had a double handful of trouble with the last troop that came through here. 2 fights, folks missing their laundry, and one of Branston's daughters got herself in a family way. I was outraged. I waited for my father to show the mayor the sharp side of his tongue, to explain the difference between mere traveling performers and Edema Rue. We didn't steal. We would never let things get so out of control that a bunch of drunks ruined the hall where we were playing. But my father did nothing of the sort. He just nodded and walked back toward our wagon. He gestured, and Trip started juggling again. The puppets re-emerged from their cases. As he came around the wagon, he saw me standing, half hidden beside the horses. "I'm guessing you heard the whole thing from the look on your face," he said with a wry grin. "Let it go, my boy. He gets full marks for honesty, if not for grace. He just says out loud what other folk keep in the quiet of their hearts. Why do you think I have everyone stay in pairs when we go about our business in bigger towns?" I knew it for the truth. Still, it was a hard pill for a young boy to swallow. 20 pennies, I said scathingly, as if he were offering us charity. That was the hardest part of growing up at Edema Rue. We are strangers everywhere. Many folk view us as vagabonds and beggars, while others deem us little more than thieves, heretics, and whores. It's hard to be wrongfully accused, but it's worse when the people looking down on you are clods who have never read a book or traveled more than 20 miles from the place they were born. My father laughed and ruffed my hair. "Just pity him, my boy. Tomorrow we'll be on our way, but he'll have to keep his own disagreeable company until the day he dies. He's an ignorant blatherskate," I said bitterly. He lay a firm hand on my shoulder, letting me know I'd said enough. "This is what comes of getting too close to Adder, I suppose. Tomorrow we'll head south. Greener pastures, kinder folk, prettier women." He cupped an ear toward the wagon and nudged me with his elbow. "I can hear everything you say," my mother called sweetly from inside. My father grinned and winked at me. "So what play are we going to do?" I asked my father. "Nothing vulgar, mind you. They're God-fearing folk in these parts." He looked at me. "What would you pick?" I gave it a long moment's thought. "I'd play something from the Brightfield cycle. The Forging of the Path, or some such." My father made a face. "Not a very good play." I shrugged. "They won't know the difference. Besides, it's chock full of Telu, so no one will complain about it being vulgar." I looked up at the sky. "I just hope it doesn't rain on us halfway through." My father looked up at the clouds. "It will. Still, there are worse things than playing in the rain." "Like playing in the rain and getting shimmed on the deal?" I asked. The mayor hurried up to us, moving at a fast walk. There was a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, and he was puffing a little bit, as if he'd been running. I talked it over with a few members of the council, and we decided that it would be quite all right for you to use the public house if you would care to. My father's body language was perfect. It was perfectly clear he was offended, but far too polite to say anything. "I certainly wouldn't want to put you out." "No, no. No bother at all. I insist, in fact." "Very well, if you insist." The mayor smiled and hurried away. "Well, that's a little better," my father sighed. "No need to tighten our belts yet. Halfpenny a head. That's right. Anyone without a head gets in free." "Thank you, sir." Tripp was working the door, making sure everyone paid to see the play. "Halfpenny a head. Though by the rosy glow in your lady's cheeks, I should be charging you for a head and a half. Not that it's any of my business, mind you." Tripp had the quickest tongue of anyone in the troupe, which made him the best man for the job of making sure no one tried to fast talk or bully their way inside. Wearing his green and gray jester's motley, Tripp could say just about anything and get away with it. "Hello, Mom, no charge for the little one, but if he starts to squawk you'd best give him the tit quick or take him outside." Tripp carried on his unending patter. "That's right, halfpenny." "Yes, sir, empty head still pays full price." Though it was always fun to watch Tripp work, most of my attention was on a wagon that had rolled into the other end of town about a quarter hour ago. The mayor had argued with the old man driving it, then stormed off. Now I saw the mayor heading back to the wagon accompanied by a tall fellow carrying a long cudgel, the constable, unless I missed my guess. My curiosity got the best of me, and I made my way toward the wagon, doing my best to stay out of sight. The mayor and the old man were arguing again by the time I got close enough to hear. The constable stood nearby, looking irritated and anxious. "Told you. I don't have a license." "I don't need a license." "Does a peddler need a license?" "Does a tinker need a license?" "You're not a tinker," the mayor said. "Don't try to pass yourself off as one." "I'm not trying to pass myself off as anything," the old man snapped. "I'm a tinker and a peddler, and I'm more than both. I'm an arcanist, you great dithering heap of idiot. My point exactly, the mayor said doggedly. We're God-fearing people in these parts. We don't want any meddling with dark things, better left alone. We don't want the trouble your kind can bring. My kind, the old man said. What do you know about my kind? There probably hasn't been an arcanist through these parts in 50 years. We like it that way. Just turn around and go back the way you came. Like hell if I'm spending a night in the rain because of your thick head, the old man said hotly. I don't need your permission to rent a room or do business in the street. Now get away from me, or I'll show you firsthand what sort of trouble my kind can be. Fear flashed across the mayor's face before it was overwhelmed by outrage. He gestured over one shoulder at the constable. Then you'll spend the night in jail for vagrancy and threatening behavior. We'll let you on your way in the morning if you've learned to keep a civil tongue in your head. The constable advanced on the wagon, his cudgel held cautiously at his side. The old man stood his ground and raised one hand. A deep, red light welled up from the front corners of his wagon. That's far enough, he said ominously. Things could get ugly otherwise. After a moment's surprise, I realized the strange light came from a pair of sympathy lamps the old man had mounted on his wagon. I had seen one before, in Lord Greyfellow's library. They were brighter than gaslight, steadier than candles or lamps, and lasted nearly forever. They were also terribly expensive. I was willing to bet that no one in this little town had ever heard of them, let alone seen one. The constable stopped in his tracks when the light began to swell. But when nothing else seemed to happen, he set his jaw and kept walking toward the wagon. The old man's expression grew anxious. Now hold on a moment, he said as the red light from the wagon started to fade. We don't want. Shut your klepper, you old shitfire, the constable said. He snatched at the arcanist's arm as if he were sticking his hand into an oven. Then, when nothing happened, he smiled and grew more confident. Don't think I won't knock you a good one to keep you from working any more of your devilry. Well done, Tom, the mayor said, radiating relief. Bring him along, and we'll send someone back for the wagon. The constable grinned and twisted the old man's arm. The arcanist bent at the waist and gasped a short, painful breath. From where I hid, I saw the arcanist's face change from anxious to pained to angry all in a second. I saw his mouth move. A furious gust of wind came out of nowhere, as if a storm had suddenly burst with no warning. The wind struck the old man's wagon, and it tipped onto two wheels before slamming back down onto four. The constable staggered and fell as if he had been struck by the hand of God. Even where I hid nearly 30 feet away, the wind was so strong that I was forced to take a step forward, as if I'd been pushed roughly from behind. Begone, the old man shouted angrily. Trouble me no longer. I will set fire to your blood and fill you with a fear like ice and iron. There was something familiar about his words, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Both the mayor and the constable turned tail and ran, their eyes white and wild as startled horses. The wind faded as quickly as it had come. The whole sudden burst couldn't have lasted more than 5 seconds. As most of the townsfolk were gathered around the public house, I doubted anyone had seen it except for me, the mayor, the constable, and the old man's donkeys who stood placidly in their harness, utterly unperturbed. Leave this place clean of your foul presence, the arcanist muttered to himself as he watched them go. By the power of my name, I command it to be so. I finally realized why his words seemed so familiar. He was quoting lines from the exorcism scene in Dionica. Not many folk knew that play. The old man turned back to his wagon and began to extemporize. I'll turn you into butter on a summer day. I'll turn you into a poet with the soul of a priest. I'll fill you with lemon custard and push you out a window. He spat. Bastards. His irritation seemed to leave him, and he heaved a great, weary sigh. Well, that couldn't have gone much worse, the old man muttered as he rubbed at the shoulder of the arm the constable had twisted. Do you think they'll come back with a mob behind them? For a second I thought the old man was talking to me. Then I realized the truth. He was talking to his donkeys. I don't think so either, he said to them. But I've been wrong before. Let's stay near the edge of town and have a look at the last of the oats, shall we? He clambered up into the back of the wagon and came down with a wide bucket and a nearly empty burlap sack. He appended the sack into the bucket and seemed disheartened by the results. He took out a handful for himself before nudging the bucket toward the donkeys with his foot. Don't give me that look, he said to them. It's short rations all around. Besides, you can graze. He petted one donkey while he ate his handful of rough oats, stopping occasionally to spit out a husk. It struck me as very sad. This old man all alone on the road with no one to talk to but his donkeys. It's hard for us, Edema Rue, but at least we had each other. This man had no one. We've wandered too far from civilization, boys. The folk that need me don't trust me, and the ones that trust me can't afford me. The old man peered into his purse. We've got a penny and a half, so our options are limited. Do we want to be wet tonight or hungry tomorrow? We're not going to do any business, so it will probably be one or the other. I slunk around the edge of the building until I could see what was written on the side of the old man's wagon. It read, Abinthe, Arcanist Extraordinary, Scribe, Dowser, Chemist, Dentist, Rare Goods, all ailments tended, lost items found, anything mended, no horoscopes, no love potions, no malefaction. Abinthe noticed me as soon as I stepped out from behind the building where I'd been hiding. Hello there. Can I help you? You've misspelled ailments, I pointed out. He looked surprised. It's a joke, actually, he explained. I brew a bit. Oh, ale, I said, nodding. I get it. I brought my hand out of my pocket. Can you sell me anything for a penny? He seemed stuck between amusement and curiosity. What are you looking for? I'd like some Lucilium. We had performed Fairy the Fair a dozen times in the last month, and it had filled my young mind with intrigue and assassination. Are you expecting someone to poison you? He said, somewhat taken aback. Not really. But it seems to me that if you wait around until you know you need an antidote, it's probably too late to pick one up. I suppose I could sell you a penny's worth, he said. That would be about a dose for a person your size. But it's dangerous stuff in its own right. It only cures certain poisons. You can hurt yourself if you take it at the wrong time. Oh, I said. I didn't know that. In the play it was touted as an infallible cure-all. Abinthe tapped his lips thoughtfully. Can you answer me a question in the meantime? I nodded. Whose troop is that? In a way it's mine, I said. But in another way, it's my father's because he runs the show and points which way the wagons go. But it's Baron Greyfallow's too, because he's our patron. We're Lord Greyfallow's men. The old man gave me an amused look. I've heard of you. Good troop. Good reputation. I nodded, not seeing any point in false modesty. Do you think your father might be interested in taking on any help? He asked. I don't claim to be much of an actor, but I'm handy to have around. I could make you face paint and rouge that aren't all full of lead and mercury and arsenic. I can do lights, too. Quick, clean, and bright. Different colors if you want them. I didn't have to think too hard about it. Candles were expensive and vulnerable to drafts. Torches were dirty and dangerous. And everyone in the troupe learned the dangers of cosmetics at an early age. It was hard to become an old, seasoned trooper when you painted poison on yourself every third day and ended up raving mad by the time you were 25. I may be overstepping myself a little, I said as I held out my hand for him to shake. But let me be the first to welcome you to the troupe. If this is to be a full and honest account of my life and deeds, I feel I should mention that my reasons for inviting Ben into our troupe were not entirely altruistic. It's true that quality cosmetics and clean lights were a welcome addition to our troupe. It's also true that I'd felt sorry for the old man alone on the road. But underneath it all, I was moved by my curiosity. I had seen Abinthe do something I could not explain, something strange and wonderful. Not his trick with the sympathy lamps. I recognized that for what it was, showmanship, a bluff to impress ignorant townsfolk. What he had done afterward was different. He called the wind, and the wind came. It was magic. Real magic. The sort of magic I'd heard about in stories of Taborlin the Great. The sort of magic I hadn't believed in since I was 6. Now I didn't know what to believe. So I invited him into our troupe, hoping to find answers to my questions. Though I didn't know it at the time, I was looking for the name of the wind. Chapter 9. Riding in the wagon with Ben. Abinthe was the first arcanist I ever met, a strange, exciting figure to a young boy. He was knowledgeable in all the sciences: botany, astronomy, psychology, anatomy, alchemy, geology, chemistry. He was portly, with twinkling eyes that moved quickly from one thing to another. He had a strip of dark gray hair running around the back of his head, but, and this is what I remember most about him, no eyebrows. Rather, he had them, but they were in a perpetual state of regrowing from being burned off in the course of his alchemical pursuits. It made him look surprised and quizzical all at once. He spoke gently, laughed often, and never exercised his wit at the expense of others. He cursed like a drunken sailor with a broken leg, but only at his donkeys. They were called Alpha and Beta, and Abinthi fed them carrots and lumps of sugar when he thought no one was looking. Chemistry was his particular love, and my father said he'd never known a man to run a better still. By his second day in our troop, I was making a habit of riding in his wagon. I would ask him questions, and he would answer. Then he would ask for songs, and I would pluck them out for him on a lute I borrowed from my father's wagon. He would even sing from time to time. He had a bright, reckless tenor that was always wandering off, looking for notes in the wrong places. More often than not, he stopped and laughed at himself when it happened. He was a good man, and there was no conceit in him. Not long after he joined our troop, I asked Abinthi what it was like being an arcanist. He gave me a thoughtful look. Have you ever known an arcanist? We paid one to mend a cracked axle on the road once. I paused to think. He was heading inland with a caravan of fish. Abinthi made a dismissive gesture. No, boy. I'm talking about arcanists. Not some poor chill charmer who works his way back and forth across caravan routes, trying to keep fresh meat from rotting. What's the difference? I asked, sensing it was expected of me. Well, he said, that might take a bit of explaining. I've got nothing but time. Abinthi gave me an appraising look. I'd been waiting for it. It was the look that said, you don't sound as young as you look. I hoped he'd come to grips with it fairly soon. It gets tiresome being spoken to as if you are a child, even if you happen to be one. He took a deep breath. Just because someone knows a trick or two doesn't mean they're an arcanist. They might know how to set a bone or read ELD Vintic. Maybe they even know a little sympathy. But, sympathy, I interrupted as politely as possible. You'd probably call it magic, Abinthi said reluctantly. It's not really. He shrugged. But even knowing sympathy doesn't make you an arcanist. A true arcanist has worked his way through the arcanum at the university. At his mention of the arcanum, I bristled with 24 new questions. Not so many, you might think. But when you added them to the half-hundred questions I carried with me wherever I went, I was stretched nearly to bursting. Only through a severe effort of will did I remain silent, waiting for Abinthi to continue on his own. Abinthi, however, noticed my reaction. So, you've heard about the arcanum, have you? He seemed amused. Tell me what you've heard, then. This small prompt was all the excuse I needed. I heard from a boy in Temper Glen that if your arm's cut off, they can sew it back on at the university. Can they really? Some stories say Taborlin the Great went there to learn the names of all things. There's a library with 1,000 books. Are there really that many? He answered the last question, the others having rushed by too quickly for him to respond. More than 1,000, actually. 10 times 10,000 books. More than that. More books than you could ever read. Abinthi's voice grew vaguely wistful. More books than I could read. Somehow I doubted that. Ben continued. The people you see riding with caravans, charmers who keep food from spoiling, dowsers, fortune-tellers, toad-eaters, aren't real arcanists any more than all traveling performers are a Dimaru. They might know a little alchemy, a little sympathy, a little medicine. He shook his head. But they're not arcanists. A lot of people pretend to be. They wear robes and put on airs to take advantage of the ignorant and gullible. But here's how you tell a true arcanist. Abinthi pulled a fine chain over his head and handed it to me. It was the first time I had ever seen an arcanum gilder. It looked rather unimpressive, just a flat piece of lead with some unfamiliar writing stamped onto it. That is a true gilda, or gilder if you prefer, Abinthi explained with some satisfaction. It's the only sure way to be certain of who is and who isn't an arcanist. Your father asked to see mine before he let me ride with your troop. It shows he's a man of the world. He watched me with a sly disinterest. Uncomfortable, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and nodded. My hand had gone numb as soon as I'd touched it. I was curious to study the markings on its front and back, but after the space of 2 breaths, my arm was numb to the shoulder, as if I had slept on it all night. I wondered if my whole body would go numb if I held it long enough. I was prevented from finding out, as the wagon hit a bump and my numbed hand almost let Abinthi's gilder fall to the footboard of the wagon. He snatched it up and slipped it back over his head, chuckling. How can you stand it? I asked, trying to rub a little feeling back into my hand. It only feels that way to other people, he explained. To its owner, it's just warm. That's how you can tell the difference between an arcanist and someone who has a knack for finding water or guessing at the weather. Trip has something like that, I said. He rolls 7s. That's a little different, Abinthi laughed. Not anything so unexplainable as a knack. He slouched a little farther down into his seat. Probably for the best. A couple hundred years ago, a person was good as dead if folks saw he had a knack. The Talons called them demon signs, and burned folk if they had them. Abinthi's mood seemed to have taken a downward turn. We had to break Trip out of jail once or twice, I said, trying to lighten the tone of the conversation. But no one actually tried to burn him. Abinthi gave a tired smile. I suspect Trip has a pair of clever dice, or an equally clever skill, which probably extends to cards as well. I thank you for your timely warning, but a knack is something else entirely. I can't abide being patronized. Trip can't cheat to save his life, I said a little more sharply than I had intended. And anyone in the troupe can tell good dice from bad. Trip throws sevens. It doesn't matter whose dice he uses, he rolls sevens. If he bets on someone, they roll sevens. If he so much as bumps a table with loose dice on it, 7. Abinthi nodded to himself. My apologies. That does sound like a knack. I'd be curious to see it. I nodded. Take your own dice. We haven't let him play for years. A thought occurred to me. It might not still work. He shrugged. Knacks don't go away so easily as that. When I was growing up in Stop, I knew a young man with a knack. Uncommonly good with plants. Abinthi's grin was gone as he looked off at something I couldn't see. His tomatoes would be red while everyone else's vines were still climbing. His squash were bigger and sweeter. His grapes didn't hardly have to be bottled before they started being wine. He trailed off, his eyes far away. Did they burn him? I asked with the morbid curiosity of the young. What? No, of course not. I'm not that old. He scowled at me in mock severity. There was a drought, and he got run out of town. His poor mother was heartbroken. There was a moment of silence. 2 wagons ahead of us, I heard Turin and Shandy rehearsing lines from The Swineherd and The Nightingale. Abinthi seemed to be listening as well, in an offhand way. After Turin got himself lost halfway through Fane's garden monologue, I turned back to face him. Do they teach acting at the university? I asked. Abinthi shook his head, slightly amused by the question. Many things, but not that. I looked over at Abinthi and saw him watching me. His eyes danced. Could you teach me some of those other things? I asked. He smiled, and it was as easy as that. Abinthi proceeded to give me a brief overview of each of the sciences. While his main love was for chemistry, he believed in a rounded education. I learned how to work the sextant, the compass, the slipstick, the abacus. More important, I learned to do without. Within a span, I could identify any chemical in his cart. In 2 months, I could distill liquor until it was too strong to drink, bandage a wound, set a bone, and diagnose hundreds of sicknesses from symptoms. I knew the process for making 4 different aphrodisiacs, 3 concoctions for contraception, 9 for impotence, and 2 filters referred to simply as Maiden's Helper. Abinthi was rather vague about the purpose of the last of these, but I had some strong suspicions. I learned the formulae for a dozen poisons and acids and 100 medicines and cure-alls, some of which even worked. I doubled my herb lore in theory, if not in practice. Abinthi started to call me Red, and I called him Ben, first in retaliation, then in friendship. Only now, far after the fact, do I recognize how carefully Ben prepared me for what was to come at the university. He did it subtly. Once or twice a day, mixed in with my normal lectures, Ben would present me with a little mental exercise I would have to master before we went on to anything else. He made me play Tyranny without a board, keeping track of the stones in my head. Other times he would stop in the middle of a conversation and make me repeat everything said in the last few minutes, word for word. This was levels beyond the simple memorization I had practiced for the stage. My mind was learning to work in different ways, becoming stronger. It felt the same way your body feels after a day of splitting wood, or swimming, or sex. You feel exhausted, languorous, and almost godlike. This feeling was similar, except it was my intellect that was weary and expanded, languid and latently powerful. I could feel my mind starting to awaken. I seemed to gain momentum as I progressed, like when water starts to wash away a dam made of sand. I don't know if you understand what a geometric progression is, but that is the best way to describe it. Through it all, Ben continued to teach me mental exercises that I was half convinced he constructed out of sheer meanness. Chapter 10. Aller and Several Stones. Ben held up a chunk of dirty fieldstone slightly bigger than his fist. What will happen if I let go of this rock? I thought for a bit. Simple questions during lesson time were very seldom simple. Finally, I gave the obvious answer. It will probably fall. He raised an eyebrow. I had kept him busy over the last several months, and he hadn't had the leisure to accidentally burn them off. Probably. You sound like a sophist, boy. Hasn't it always fallen before? I stuck my tongue out at him. Don't try to bold-face your way through this one. That's a fallacy. You taught me that yourself. He grinned. Fine. Would it be fair to say you believe it will fall? Fair enough. I want you to believe it will fall up when I let go of it. His grin widened. I tried. It was like doing mental gymnastics. After a while, I nodded. Okay. How well do you believe it? Not very well, I admitted. I want you to believe this rock will float away. Believe it with a faith that will move mountains and shake trees. He paused and seemed to take a different tack. Do you believe in God? Telu. After a fashion. Not good enough. Do you believe in your parents? I gave a little smile. Sometimes. I can't see them right now. He snorted and unhooked the slapstick he used to go to Alpha and Beta when they were being lazy. Do you believe in this, Elir? He only called me Elir when he thought I was being especially willfully obstinate. He held out the stick for my inspection. There was a malicious glitter in his eye. I decided not to tempt fate. Yes. Good. He slapped the side of the wagon with it, producing a sharp crack. One of Alpha's ears pivoted around at the noise, uncertain as to whether or not it was directed at her. That's the sort of belief I want. It's called Aller, riding crop belief. When I drop this stone, it will float away, free as a bird. He brandished the slapstick a bit. And none of your petty philosophy, or I'll make you sorry you ever took a shining to that little game. I nodded. I cleared my mind with one of the tricks I'd already learned and bore down on believing. I started to sweat. After what may have been 10 minutes, I nodded again. He let go of the rock. It fell. I began to get a headache. He picked the rock back up. Do you believe that it floated? No. I sulked, rubbing my temples. Good. It didn't. Never fool yourself into perceiving things that don't exist. It's a fine line to walk, but sympathy is not an art for the weak-willed. He held out the rock again. Do you believe it will float? It didn't. It doesn't matter. Try again. He shook the stone. Aller is the cornerstone of sympathy. If you are going to impose your will on the world, you must have control over what you believe. I tried and I tried. It was the most difficult thing I had ever done. It took me almost all afternoon. Finally, Ben was able to drop the rock, and I retained my firm belief that it wouldn't fall despite evidence to the contrary. I heard the thump of the rock, and I looked at Ben. I've got it, I said calmly, feeling more than a little smug. He looked at me out of the corner of his eye, as if he didn't quite believe me, but didn't want to admit it. He picked at the rock absently with one fingernail, then shrugged and held it up again. I want you to believe the rock will fall, and that the rock will not fall when I let go of it. He grinned. I went to bed late that night. I had a nosebleed and a smile of satisfaction. I held the two separate beliefs loosely in my mind and let their singing discord lull me into senselessness. Being able to think about two disparate things at once, aside from being wonderfully efficient, was roughly akin to being able to sing harmony with yourself. It turned into a favorite game of mine. After 2 days of practicing, I was able to sing a trio. Soon I was doing the mental equivalent of palming cards and juggling knives. There were many other lessons, though none were quite so pivotal as the Aller. Ben taught me Heart of Stone, a mental exercise that let you set aside your emotions and prejudices and let you think clearly about whatever you wished. Ben said a man who truly mastered Heart of Stone could go to his sister's funeral without ever shedding a tear. He also taught me a game called Seek the Stone. The point of the game was to have one part of your mind hide an imaginary stone in an imaginary room. Then you had another, separate part of your mind try to find it. Practically, it teaches valuable mental control. If you can really play Seek the Stone, then you are developing an iron-hard Aller of the sort you need for sympathy. However, while being able to think about two things at the same time is terribly convenient, the training it takes to get there is frustrating at best, and at other times rather disturbing. I remember one time I looked for the stone for almost an hour before I consented to ask the other half of me where I'd hidden it, only to find I hadn't hidden the stone at all. I had merely been waiting to see how long I would look before giving up. Have you ever been annoyed and amused with yourself at the same time? It's an interesting feeling, to say the very least. Another time I asked for hints and ended up jeering at myself. It's no wonder that many arcanists you meet are a little eccentric, if not downright cracked. As Ben had said, sympathy is not for the weak of mind. Chapter 11. The Binding of Iron. ISAT in the back of a Binthy's wagon. It was a wonderful place for me, home to 100 bottles and bundles, saturated with 1,000 smells. To my young mind, it was usually more fun than a tinker's cart, but not today. It had rained heavily the night before, and the road was a thick morass of mud. Since the troop was not on any particular schedule, we had decided to wait for a day or two to give the roads time to dry. It was a fairly common occurrence, and it happened to fall at the perfect time for Ben to further my education. So I sat at the wooden work table in the back of Ben's wagon and chafed at wasting the day listening to him lecture me about things I already understood. My thoughts must have been apparent, because a Binthy sighed and sat down beside me. Not quite what you expected, eh? I relaxed a bit, knowing his tone meant a temporary reprieve from the lecture. He gathered up a handful of the iron drabs that were sitting on the table and clinked them together thoughtfully in his hand. He looked at me. Did you learn to juggle all at once? 5 balls at a time. Knives too. I flushed a bit at the memory. Trip hadn't even let me try 3 balls at first. He'd made me juggle too. I'd even dropped them a couple of times. I told Ben so. Right, Ben said. Master this trick and you get to learn another. I expected him to stand up and start back into the lesson, but he didn't. Instead, he held out the handful of iron drabs. What do you know about these? He clattered them together in his hand. In what respect? I asked. Physically, chemically, historically. Historically, he grinned. Astound me with your grasp of historical minutiae, Elir. I had asked him what Elir meant once. He claimed it meant, wise one, but I had my doubts from the way his mouth had quirked when he said it. A long time ago, the people who... How long ago? I frowned at him in mock severity. Roughly 2,000 years ago. The nomadic folk who roamed the foothills around the Shalda Mountains were brought together under one chieftain. What was his name? Heldred. His sons were Heldim and Heldar. Would you like his entire lineage, or should I get to the point? I glowered at him. Sorry, sir. Ben sat up straight in his seat and assumed such an aspect of rapt attention that we both broke into grins. I started again. Heldred eventually controlled the foothills around the Shalda. This meant that he controlled the mountains themselves. They started to plant crops, their nomadic lifestyle was abandoned, and they slowly began to get to the point. Abinthy asked. He tossed the drabs onto the table in front of me. I ignored him as best I could. They controlled the only plentiful and easily accessible source of metal for a great distance, and soon they were the most skilled workers of those metals as well. They exploited this advantage and gained a great deal of wealth and power. Until this point, barter was the most common method of trade. Some larger cities coined their own currency, but outside those cities the money was only worth the weight of the metal. Bars of metal were better for bartering, but full bars of metal were inconvenient to carry. Ben gave me his best board student face. The effect was only slightly inhibited by the fact that he had burned his eyebrows off again about 2 days ago. You're not going to go into the merits of representational currency, are you? I took a deep breath and resolved not to pester Ben so much when he was lecturing me. The no longer nomads, called the Sealdom by now, were the first to establish a standardized currency. By cutting one of these smaller bars into 5 pieces, you get 5 drabs. I began to piece 2 rows of 5 drabs, each together, to illustrate my point. They resembled little ingots of metal. 10 drabs are the same as a copper jot. 10 jots. Good enough, Ben broke in, startling me. So these 2 drabs, he held a pair out for my inspection, could have come from the same bar, right? Actually, they probably cast them individually. I trailed off under a glare. Sure. So there's something still connecting them, right? He gave me the look again. I didn't really agree, but knew better than to interrupt. Right? He set them both on the table. So when you move one, the other should move, right? I agreed for the sake of argument, then reached out to move one. But Ben stopped my hand, shaking his head. You've got to remind them first. You've got to convince them, in fact. He brought out a bowl and decanted a slow blob of pine pitch into it. He dipped one of the drabs into the pitch and stuck the other one to it, spoke several words I didn't recognize, and slowly pulled the bits apart, strands of pitch stretching between them. He set one on the table, keeping the other in his hand. Then he muttered something else and relaxed. He raised his hand, and the drab on the table mimicked the motion. He danced his hand around, and the brown piece of iron bobbed in the air. He looked from me to the coin. The law of sympathy is one of the most basic parts of magic. It states that the more similar 2 objects are, the greater the sympathetic link. The greater the link, the more easily they influence each other. Your definition is circular. He set down the coin. His lecturer's facade gave way to a grin as he tried with marginal success to wipe the pitch off of his hands with a rag. He thought for a while. Seems pretty useless, doesn't it? I gave a hesitant nod. Trick questions were fairly common around lesson time. Would you rather learn how to call the wind? His eyes danced at me. He murmured a word, and the canvas ceiling of the wagon rustled around us. I felt a grin capture my face. Wolfish. Too bad, Elir. His grin was wolfish too, and savage. You need to learn your letters before you can write. You need to learn the fingerings on the strings before you play and sing. He pulled out a piece of paper and jotted a couple of words on it. The trick is in holding the Aller firm in your mind. You need to believe they are connected. You need to know they are. He handed me the paper. Here is the phonetic pronunciation. It's called the sympathetic binding of parallel motion. Practice. He looked even more lupin than before, old and grizzled with no eyebrows. He left to wash his hands. I cleared my mind using Heart of Stone. Soon I was floating on a sea of dispassionate calm. I stuck the two bits of metal together with pine pitch. I fixed in my mind the Aller, the riding crop belief, that the two drabs were connected. I said the words, pulled the coins apart, spoke the last word, and waited. No rush of power. No flash of hot or cold. No radiant beam of light struck me. I was rather disappointed. At least as disappointed as I could be in the Heart of Stone. I lifted the coin in my hand, and the coin on the table lifted itself in a similar fashion. It was magic, there was no doubt about that. But I felt rather underwhelmed. I don't know what I'd been expecting. It wasn't this. The rest of that day was spent experimenting with the simple, sympathetic binding Abinthy had taught me. I learned that almost anything could be bound together. An iron drab and a silver talent, a stone and a piece of fruit, 2 bricks, a clod of earth, and one of the donkeys. It took me about 2 hours to figure out that the pine pitch wasn't necessary. When I asked him, Ben admitted that it was merely an aid for concentration. I think he was surprised that I figured it out without being told. Let me sum up sympathy very quickly, since you will probably never need to have anything other than a rough comprehension of how these things work. First, energy cannot be created or destroyed. When you are lifting one drab and the other rises off the table, the one in your hand feels as heavy as if you're lifting both, because, in fact, you are. That's in theory. In practice, it feels like you're lifting 3 drabs. No sympathetic link is perfect. The more dissimilar the items, the more energy is lost. Think of it as a leaky aqueduct leading to a water wheel. A good sympathetic link has very few leaks, and most of the energy is used. A bad link is full of holes. Very little of the effort you put into it goes toward what you want it to do. For instance, I tried linking a piece of chalk to a glass bottle of water. There was very little similarity between the two, so even though the bottle of water might have weighed 2 pounds, when I tried to lift the chalk it felt like 60 pounds. The best link I found was a tree branch I had broken in half. After I understood this little piece of sympathy, Ben taught me others. A dozen sympathetic bindings. 100 little tricks for channeling power. Each of them was a different word in a vast vocabulary I was just beginning to speak. Quite often it was tedious, and I'm not telling you the half of it. Ben continued giving me a smattering of lessons in other areas. History, arithmetic, and chemistry. But I grabbed at whatever he could teach me about sympathy. He doled out his secrets sparingly, making me prove I'd mastered one before giving me another. But I seemed to have a knack for it above and beyond my natural penchant for absorbing knowledge, so there was never too long a wait. I don't mean to imply that the road was always smooth. The same curiosity that made me such an eager student also led me into trouble with fair regularity. One evening as I was building up my parents' cook fire, my mother caught me chanting a rhyme I had heard the day before. Not knowing that she was behind me, she overheard as I knocked one stick of firewood against another and absent-mindedly recited. 7 things has Lady Lackless. Keeps them underneath her black dress. 1 a ring that's not for wearing. 1 a sharp word, not for swearing. Right beside her husband's candle. There's a door without a handle. In a box, no lid or locks. Lackless keeps her husband's rocks. There's a secret she's been keeping. She's been dreaming and not sleeping. On a road, that's not for traveling. Lackless likes her riddle raveling. I had heard a little girl chant it as she played hop-skip. I'd only heard it twice, but it had stuck in my head. It was memorable, as most child rhymes are. But my mother heard me and came over to stand by the fire. "What were you just saying, sweet?" Her tone wasn't angry, but I could tell she wasn't pleased either. "Something I heard back in Fallows," I said evasively. "Running off with town children was a largely forbidden activity. Distrust turns quickly to dislike. My father told new members of our troop, so stay together when you're in town and be polite." I laid some heavier sticks on the fire and let the flames lick them. My mother was silent for a while, and I was beginning to hope she would leave it alone when she said, "It's not a nice thing to be singing. Have you stopped to think what it's about?" I hadn't, actually. It seemed mostly nonsense rhyme. But when I ran it back through my head, I saw the rather obvious sexual innuendo. "I do. I didn't think about it before." Her expression grew a little gentler, and she reached down to smooth my hair. "Always think about what you're singing, honey." I seemed to be out of trouble, but I couldn't keep from asking, "How is it any different than parts of For All His Waiting?" Like when Fane asks Lady Periel about her hat. "I heard about it from so many men I wish to see it for myself and try the fit." It's pretty obvious what he's really talking about. I watched her mouth grow firm, not angry, but not pleased. Then something in her face changed. "You tell me what the difference is," she said. I hated bait questions. The difference was obvious. One would get me in trouble, the other wouldn't. I waited a while to make it clear I had given the matter proper consideration before I shook my head. My mother knelt lightly in front of the fire, warming her hands. "The difference is, go fetch me the tripod, would you?" She gave me a gentle push, and I scampered off to get it from the back of our wagon as she continued. "The difference is between saying something to a person and saying something about a person. The first might be rude, but the second is always gossip." I brought the tripod back and helped her set it over the fire. "Also, Lady Periel is just a character. Lady Lackless is a real person, with feelings that can be hurt." She looked up at me. "I didn't know," I protested guiltily. I must have struck a sufficiently piteous figure because she gathered me in for a hug and a kiss. "It's nothing to cry over, sweet one. Just remember to always think about what you're doing." She ran her hand over my head and smiled like the sun. "I imagine you could make it up to both Lady Lackless and myself if you found some sweet nettle for the pot tonight." Any excuse to escape judgment and play for a while in the tangle of trees by the roadside was good enough for me. I was gone almost before the words left her mouth. I should also make it clear that much of the time I spent with Ben was my free time. I was still responsible for my normal duties in the troop. I acted the part of the young page when needed. I helped paint scenery and sew costumes. I rubbed down the horses at night and rattled the sheet of tin backstage when we needed thunder on stage. But I didn't bemoan the loss of my free time. A child's endless energy and my own insatiable lust for knowledge made the following year one of the happiest times I can remember. Chapter 12. Puzzle Pieces Fitting. Toward the end of the summer, I accidentally overheard a conversation that shook me out of my state of blissful ignorance. When we are children, we seldom think of the future. This innocence leaves us free to enjoy ourselves as few adults can. The day we fret about the future is the day we leave our childhood behind. It was evening, and the troop was camped by the side of the road. Abinthy had given me a new piece of sympathy to practice. The maxim of variable heat transferred to constant motion, or something pretentious like that. It was tricky, but it had fallen into place like a puzzle piece fitting. It had taken about 15 minutes, and from Abinthy's tone, I guessed he had expected it to take 3 or 4 hours at least. So I went looking for him, partly to get my next lesson, and partly so that I could be just a little bit smug. I tracked him down to my parents' wagon. I heard the three of them long before I saw them. Their voices were just murmurs, the distant music that a conversation makes when it's too dim for words. But as I was coming close, I heard one word clearly: Chandrian. I pulled up short when I heard that. Everyone in the troop knew my father was working on a song. He'd been teasing old stories and rhymes from townsfolk for over a year wherever we stopped to play. For months it was stories about Lanra. Then he started gathering old fairy stories too, legends about bogies and shamble men. Then he began to ask questions about the Chandrian. That was months ago. Over the last half year he had asked more about the Chandrian and less about Lanra, Lyra, and the rest. Most songs my father set to writing were finished in a single season, while this one was stretching toward its second year. You should know this as well. My father never let word or whisper of a song be heard before it was ready to play. Only my mother was allowed into his confidence, as her hand was always in any song he made. The cleverness in the music was his. The best words were hers. When you wait a few span or month to hear a finished song, the anticipation adds savor. But after a year, excitement begins to sour. By now, a year and a half had passed, and folk were almost mad with curiosity. This occasionally led to hard words when someone was caught wandering a little too close to our wagon while my father and mother were working. So I moved closer to my parents' fire, stepping softly. Eavesdropping is a deplorable habit, but I have developed worse ones since. Much about them, I heard Ben say. But I'm willing. I'm glad to talk with an educated man on the subject. My father's strong baritone was a contrast to Ben's tenor. I'm weary of these superstitious country folk, and they. Someone added wood to the fire, and I lost my father's words in the crackling that followed. Stepping as quickly as I dared, I moved into the long shadow of my parents' wagon. Like I'm chasing ghosts with this song. Trying to piece together this story is a fool's game. I wish I'd never started it. Nonsense, my mother said. This will be your best work, and you know it. So you think there is an original story all the others stem from? Ben asked. A historical basis for Lanra. All the signs point to it, my father said. It's like looking at a dozen grandchildren and seeing 10 of them have blue eyes. You know the grandmother had blue eyes, too. I've done this before, I'm good at it. I wrote, Below the Walls the same way. But, I heard him sigh. What's the problem then? The story's older, my mother explained. It's more like he's looking at great-great-grandchildren. And they're scattered to the four corners, my father groused. And when I finally do find one, it's got 5 eyes, 2 greens, a blue, a brown, and a chartreuse. Then the next one has only 1 eye, and it changes colors. How am I supposed to draw conclusions from that? Ben cleared his throat. A disturbing analogy, he said. But you're welcome to pick my brain about the Chandrian. I've heard a lot of stories over the years. The first thing I need to know is how many there actually are, my father said. Most stories say 7, but even that's conflicted. Some say 3, others 5, and in Fellier's Fall there are a full 13 of them, 1 for each Pontifet and Adder, and an extra for the capital. That I can answer, Ben said. 7. You can hold to that with some certainty. It's part of their name, actually. Chain means 7. Chandrian means 7 of them. Chandrian. I didn't know that, my father said. Chain. What language is that? Ilish. Sounds like Tima, my mother said. You've got a good ear, Ben said to her. It's Temic, actually. Predates Tima by about 1,000 years. Well, that simplifies things, I heard my father say. I wish I'd asked you a month ago. I don't suppose you know why they do what they do. I could tell by my father's tone that he didn't really expect an answer. That's the real mystery, isn't it? Ben chuckled. I think that's what makes them more frightening than the rest of the bogeymen you hear about in stories. A ghost wants revenge. A demon wants your soul. A shamble man is hungry and cold. It makes them less terrible. Things we understand we can try to control. But Chandrian come like lightning from a clear blue sky. Just destruction. No rhyme or reason to it. My song will have both, my father said with grim determination. I think I've dug up their reason, after all this while. I've teased it together from bits and pieces of story. That's what's so galling about this, to have the harder part of this done and have all these small specifics giving me such trouble. You think you know? Ben said curiously. What's your theory? My father gave a low chuckle. Oh no, Ben, you'll have to wait with the others. I've sweated too long over this song to give away the heart of it before it's finished. I could hear the disappointment in Ben's voice. I'm sure this is all just an elaborate ruse to keep me traveling with you, he groused. I won't be able to leave until I've heard the blackened thing. Then help us finish it, my mother said. The Chandrian signs are another key piece of information we can't nail down. Everyone agrees there are signs that warn of their presence, but nobody agrees on what they are. Let me think, Ben said. Blue flame is obvious, of course, but I'd hesitate to attribute that to the Chandrian in particular. In some stories it's a sign of demons. In others it's fey creatures or magic of any sort. It shows bad air in mines, too, my mother pointed out. Does it? My father asked. She nodded. When a lamp burns with a blue haze you know there's fire damp in the air. Good Lord, fire damp in a coal mine, my father said. Blow out your light and get lost in the black, or leave it burn and blow the whole place to flinders. That's more frightening than any demon. I'll also admit to the fact that certain arcanists occasionally use prepared candles or torches to impress gullible townsfolk, Ben said, clearing his throat self-consciously. My mother laughed. Remember who you're talking to, Ben. We'd never hold a little showmanship against a man. In fact, blue candles would be just the thing the next time we played Yannicka. If you happen to find a couple tucked away somewhere, that is. I'll see what I can do, Ben said, his voice amused. Other signs. One of them is supposed to have eyes like a goat, or no eyes, or black eyes. I've heard that one quite a bit. I've heard that plants die when the Chandrian are around. Wood rots, metal rusts, brick crumbles. He paused. Though I don't know if that's several signs, or all one sign. You begin to see the trouble I'm having, my father said morosely. And there's still the question as to if they all share the same signs, or have a couple each. I've told you, my mother said, exasperated. One sign for each of them. It makes the most sense. My lady wife's favorite theory, my father said. But it doesn't fit. In some stories, the only sign is blue flame. In others, you have animals going crazy and no blue flame. In others, you have a man with black eyes and animals going mad and blue flame. I've told you how to make sense of that, she said, her irritated tone indicating they'd had this particular discussion before. They don't always have to be together. They could go out in threes or fours. If one of them makes fires dim, then it'll look the same as if they all made the fires dim. That would account for the differences in the stories. Different numbers and different signs depending on how they're grouped together. My father grumbled something. That's a clever wife you've got there, Arl. Ben spoke up, breaking the tension. How much will you sell her for? I need her for my work, unfortunately. But if you're interested in a short-term rental, I'm sure we could arrange a raise. There was a fleshy thump followed by a slightly pained chortle in my father's baritone. Any other signs that spring to mind? They're supposed to be cold to the touch. Though how anyone could know that is beyond me. I've heard that fires don't burn around them. Though that directly contradicts the blue flame. It could. The wind picked up, stirring the trees. The rustling leaves drowned out what Ben said. I took advantage of the noise to creep a few steps closer. Being yoked to shadow, whatever that means, I heard my father say as the wind died down. Ben grunted. I couldn't say either. I heard a story where they were given away because their shadows pointed the wrong way, toward the light. And there was another where one of them was referred to as shadow-hamed. It was something the shadow-hamed. Damned if I can remember the name, though. Speaking of names, that's another point I'm having trouble with, my father said. There are a couple dozen I've collected that I'd appreciate your opinion on. The most. Actually, Arl, Ben interrupted, I'd appreciate it if you didn't say them out loud. Names of people, that is. You can scratch them in the dirt if you'd like, or I could go fetch a slate, but I'd be more comfortable if you didn't actually say any of them. Better safe than sore, as they say. There was a deep piece of silence. I stopped mid-sneak with one foot off the ground, afraid they'd heard me. Now don't go looking at me like that, either of you, Ben said testily. We're just surprised, Ben, came my mother's gentle voice. You don't seem the superstitious type. I'm not, Ben said. I'm careful. There's a difference. Of course, my father said. I'd never. Save it for the paying customers, Arl. Ben cut him off, irritation plain in his voice. You're too good an actor to show it, but I know perfectly well when someone thinks I'm daft. I just didn't expect it, Ben, my father said apologetically. You're educated, and I'm so tired of people touching iron and tipping their beer as soon as I mention the Chandrian. I'm just reconstructing a story, not meddling with dark arts. Well, hear me out. I like both of you too well to let you think of me as an old fool, Ben said. Besides, I have something to talk with you about later, and I'll need you to take me seriously for that. The wind continued to pick up, and I used the noise to cover my last few steps. I edged around the corner of my parents' wagon and peered through a veil of leaves. The three of them were sitting around the campfire. Ben was sitting on a stump, huddled in his frayed brown cloak. My parents were opposite him, my mother leaning against my father, a blanket draped loosely around them. Ben poured from a clay jug into a leather mug and handed it to my mother. His breath fogged as he spoke. How do they feel about demons off an adder? He asked. Scared. My father tapped his temple. All that religion makes their brains soft. How about off in Ventus? Ben asked. Fair number of them are talents. Do they feel the same way? My mother shook her head. They think it's a little silly. They like their demons metaphorical. What are they afraid of at night in Ventus then? The Fae, my mother said. My father spoke at the same time. Draugr. You're both right, depending on which part of the country you're in, Ben said. And here in the Commonwealth people laugh up their sleeves at both ideas. He gestured at the surrounding trees. But here they're careful come autumn time for fear of drawing the attention of shamble men. That's the way of things, my father said. Half of being a good trooper is knowing which way your audience leans. You still think I've gone cracked in the head, Ben said, amused. Listen, if tomorrow we pulled into Buren and someone told you there were shamble men in the woods, would you believe them? My father shook his head. What if 2 people told you? Another shake. Ben leaned forward on his stump. What if a dozen people told you, with perfect earnestness, that shamble men were out in the fields, eating? Of course I wouldn't believe them, my father said, irritated. It's ridiculous. Of course it is, Ben agreed, raising a finger. But the real question is this. Would you go into the woods? My father sat very still and thoughtful for a moment. Ben nodded. You'd be a fool to ignore half the town's warning, even though you don't believe the same thing they do. If not shamble men, what are you afraid of? Bears. Bandits. Good sensible fears for a trooper to have, Ben said. Fears that townsfolk don't appreciate. Every place has its little superstitions, and everyone laughs at what the folk across the river think. He gave them a serious look. But have either of you ever heard a humorous song or story about the Chandrian? I'll bet a penny you haven't. My mother shook her head after a moment's thought. My father took a long drink before joining her. Now I'm not saying that the Chandrian are out there, striking like lightning from the clear blue sky. But folk everywhere are afraid of them. There's usually a reason for that. Ben grinned and tipped his clay cup, pouring the last drizzle of beer out onto the earth. And names are strange things. Dangerous things. He gave them a pointed look. That I know for true because I am an educated man. If I'm a mite superstitious too, he shrugged. Well, that's my choice. I'm old. You have to humor me. My father nodded thoughtfully. It's odd I never noticed that everyone treats the Chandrian the same. It's something I should have seen. He shook his head as if to clear it. We can come back to names later, I suppose. What was it you wanted to talk about? I prepared to sneak off before I was caught, but what Ben said next froze me in place before I took a single step. It's probably hard to see, being his parents and all, but your young Kavoth is rather bright. Ben refilled his cup and held out the jug to my father, who declined it. As a matter of fact, bright doesn't begin to cover it, not by half. My mother watched Ben over the top of her mug. Anyone who spends a little time with the boy can see that, Ben. I don't see why anyone would make a point of it. Least of all you. I don't think you really grasp the situation, Ben said, stretching his feet almost into the fire. How easily did he pick up the loot? My father seemed a little surprised by the sudden change of topic. Fairly easily, why? How old was he? My father tugged thoughtfully at his beard for a moment. In the silence, my mother's voice was like a flute. 8. Think back to when you learned to play. Can you remember how old you were? Can you remember the sort of difficulties you had? My father continued to tug on his beard, but his face was more reflective now, his eyes far away. Abinthy continued. I'll bet he learned each chord, each fingering after being shown just once. No stumbling, no complaining. And when he did make a mistake, it was never more than once, right? My father seemed a little perturbed. Mostly, but he did have trouble, just the same as anyone else. He chord. He had a lot of trouble with greater and diminished E. My mother broke in softly. I remember too, dear, but I think it was just his small hands. He was awfully young. I bet it didn't stall him for long, Ben said quietly. He does have marvelous hands. My mother would have called them magician's fingers. My father smiled. He gets them from his mother, delicate but strong. Perfect for scrubbing pots, a woman. My mother swatted him, then caught one of his hands in her own and unfolded it for Ben to see. He gets them from his father, graceful and gentle. Perfect for seducing young nobles' daughters. My father started to protest, but she ignored him. With his eyes and those hands, there won't be a woman safe in all the world when he starts hunting after the ladies. Courting, dear, my father corrected gently. Semantics, she shrugged. It's all a chase, and when the race is done, I think I pity women chased who run. She leaned back against my father, keeping his hand in her lap. She tilted her head slightly, and he took his cue, leaning in to kiss the corner of her mouth. Amen, Ben said, raising his mug in salute. My father put his other arm around her and gave her a squeeze. I still don't see what you're getting at, Ben. He does everything that way. Quick as a whip, hardly ever makes mistakes. I'll bet he knows every song you've ever sung to him. He knows more about what's in my wagon than I do. He picked up the jug and uncorked it. It's not just memorization, though. He understands. Half the things I've been meaning to show him, he's already figured out for himself. Ben refilled my mother's cup. He's 11. Have you ever known a boy his age who talks the way he does? A great deal of it comes from living in such an enlightened atmosphere. Ben gestured to the wagons. But most 11-year-olds' deepest thoughts have to do with skipping stones and how to swing a cat by the tail. My mother laughed like bells, but Abinthi's face was serious. It's true, lady. I've had older students that would have loved to do half as well. He grinned. If I had his hands, and 1/4 his wit, I'd be eating off silver plates inside a year. There was a lull. My mother spoke softly. I remember when he was just a little baby, toddling around. Watching, always watching. With clear, bright eyes that looked like they wanted to swallow up the world. Her voice had a little quaver in it. My father put his arm around her, and she rested her head on his chest. The next silence was longer. I was considering sneaking away when my father broke it. What is it you suggest we do? His voice was a mix of mild concern and fatherly pride. Ben smiled gently. Nothing except to think about what options you might give him when the time comes. He will leave his mark on the world as one of the best. The best what? My father rumbled. Whatever he chooses. If he stays here, I don't doubt he will become the next Ilian. My father smiled. Ilian is the trooper's hero. The only truly famous Edema Rue in all of history. All our oldest, best songs are his songs. What's more, if you believe the stories, Ilian reinvented the lute in his lifetime. A master luthier, Ilian transformed the archaic, fragile, unwieldy court lute into the marvelous, versatile, 7-string trooper's lute we use today. The same stories claim Ilian's own lute had 8 strings in all. Ilian. I like that thought, my mother said. Kings coming from miles away to hear my little Kavoth play. His music stopping barroom brawls and border wars. Ben smiled. The wild women in his lap, my father enthused, laying their breasts on his head. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then my mother spoke slowly, with an edge to her voice. I think you mean wild beasts laying their heads in his lap. Do I? Ben coughed and continued. If he decides to become an arcanist, I bet he'll have a royal appointment by the time he's 24. If he gets it into his head to be a merchant, I don't doubt he'll own half the world by the time he dies. My father's brows knitted together. Ben smiled and said, Don't worry about the last one. He's too curious for a merchant. Ben paused as if considering his next words very carefully. He'd be accepted into the university, you know? Not for years, of course. 17 is about as young as they go, but I have no doubts about. I missed the rest of what Ben said. The university. I had come to think of it in the same way most children think of the Fey Court, a mythical place reserved for dreaming about. A school the size of a small town. 10 times 10,000 books. People who would know the answers to any question I could ever ask. It was quiet when I turned my attention back to them. My father was looking down at my mother, nestled under his arm. How about it, woman? Did you happen to bed down with some wandering god a dozen years ago? That might solve our little mystery. She swatted at him playfully, and a thoughtful look crossed her face. Come to think of it, there was a night, about a dozen years ago, a man came to me. He bound me with kisses and chords of chord song. He robbed me of my virtue and stole me away. She paused, but he didn't have red hair. Couldn't be him. She smiled wickedly at my father, who appeared a little embarrassed. Then she kissed him. He kissed her back. That's how I like to remember them today. I snuck away with thoughts of the university dancing in my head. Chapter 13. Interlude. Flesh with blood beneath. In the Waystone Inn there was a silence. It surrounded the 2 men sitting at a table in an otherwise empty room. Kavoth had stopped speaking, and while he seemed to be staring down at his folded hands, in reality his eyes were far away. When he finally pulled his gaze upward, he seemed almost surprised to find Chronicler sitting across the table, pen poised above his inkwell. Kavoth let out his breath self-consciously and motioned Chronicler to set down his pen. After a moment, Chronicler complied, wiping the nib of the pen on a clean cloth before setting it down. I could use a drink, Kavoth announced suddenly, as if he were surprised. I haven't told many stories lately, and I find myself unreasonably dry. He rose smoothly from the table and began to make his way through the maze of empty tables toward the empty bar. I can offer you almost anything. Dark ale, pale wine, spiced cider, chocolate, coffee. Chronicler raised an eyebrow. Chocolate would be wonderful, if you have it. I wouldn't expect to find that sort of thing this far from. He cleared his throat politely. Well, anywhere. We have everything here at the Waystone, Kavoth said, making an offhand gesture to the empty room. Excepting any customers, of course. He brought an earthenware jug up from underneath the bar, then set it on the bar with a hollow sound. He sighed before calling out, Bast, bring up some cider, would you? An indistinct reply echoed from a doorway at the back of the room. Bast, Kavoth chided, seemingly too quiet to be heard. Shag down here and get it yourself, you hack, the voice shouted up from the basement. I'm in the middle of something. Hired help? Chronicler asked. Kavoth leaned his elbows on the bar and smiled indulgently. After a moment, the sound of someone climbing a set of wooden stairs in hard-soled boots echoed from the doorway. Bast stepped into the room, muttering under his breath. He was dressed simply, black long-sleeved shirt tucked into black pants tucked into soft black boots. His face was sharp and delicate, almost beautiful, with striking blue eyes. He carried a jug to the bar, walking with a strange and not unpleasant grace. One customer? He said reproachfully. You couldn't get it yourself? You pulled me away from Selim tincture. You've been harping on me to read it for nearly a month now. Bast, do you know what they do to students at the university who eavesdrop on their teachers? Kavoth asked archly. Bast put a hand on his chest and began to protest his innocence. Bast? Kavoth gave him a stern look. Bast closed his mouth and for a moment looked as if he was about to try and offer some explanation. Then his shoulders slumped. How did you know? Kavoth chuckled. You've been avoiding that book for a mortal age. Either you had suddenly become an exceptionally dedicated student, or you were doing something incriminating. What do they do to students at the university who eavesdrop? Bast asked curiously. I haven't the slightest idea. I was never caught. I think making you sit and listen to the rest of my story should be punishment enough. But I forget myself, Kavoth said, gesturing to the common room. We are neglecting our guest. Chronicler seemed anything but bored. As soon as Bast entered the room, Chronicler began to watch him curiously. As the conversation continued, Chronicler's expression had grown by degrees more puzzled and more intent. In fairness, something ought to be said about Bast. At first glance, he looked to be an average, if attractive, young man. But there was something different about him. For instance, he wore soft black leather boots. At least, if you looked at him, that's what you saw. But if you happened to catch a glimpse of him from the corner of your eye, and if he were standing in the right type of shadow, you might see something else entirely. And if you had the right sort of mind, the sort of mind that actually sees what it looks at, you might notice that his eyes were odd. If your mind had the rare talent of not being fooled by its own expectations, you might notice something else about them, something strange and wonderful. Because of this, Chronicler had been staring at Kavoth's young student, trying to decide what was different about him. By the time their conversation was through, Chronicler's gaze would be considered intense at the very least and rude by most. When Bast finally turned from the bar, Chronicler's eyes widened perceptibly, and the color drained from his already pale face. Chronicler reached inside his shirt and tugged something from around his neck. He set it on the table at arm's length, between himself and Bast. All this was done in half a second, and his eyes never left the dark-haired young man at the bar. Chronicler's face was calm as he pressed the metal disc firmly onto the table with 2 fingers. Iron, he said, his voice sounding with strange resonance, as if it were an order to be obeyed. Bast doubled over as if punched in the stomach, baring his teeth and making a noise halfway between a growl and a scream. Moving with an unnatural, sinuous speed, he drew one hand back to the side of his head and tensed himself to spring. It all happened in the time it takes to draw a sharp breath. Still, somehow, Kavoth's long-fingered hand caught Bast's wrist. Unaware or uncaring, Bast leaped toward Chronicler only to be brought up short, as if Kavoth's hand were a shackle. Bast struggled furiously to free himself, but Kavoth stood behind the bar, arm outstretched, motionless as steel or stone. Stop! Kavoth's voice struck the air like a commandment, and in the stillness that followed, his words were sharp and angry. I will have no fighting among my friends. I have lost enough without that. His eyes caught Chronicler. Undo that, or I will break it. Chronicler paused, shaken. Then his mouth moved silently, and with a slight tremor he drew his hand away from the circle of dull metal that lay upon the table. Tension poured out of Bast, and for a moment he hung limply as a rag doll from the wrist Kavoth still held, standing behind the bar. Shakily, Bast managed to find his feet and lean against the bar. Kavoth gave him a long, searching look, then released his wrist. Bast slumped onto the stool without taking his eyes from Chronicler. He moved gingerly, like a man with a tinder wound. And he had changed. The eyes that watched Chronicler were still a striking ocean blue, but now they showed themselves to be all one color, like gems or deep forest pools, and his soft leather boots had been replaced with graceful cloven hooves. Kavoth motioned Chronicler forward imperiously, then turned to grab 2 thick glasses and a bottle seemingly at random. He set the glasses down as Bast and Chronicler eyed each other uneasily. Now, Kavoth said angrily, you've both acted understandably, but that does not by any means mean that either of you has behaved well. So, we might as well start over altogether. He drew a deep breath. Bast, let me introduce you to Devon Lahis, also known as Chronicler. By all accounts a great teller, rememberer, and recorder of stories. In addition, unless I have suddenly lost all my wit, an accomplished member of the Arcanum, at least Relar, and one of perhaps 2 score people in the world who knows the name of iron. However, Kavoth continued, in spite of these accolades he seems to be a bit innocent of the ways of the world, as demonstrated by his plentiful lack of wit in making a near-suicidal attack on what I guess is the first of the folk he has ever had the luck to see. Chronicler stood impassively throughout the introduction, watching Bast as if he were a snake. Chronicler, I would like you to meet Bastas, son of Remen, Prince of Twilight and the Telwyth Male, the brightest, which is to say the only student I've had the misfortune to teach. Glamourer, bartender, and, not last, my friend, who, over the course of 150 years of life, not to mention nearly 2 years of my personal tutelage, has managed to avoid learning a few important facts. The first being this: attacking a member of the Arcanum skilled enough to make a binding of iron is foolish. He attacked me, said Bast hotly. Kavoth looked at him coolly. I didn't say it was unjustified. I said it was foolish. I would have won. Very likely. But you would have been hurt, and he would be hurt or dead. Do you remember that I had introduced him as my guest? Bast was silent. His expression remained belligerent. Now, said Kavoth with a brittle cheerfulness, you've been introduced. Pleased, Bast said icily. Likewise, Chronicler returned. There is no reason for you two to be anything other than friends, Kavoth continued, an edge creeping into his voice. And that is not how friends greet each other. Bast and Chronicler stared at each other, neither moved. Kavoth's voice grew quiet. If you do not stop this foolishness, you may both leave now. One of you will be left with a slim sliver of story, and the other can search out a new teacher. If there is one thing I will not abide, it is the folly of a willful pride. Something about the low intensity of Kavoth's voice broke the stare between them. And when they turned to look at him, it seemed that someone very different was standing behind the bar. The jovial innkeeper was gone, and in his place stood someone dark and fierce. He's so young, Chronicler marveled. He can't be more than 25. Why didn't I see it before? He could break me in his hands like a kindling stick. How did I ever mistake him for an innkeeper, even for a moment? Then he saw Kavoth's eyes. They had deepened to a green so dark they were nearly black. This is who I came to see, Chronicler thought to himself. This is the man who counseled kings and walked old roads with nothing but his wit to guide him. This is the man whose name has become both praise and curse at the university. Kavoth stared at Chronicler and Bast in turn. Neither could meet his eye for very long. After an awkward pause, Bast extended his hand. Chronicler hesitated for a bare moment before reaching out quickly, as if he were sticking his hand into a fire. Nothing happened. Both of them seemed moderately surprised. Amazing, isn't it? Kavoth addressed them bitingly. 5 fingers and flesh with blood beneath. One could almost believe that on the other end of that hand lay a person of some sort. Guilt crept into the expressions of the 2 men. They let go of each other's hands. Kavoth poured something from the green bottle into the glasses. This simple gesture changed him. He seemed to fade back into himself, until there was little left of the dark-eyed man who'd stood behind the bar a moment ago. Chronicler felt a pang of loss as he stared at the innkeeper with one hand hidden in a linen rag. Now, Kavoth pushed the glasses toward them. Take these drinks, sit at that table, and talk. When I come back, I don't want to find either one of you dead or the building on fire. Fair. Bast gave an embarrassed smile as Chronicler picked up the glasses and moved back to the table. Bast followed him and almost sat down before returning to grab the bottle too. Not too much of that, Kavoth cautioned as he stepped into the back room. I don't want you giggling through my story. The two at the table began a tense, halting conversation as Kavoth moved into the kitchen. Several minutes later he emerged, bringing out cheese and a loaf of dark bread, cold chicken and sausage, butter and honey. They moved to a larger table as Kavoth brought the platters out, bustling about and looking every bit the innkeeper. Chronicler watched him covertly, finding it hard to believe that this man humming to himself and cutting sausage could be the same person who had stood behind the bar just minutes ago, dark-eyed and terrible. As Chronicler gathered his paper and quills, Kavoth studied the angle of the sun through the window, a pensive look on his face. Eventually he turned to Bast. How much did you manage to overhear? Most of it, Reshi, Bast smiled. I have good ears. That's good. We don't have time to backtrack. He drew a deep breath. Let's get back to it then. Brace yourselves. The story takes a turn now. Downward. Darker. Clouds on the horizon. Chapter 14. The Name of the Wind. Winter is a slow time of year for a traveling troupe, but Abinthy put it to good use and finally got around to teaching me sympathy in earnest. However, as is often the case, especially for children, the anticipation proved much more exciting than the reality. It would be wrong to say that I was disappointed with sympathy, but honestly, I was disappointed. It was not what I expected magic to be. It was useful. There was no denying that. Ben used sympathy to make light for our shows. Sympathy could start a fire without flint or lift a heavy weight without cumbersome ropes and pulleys. But the first time I'd seen him, Ben had somehow called the wind. That was no mere sympathy. That was storybook magic. That was the secret I wanted more than anything. Spring thaw was well behind us, and the troupe was riding through the forests and fields of the Western Commonwealth. I was riding along, as per normal, in the front of Ben's wagon. Summer was just deciding to make itself known again, and everything was green and growing. Things had been quiet for about an hour. Ben was drowsing with the reins held loosely in one hand when the wagon hit a stone and jarred us both out of our respective reveries. Ben pulled himself more upright in his seat and addressed me in a tone I had grown to think of as "Have got a puzzle for you. How would you bring a kettle of water to a boil?" Looking around, I saw a large boulder by the side of the road. I pointed. That stone should be warm from sitting in the sun. I'd bind it to the water in the kettle and use the heat in the stone to bring the water to boil. Stone to water isn't very efficient, Ben chided me. Only about 1 part in 15 would end up warming the water. It would work. I'll grant you that. But it's sloppy. You can do better, Elir. He then proceeded to shout at Alpha and Beta, a sign that he was in a genuine good mood. They took it as calmly as ever, in spite of the fact that he accused them of things I'm sure no donkey has ever willingly done, especially not Beta, who possessed impeccable moral character. Stopping mid-tirade, he asked, "How would you bring down that bird?" He gestured to a hawk riding the air above a wheat field to the side of the road. I probably wouldn't. It's done nothing to me. Hypothetically. I'm saying that, hypothetically, I wouldn't do it. Ben chuckled. Point made, Elir. Precisely how wouldn't you do it? Details, please. I'd get Turin to shoot it down. He nodded thoughtfully. Good, good. However, it is a matter between you and the bird. That hawk, he gestured indignantly, has said something uncouth about your mother. Then my honor demands I defend her good name myself. Indeed it does. Do I have a feather? No. Telu hold, and I bit off the rest of what I was going to say at his disapproving look. You never make it easy, do you? It's an annoying habit I picked up from a student who was too clever for his own good. He smiled. What could you do even if you had a feather? I'd bind it to the bird and lather it with lye soap. Ben furrowed his brow, such as it was. What kind of binding? Chemical. Probably second catalytic. A thoughtful pause. Second catalytic, he scratched at his chin. To dissolve the oil that makes the feather smooth. I nodded. He looked up at the bird. I've never thought of that, he said with a kind of quiet admiration. I took it as a compliment. Nevertheless, he looked back to me. You have no feather. How do you bring it down? I thought for several minutes, but couldn't think of anything. I decided to try and turn this into a different sort of lesson. I would, I said casually, simply call the wind and make it strike the bird from the sky. Ben gave me a calculating look that told me he knew exactly what I was up to. And how would you do that, Alir? I sensed he might be ready to finally tell me the secret he had been keeping all through the winter months. At the same time, I was struck with an idea. I drew in a deep breath and spoke the words to bind the air in my lungs to the air outside. I fixed the Aller firmly in my mind, put my thumb and forefinger in front of my pursed lips, and blew between them. There was a light puff of wind at my back that tousled my hair and caused the tarpaulin covering the wagon to pull taut for a moment. It might have been nothing more than a coincidence, but nevertheless, I felt an exultant smile overflow my face. For a second, I did nothing but grin like a maniac at Ben, his face dull with disbelief. Then I felt something squeeze my chest, as if I was deep underwater. I tried to draw a breath, but couldn't. Mildly confused, I kept trying. It felt as if I'd just fallen flat on my back and had the air driven from me. All in a rush, I realized what I had done. My body exploded into a cold sweat, and I grabbed frantically at Ben's shirt, pointing at my chest, my neck, my open mouth. Ben's face turned from shock to ashen as he looked at me. I realized how still everything was. Not a blade of grass was stirring. Even the sound of the wagon seemed muted, as if far off in the distance. Terror screamed through my mind, drowning out any thought. I began to claw at my throat, ripping my shirt open. My heart thundered through the ringing in my ears. Pain stabbed through my straining chest as I gaped for air. Moving more quickly than I had ever seen before, Ben grabbed me by the tatters of my shirt and sprang from the seat of the wagon. Landing in the grass by the side of the road, he dashed me to the ground with such a force that, if I'd had any air in my lungs, it would have been driven out of me. Tears streaked my face as I thrashed blindly. I knew that I was going to die. My eyes felt hot and red. I raked madly at the earth with hands that were numb and cold as ice. I was aware of someone shouting, but it seemed very far away. Ben kneeled above me, but the sky was getting dim behind him. He seemed almost distracted, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. Then he looked at me. All I remember were his eyes. They seemed far away and filled with a terrible power, dispassionate and cold. He looked at me. His mouth moved. He called the wind. A leaf and lightning. I shook. And the thunderclap was black. The next thing I remember was Ben helping me to my feet. I was dimly aware of the other wagons stopping and curious faces peering at us. My mother came away from our wagon and Ben met her halfway, chuckling and saying something reassuring. I couldn't make out the words as I was focused on breathing deep, in and out. The other wagons trundled on, and I followed Ben mutely back to his wagon. He made a show of puttering around, checking the cords that held the tarpaulin tight. I collected my wits and was helping as best I could when the final wagon in the troop passed us. When I looked up, Ben's eyes were furious. "What were you thinking?" he hissed. "Well, what? What were you thinking?" I'd never seen him like this before, his whole body drawn up into a tight knot of anger. He was shaking with it. He drew back his arm to strike me, then stopped. After a moment, his hand fell to his side. Moving methodically, he checked the last couple of ropes and climbed back onto the wagon. Not knowing what else to do, I followed him. Ben twitched the reins and Alpha and Beta tugged the wagon into motion. We were last in line now. Ben stared straight ahead. I fingered the torn front of my shirt. It was tensely silent. In hindsight, what I had done was glaringly stupid. When I bound my breath to the air outside, it made it impossible for me to breathe. My lungs weren't strong enough to move that much air. I would have needed a chest like an iron bellows. I would have had as much luck trying to drink a river or lift a mountain. We rode for about 2 hours in an uncomfortable silence. The sun was brushing the tops of the trees when Ben finally drew in a deep breath and let it out in an explosive sigh. He handed me the reins. When I looked back at him, I realized for the first time how old he was. I had always known he was nearing his 3rd score of years, but I'd never seen him look it before. "I lied to your mother back there, Kavoth. She saw the end of what happened and was worried about you." His eyes didn't move from the wagon ahead of ours as he spoke. "I told her we were working on something for a performance. She's a good woman. She deserves better than lies." We rode on in an endless agony of silence, but it was still a few hours before sunset when I heard voices calling Greystone down the line. The bump of our wagon turning onto the grass jostled Ben from his brooding. He looked around and saw the sun was still in the sky. "Why are we stopping so early?" "Tree across the road. Greystone." I gestured up ahead to the slab of stone that loomed over the tops of the wagons ahead of us. "What?" "Every once in a while we run across one by the road. I gestured again to the graystone peering over the tops of smaller trees by the roadside. Like most graystones, it was a crudely hewn rectangle about a dozen feet tall. The wagons gathering around it seemed rather insubstantial compared to the stone's solid presence. I've heard them called standing stones, but I've seen a lot of them that weren't standing, just lying on their sides. We always stop for the day when we find one, unless we're in a terrible hurry. I stopped, realizing I was babbling. I've known them by a different name. Waystones, Ben said quietly. He looked old and tired. After a moment, he asked, "Why do you stop when you find one?" "We just always do. It's a break from the road." I thought for a moment. I think they're supposed to be good luck. I wished I had more to say to keep the conversation going. His interest piqued, but I couldn't think of anything else. I suppose they could be at that. Ben guided Alpha and Beta into a spot on the far side of the stone, away from most of the other wagons. "Come back for dinner or soon afterward. We need to talk." He turned without looking at me and began to unhitch Alpha from the wagon. I'd never seen Ben in a mood like this before. Worried that I'd ruined things between us, I turned and ran to my parents' wagon. I found my mother sitting in front of a fresh fire, slowly adding twigs to build it up. My father sat behind her, rubbing her neck and shoulders. They both looked up at the sound of my feet running toward them. "Can I eat with Ben tonight?" My mother looked up at my father, then back to me. "You shouldn't make yourself a nuisance, dear," he invited. "If I go now, I can help him set up for the night." She wiggled her shoulders, and my father started rubbing them again. She smiled at me. "Fair enough, but don't keep him up until the wee hours." She smiled at me. "Give me a kiss." She held out her arms, and I gave her a hug and a kiss. My father gave me a kiss too. "Let me have your shirt. It'll give me something to do while your mother fixes dinner." He skinned me out of it and fingered the torn edges. "This shirt is holy, more than it has any right to be." I started to stammer out an explanation, but he waved it aside. I know, it was all for the greater good. Try to be more careful, or I'll make you sew it yourself. There's a fresh one in your trunk. Bring me needle and thread while you're in there, if you'd be so kind." I made a dash into the back of the wagon and drew on a fresh shirt. While I rummaged around for needle and thread, I heard my mother singing. "An evening when the sun is setting fast, I'll watch for you from high above. The time for your return is long since past, but mine is ever faithful love." My father answered, "An evening when the light is dying. My feet at last are homeward turning. The wind is through the willows sighing. Please keep the hearth fire burning." When I came out of the wagon, he had her in a dramatic dip and was giving her a kiss. I set the needle and thread next to my shirt and waited. It seemed like a good kiss. I watched with a calculating eye, dimly aware that at some point in the future I might want to kiss a lady. If I did, I wanted to do a decent job of it. After a moment, my father noticed me and stood my mother back on her feet. "That will be halfpenny for the show, Master Voyeur," he laughed. "What are you still here for, boy? I'll bet you the same halfpenny that a question slowed you down. Why do we stop for the Greystones?" "Tradition, my boy," he said grandly, throwing his arms wide. "And superstition. They are one and the same. Anyway, we stop for good luck and because everyone enjoys an unexpected holiday." He paused. "I used to know a bit of poem about them." "How did it go?" "Like a drawstone, even in our sleep. Standing stone by old road is the way to lead you ever deeper into fay. Laystone as you lay in hill or dell. Greystone leads to something else." My father stood for a second or two looking off into space and tugging at his lower lip. Finally, he shook his head. "Can't remember the end of that last line. Lord, but I dislike poetry. How can anyone remember words that aren't put to music?" His forehead creased with concentration as he mouthed the words silently to himself. "What's a drawstone?" I asked. "It's an old name for loading stones," my mother explained. "They're pieces of star iron that draw all other iron toward themselves. I saw one years ago in a curiosity cabinet." She looked up at my father, who was still muttering to himself. "We saw the loading stone in Pele resin, didn't we?" What?" The question jogged him out of his reverie. "Yes, Pele resin." He tugged at his lip again and frowned. "Remember this, son, if you forget everything else. A poet is a musician who can't sing. Words have to find a man's mind before they can touch his heart, and some men's minds are woeful small targets. Music touches their hearts directly, no matter how small or stubborn the mind of the man who listens." My mother made a slightly unladylike snort. "Elitist, you're just getting old." She gave a dramatic sigh. "Truly, All the more's the tragedy. The second thing to go is a man's memory. My father puffed up into an indignant pose, but my mother ignored him and said to me, "Besides, the only tradition that keeps troops by the Greystone is laziness." The poem should run like this. Whatever the season, that I'm on the road, I look for a reason, Loden or Laystone, to lay down my load. My father had a dark glimmer in his eye as he moved behind her. Old, he spoke in a low voice as he began to rub her shoulders again. "Woman, I have a mind to prove you wrong." She smiled a wry smile. "Sir, I have a mind to let you." I decided to leave them to their discussion and started to scamper back to Ben's wagon when I heard my father call out behind me, "Scales after lunch tomorrow?" And the second act of Tim Burton. Okay. I burst into a jog. When I got back to Ben's wagon, he had already unhitched Alpha and Beta and was rubbing them down. I started to set up the fire, surrounding dry leaves with a pyramid of progressively larger twigs and branches. When I was finished, I turned to where Ben sat. More silence. I could almost see him picking out his words as he spoke. "How much do you know about your father's new song? The one about Lanra?" I asked. "Not much. You know what he's like. No one hears it until it's finished. Not even me." "I'm not talking about the song itself," Ben said. "The story behind it. Lanra's story." I thought about the dozens of stories I'd heard my father collect over the last year, trying to pick out the common threads. "Lanra was a prince," I said. "Or a king. Someone important. He wanted to be more powerful than anyone else in the world. He sold his soul for power, but then something went wrong, and afterward I think he went crazy, or he couldn't ever sleep again. Or—" I stopped when I saw Ben shaking his head. "He didn't sell his soul," Ben said. "That's just nonsense." He gave a great sigh that seemed to leave him deflated. "I'm doing this all wrong. Never mind your father's song. We'll talk about it after he finishes it. Knowing Lanra's story might give you some perspective." Ben took a deep breath and tried again. "Suppose you have a thoughtless 6-year-old. What harm can he do?" I paused, unsure what sort of answer he wanted. Straightforward would probably be best. "Not much. Suppose he's 20 and still thoughtless. How dangerous is he?" I decided to stick with the obvious answers. "Still not much, but more than before." "What if you give him a sword?" Realization started to dawn on me, and I closed my eyes. "More, much more." "I understand, Ben. Really I do. Power is okay, and stupidity is usually harmless. Power and stupidity together are dangerous." "I never said stupid," Ben corrected me. "You're clever. We both know that. But you can be thoughtless. A clever, thoughtless person is one of the most terrifying things there is. Worse, I've been teaching you some dangerous things." Ben looked at the fire I'd laid out, then picked up a leaf, mumbled a few words, and watched a small flame flicker into life in the center of the twigs and tinder. He turned to look at me. "You could kill yourself doing something as simple as that." He gave a sickly grin. "Or looking for the name of the wind." He started to say something else, then stopped and rubbed his face with his hands. He gave a great sigh that seemed to deflate him. When he took his hands away, his face was tired. "How old are you again?" 12 next month." He shook his head. "It's so easy to forget that. You don't act your age." He poked at the fire with a stick. "I was 18 when I began at the university," he said. "I was 20 before I knew as much as you do now." He stared into the fire. "I'm sorry, Kavoth. I need to be alone tonight. I need to do some thinking." I nodded silently. I went to his wagon, gathered tripod and kettle, water and tea. I brought them back and quietly laid them beside Ben. He was still staring into the fire when I turned away. Knowing my parents wouldn't expect me back for a while, I headed into the forest. I had some thinking of my own to do. I owed Ben that much. I wished I could do more. It took a full span of days before Ben was his normal, jovial self again. But even then things weren't the same between us. We were still fast friends, but there was something between us, and I could tell he was consciously holding himself apart. Lessons ground to a near standstill. He halted my fledgling study of alchemy, limiting me to chemistry instead. He refused to teach me any sigildry at all, and on top of everything else, he began to ration what little sympathy he thought safe for me. I chafed at the delays, but held my peace, trusting that if I showed myself to be responsible and meticulously careful, he would eventually relax and things would return to normal. We were family, and I knew that any trouble between us would eventually be smoothed over. All I needed was time. Little did I know our time was quickly drawing to an end. Chapter 15. Distractions and Farewells. The town was called Hallowfell. We stopped for a handful of days because there was a good wain right there, and nearly all our wagons needed tending or mending of some sort. While we were waiting, Ben got the offer he couldn't refuse. She was a widow, fairly wealthy, fairly young, and to my inexperienced eyes, fairly attractive. The official story was that she needed someone to tutor her young son. However, anyone who saw the two of them walking together knew the truth behind that story. She had been the brewer's wife, but he had drowned 2 years ago. She was trying to run the brewery as best she could, but she didn't really have the know-how to do a good job of it. As you can see, I don't think anyone could have built a better snare for Ben if they had tried. Plans were changed, and the troupe stayed on at Hallowfell for a few extra days. My 12th birthday was moved up and combined with Ben's going-away party. To truly understand what it was like, you must realize that nothing is so grand as a troupe showing off for one another. Good entertainers try to make each performance seem special, but you need to remember that the show they're putting on for you is the same one they've put on for hundreds of other audiences. Even the most dedicated troupes have an occasional lackluster performance, especially when they know they can get away with it. Small towns, rural inns, those places didn't know good entertainment from bad. Your fellow performers did. Think then, how do you entertain the people who have seen your act 1,000 times? You dust off the old tricks. You try out some new ones. You hope for the best. And, of course, the grand failures are as entertaining as the great successes. I remember the evening as a wonderful blur of warm emotion, tinged and bitter. Fiddles, lutes, and drums. Everyone played and danced and sang as they wished. I dare say we rivaled any fairy revel you can bring to mind. I got presents. Tripp gave me a belt knife with a leather grip, claiming that all boys should have something they can hurt themselves with. Shandy gave me a lovely cloak she had made, scattered with little pockets for a boy's treasures. My parents gave me a lute, a beautiful thing of smooth dark wood. I had to play a song, of course, and Ben sang with me. I slipped a little on the strings of the unfamiliar instrument, and Ben wandered off looking for notes once or twice, but it was nice. Ben opened up a small keg of mead he had been saving for just such an occasion. I remember it tasting the way I felt, sweet and bitter and sullen. Several people had collaborated to write The Ballad of Ben, Brewer Supreme. My father recited it as gravely as if it were the Modgon royal lineage while accompanying himself on a half-harp. Everyone laughed until they hurt, and Ben twice as much as everyone else. At some point in the night, my mother swept me up and danced around in a great spinning circle. Her laughter sang out, like music trailing in the wind. Her hair and skirt spun around me as she twirled. She smelled comforting, the way only mothers do. That smell, and the quick laughing kiss she gave me did more to ease the dull ache of Ben's leaving than all the entertainments combined. Shandy offered to do a special dance for Ben, but only if he came into her tent to see it. I'd never seen Ben blush before, but he did it well. He hesitated, and when he refused it was obviously about as easy for him as tearing out his own soul. Shandy protested and pouted prettily, saying she'd been practicing it for a long time. Finally, she dragged him into the tent, their disappearance encouraged by a cheer from the entire troupe. Tripp and Turin staged a mock sword fight that was one part breathtaking swordplay, one part dramatic soliloquy, provided by Turin, and one part buffoonery that I'm sure Tripp must have invented on the spot. It ranged all over the camp. In the course of the fight, Tripp managed to break his sword, hide under a lady's dress, fence with a sausage, and perform such fantastical acrobatics that it's a miracle he didn't seriously injure himself. Although he did split his pants up the back, Dax set himself alight while attempting a spectacular bit of fire breathing and had to be doused. All he suffered was a bit of singed beard and a slightly bruised pride. He recovered quickly under Ben's tender ministrations, a mug of mead, and a reminder that not everyone was cut out to have eyebrows. My parents sang The Lay of Sir Savian Tralyard. Like most of the great songs, Sir Savian was written by Ilian, and generally considered to be his crowning work. It's a beautiful song, made more so by the fact that I'd only heard my father perform the whole thing a handful of times before. It's hellishly complex, and my father was probably the only one in the troupe who could do it justice. Though he didn't particularly show it, I knew it was taxing even for him. My mother sang the counter-harmony, her voice soft and lilting. Even the fires seemed subdued when they took a breath. I felt my heart lift and dive. I wept as much for the glory of two voices so perfectly enmeshed as for the tragedy of the song. Yes, I cried at the end of it. I did then, and I have every time since. Even a reading of the story aloud will bring tears to my eyes. In my opinion, anyone who isn't moved by it is less than human inside. There was a momentary quiet after they finished, wherein everyone wiped their eyes and blew their noses. Then, after a suitable period of recovery had elapsed, someone called out, "Lonra! Lonra!" The shout was taken up by several other people. "Yes, Lonra." My father gave a wry smile and shook his head. He never performed any part of a song until it was finished. "Come on, Arl," Shandy called out. "You've been stewing it long enough. Let some out of the pot." He shook his head again, still smiling. "It's not ready yet." He bent down and carefully set his lute into its case. "Let's have a taste, Arleden." It was Turin this time. "Yeah, for Ben's sake. It's not fair that he should have to hear you mumble over it for all this while and not get. Are wondering what you're doing in that wagon with your wife if it's not. Sing it." Lonra. Trip quickly organized the whole troop into a great chanting, howling mass that my father managed to withstand for almost a minute before he stooped and lifted his lute back out of the case. Everyone cheered. The crowd hushed as soon as he sat back down. He tuned a string or two, even though he'd only just set it down. He flexed his fingers and struck a few soft, experimental notes, then swept into the song so gently that I caught myself listening to it before I knew it had begun. Then my father's voice spoke over the rise and fall of the music. "Sit and listen all, for I will sing. A story, wrought and forgotten in a time, old and gone. A story of a man. Proud Lonra, strong as the spring. Steel of the sword he had at ready hand. Hear how he fought, fell, and rose again, to fall again, under shadow falling then. Love felled him, love for native land, and love of his wife Lyra, at whose calling, some say he rose, through doors of death, to speak her name as his first reborn breath." My father drew a breath and paused, his mouth open as if he would continue. Then a wide, wicked grin spread across his face, and he bent to tuck his lute safely away. There was an outcry and a great deal of complaining, but everyone knew they had been lucky to hear as much as they had. Someone else struck up a song for dancing, and the protests faded away. My parents danced together, her head on his chest. Both had their eyes closed. They seemed so perfectly content. If you can find someone like that, someone who you can hold and close your eyes to the world with, then you're lucky. Even if it only lasts for a minute or a day. The image of them gently swaying to the music is how I picture love in my mind, even after all these years. Afterward, Ben danced with my mother, his steps sure and stately. I was struck by how beautiful they looked together. Ben, old, gray, and portly, with his lined face and half-burned eyebrows. My mother, slender, fresh, and bright, pale and smooth-skinned in the firelight. They complemented each other by contrast. I ached knowing I might never see them together again. By this time the sky was beginning to brighten in the east. Everyone gathered to say their final goodbyes. I can't remember what I said to him before we left. I know it felt woefully inadequate, but I knew he understood. He made me promise not to get myself into any trouble, tinkering with the things he had taught me. He stooped a bit and gave me a hug, then tousled my hair. I didn't even mind. In semi-retaliation, I tried to smooth out his eyebrows, something I'd always wanted to try. His expression was marvelous in its surprise. He gathered me into another hug. Then he stepped away. My parents promised to steer the troop back toward the town when we were in the area. All the troopers said they wouldn't need much steering. But, even as young as I was, I knew the truth. It would be a great long time before I saw him again. Years. I don't remember starting out that morning, but I do remember trying to sleep and feeling quite alone except for a dull, bittersweet ache. When I awoke later in the afternoon, I found a package resting next to me. Wrapped in sackcloth and tied with twine, there was a bright piece of paper with my name fixed to the top, waving in the wind like a little flag. Unwrapping it, I recognized the book's binding. It was Rhetoric and Logic, the book Ben had used to teach me argument. Out of his small library of a dozen books, it was the only one I hadn't read from cover to cover. I hated it. I cracked it open and saw writing on the inside cover. It said, "Kavoth, defend yourself well at the university. Make me proud. Remember your father's song. Be wary of folly. Your friend, Abenthi." Ben and I had never discussed my attending the university. Of course I had dreams of going there, someday, but they were dreams I hesitated to share with my parents. Attending the university would mean leaving my parents, my troop, everyone and everything I had ever known. Quite frankly, the thought was terrifying. What would it be like to settle in one place? Not just for an evening or a span of days, but for months, years. No more performing. No tumbling with Trip or playing the bratty young noble's son in 3 pennies for wishing. No more wagons. No one to sing with. I'd never said anything aloud, but Ben would have guessed. I read his inscription again, cried a bit, and promised him that I would do my best. Chapter 16. Hope. Over the next months, my parents did their best to patch the hole left by Ben's absence, bringing in the other troopers to fill my time productively and keep me from moping. You see, in the troop age had little to do with anything. If you were strong enough to saddle the horses, you saddled the horses. If your hands were quick enough, you juggled. If you were clean-shaven and fit the dress, you played Lady Rythiel in the Swineherd and the Nightingale. Things were generally as simple as that. So Trip taught me how to jape and tumble. Shandy walked me through the courtly dances of a half-dozen countries. Turin measured me against the hilt of his sword and judged that I had grown tall enough to begin the basics of swordplay. Not enough to actually fight, he stressed, but enough so I could make a good show of it on stage. The roads were good this time of year, so we made excellent time traveling north through the Commonwealth. 15, 20 miles a day as we searched out new towns to play. With Ben gone, I rode with my father more often, and he began my formal training for the stage. I already knew a great deal, of course, but what I had picked up was an undisciplined hodgepodge. My father systematically went about showing me the true mechanics of the actor's trade. How slight changes in accent or posture make a man seem oafish, or sly, or silly. Lastly, my mother began teaching me how to comport myself in polite society. I knew a little from our infrequent stays with Baron Greyfallow, and thought I was quite genteel enough without having to memorize forms of address, table manners, and the elaborate snarled rankings of the peerage. Eventually, I told my mother exactly that. Who cares if a Modgon Viscount outranks a vintage Sparathane? I protested. And who cares if one is your grace, and the other is my lord? They care, my mother said firmly. If you perform for them, you need to conduct yourself with dignity and learn to keep your elbow out of the soup. Father doesn't worry about which fork to use and who outranks who, I groused. My mother frowned, her eyes narrowing. Who outranks whom? I said grudgingly. Your father knows more than he lets on, my mother said. And what he doesn't know he breezes past due to his considerable charm. That's how he gets by. She took my chin and turned my face toward her. Her eyes were green with a ring of gold around the pupil. Do you just want to get by? Or do you want to make me proud? There was only one answer to that. Once I knuckled down to learn it, it was just another type of acting. Another script. My mother made rhymes to help me remember the more nonsensical elements of etiquette. And together we wrote a dirty little song called The Pontifex Always Ranks Under a Queen. We laughed over it for a solid month, and she strictly forbade me to sing it to my father, lest he play it in front of the wrong people someday and get us all into serious trouble. Tree. The shout came faintly down the line. 3-weight oak. My father stopped in the middle of the monologue he had been reciting for me and gave an irritated sigh. That'll be as far as we get today then, he grumbled, looking up at the sky. Are we stopping? My mother called from inside the wagon. Another tree across the road, I explained. I swear, my father said, steering the wagon to a clear space at the side of the road. Is this the King's Road, or isn't it? You'd think we were the only people on it. How long ago was that storm? 2 span. Not quite, I said. 16 days. And trees still blocking the road. I've a mind to send the consulate a bill for every tree we've had to cut and drag out of the way. This will put us another 3 hours behind schedule. He hopped from the wagon as it rolled to a halt. I think it's nice, my mother said, walking around from the back of the wagon. Gives us the chance for something hot. She gave my father a significant look, to eat. It gets frustrating making do with whatever you can grab at the end of the day. A body wants more. My father's mood seemed to temper considerably. There is that, he said. Sweet, my mother called to me. Do you think you could find me some wild sage? I don't know if it grows around here, I said with the proper amount of uncertainty in my voice. No harm in looking, she said sensibly. She looked at my father from the corner of her eye. If you can find enough, bring back an armload. We'll dry it for later. Typically, whether or not I found what I was looking for didn't matter very much. It was my habit to wander away from the troop in the evenings. I usually had some sort of errand to run while my parents set up for dinner, but it was just an excuse for us to get away from each other. Privacy is hard to come by on the road, and they needed it as much as I did. So if it took me an hour to gather an armload of firewood, they didn't mind. And if they hadn't started dinner by the time I came back, well, that was only fair, wasn't it? I hope they spent those last few hours well. I hope they didn't waste them on mindless tasks, kindling the evening fire and cutting vegetables for dinner. I hope they sang together, as they so often did. I hope they retired to our wagon and spent time in each other's arms. I hope they lay near each other afterward and spoke softly of small things. I hope they were together, busy with loving each other, until the end came. It is a small hope, and pointless really. They are just as dead either way. Still, I hope. Let us pass over the time I spent alone in the woods that evening, playing games that children invent to amuse themselves. The last carefree hours of my life. The last moments of my childhood. Let us pass over my return to the camp just as the sun was beginning to set. The sight of bodies strewn about like broken dolls. The smell of blood and burning hair. How I wandered aimlessly about, too disoriented for proper panic, numb with shock and dread. I would pass over the whole of that evening. In fact, I would spare you the burden of any of it if one piece were not necessary to the story. It is vital. It is the hinge upon which the story pivots like an opening door. In some ways, this is where the story begins. So let's have done with it. Scattered patches of smoke hung in the still evening air. It was quiet, as if everyone in the troop was listening for something, as if they were all holding their breath. An idle wind tousled the leaves in the trees and wafted a patch of smoke like a low cloud toward me. I stepped out of the forest and through the smoke, heading into the camp. I left the cloud of smoke and rubbed some of the sting from my eyes. As I looked around, I saw Tripp's tent lying half collapsed and smoldering in his fire. The treated canvas burned fitfully, and the acrid gray smoke hung close to the ground in the quiet evening air. I saw Turin's body lying by his wagon, his sword broken in his hand. The green and gray he normally wore was wet and red with blood. One of his legs was twisted unnaturally, and the splintered bone showing through the skin was very, very white. I stood, unable to look away from Turin, the gray shirt, the red blood, the white bone. I stared as if it were a diagram in a book I was trying to understand. My body grew numb. I felt as if I was trying to think through syrup. Some small rational part of me realized I was in deep shock. It repeated the fact to me again and again. I used all Ben's training to ignore it. I did not want to think about what I saw. I did not want to know what had happened here. I did not want to know what any of this meant. After I don't know how long, a wisp of smoke broke my line of vision. I sat down next to the nearest fire in a daze. It was Shandy's fire, and a small pot hung simmering, boiling potatoes, strangely familiar among the chaos. I focused on the kettle. Something normal. I used a stick to poke at the contents and saw that they were finished cooking. Normal. I lifted the kettle from the fire and set it on the ground next to Shandy's body. Her clothes hung in tatters about her. I tried to brush her hair away from her face, and my hand came back sticky with blood. The firelight reflected in her flat, empty eyes. I stood and looked about aimlessly. Tripp's tent was entirely aflame by now, and Shandy's wagon was standing with one wheel in Marion's campfire. All the flames were tinged with blue, making the scene dreamlike and surreal. I heard voices. Peering around the corner of Shandy's wagon, I saw several unfamiliar men and women sitting around a fire. My parents' fire. A dizziness swept over me, and I reached out a hand to steady myself against the wagon's wheel. When I gripped it, the iron bands that reinforced the wheel crumbled in my hand, flaking away in gritty sheets of brown rust. When I pulled my hand away, the wheel creaked and began to crack. I stepped back as it gave way, the wagon splintering as if its wood were rotten as an old stump. I now stood in full view of the fire. One of the men tumbled backward and came to his feet with his sword out. His motion reminded me of quicksilver rolling from a jar onto a tabletop, effortless and supple. His expression was intent, but his body was relaxed, as if he had just stood and stretched. His sword was pale and elegant. When it moved, it cut the air with a brittle sound. It reminded me of the quiet that settles on the coldest days in winter when it hurts to breathe and everything is still. He was 24 feet from me, but I could see him perfectly in the fading light of sunset. I remember him as clearly as I remember my own mother, sometimes better. His face was narrow and sharp, with the perfect beauty of porcelain. His hair was shoulder length, framing his face in loose curls the color of frost. He was a creature of winter's pale. Everything about him was cold and sharp and white, except his eyes. They were black like a goat's, but with no iris. His eyes were like his sword, and neither one reflected the light of the fire or the setting sun. He relaxed when he saw me. He dropped the tip of his sword and smiled with perfect ivory teeth. It was the expression a nightmare wore. I felt a stab of feeling penetrate the confusion I clutched around me like a thick protective blanket. Something put both its hands deep into my chest and clutched. It may have been the first time in my life I was ever truly afraid. Back by the fire, a bald man with a gray beard chuckled. Looks like we missed a little rabbit. Careful, Cinder. His teeth may be sharp. The one called Cinder sheathed his sword with the sound of a tree cracking under the weight of winter ice. Keeping his distance, he knelt. Again I was reminded of the way Mercury moved. Now on eye level with me. His expression grew concerned behind his matte black eyes. "What's your name, boy?" I stood there mute, frozen as a startled fawn. Cinder sighed and dropped his gaze to the ground for a moment. When he looked back up at me, I saw pity staring at me with hollow eyes. "Young man," he said, "wherever are your parents?" He held my gaze for a moment, and then looked over his shoulder back toward the fire where the others Saturday. "Does anyone know where his parents are?" Some of them smiled, hard and brittle, as if enjoying a particularly good joke. One or two of them laughed aloud. Cinder turned back to me, and the pity fell away like a cracked mask, leaving only the nightmare smile upon his face. "Is this your parents' fire?" he asked with a terrible delight in his voice. I nodded numbly. His smile slowly faded. Expressionless, he looked deep into me. His voice was quiet, cold, and sharp. "Someone's parents," he said, "have been singing entirely the wrong sort of songs." "Cinder." A cool voice came from the direction of the fire. His black eyes narrowed in irritation. "What?" he hissed. "You are approaching my displeasure. This one has done nothing. Send him to the soft and painless blanket of his sleep." The cool voice caught slightly on the last word, as if it were difficult to say. The voice came from a man who sat apart from the rest, wrapped in shadow at the edge of the fire. Though the sky was still bright with sunset and nothing stood between the fire and where he sat, shadow pooled around him like thick oil. The fire snapped and danced, lively and warm, tinged with blue, but no flicker of its light came close to him. The shadow gathered thicker around his head. I could catch a glimpse of a deep cowl like some priests wear, but underneath the shadows were so deep it was like looking down a well at midnight. Cinder glanced briefly at the shadowed man, then turned away. "You are as good as a watcher, Haliax," he snapped. "And you seem to forget our purpose," the dark man said, his cool voice sharpening. "Or does your purpose simply differ from my own?" The last words were spoken carefully, as if they held special significance. Cinder's arrogance left him in a second, like water poured from a bucket. "No," he said, turning back toward the fire. "No, certainly not." "That is good. I hate to think of our long acquaintance coming to an end." "As do I." "Refresh me again as to our relationship, Cinder," the shadowed man said, a deep sliver of anger running through his patient tone. I am in your service." Cinder made a placating gesture. "You are a tool in my hand," the shadowed man interrupted gently. "Nothing more." A hint of defiance touched Cinder's expression. He paused. "I will." The soft voice went as hard as a rod of ramston steel. "Farilla." Cinder's quicksilver grace disappeared. He staggered, his body suddenly rigid with pain. "You are a tool in my hand," the cool voice repeated. "Say it." Cinder's jaw clenched angrily for a moment. Then he convulsed and cried out, sounding more like a wounded animal than a man. "I am a tool in your hand," he gasped. "Lord Haliax." "I am a tool in your hand, Lord Haliax," Cinder amended as he crumpled, trembling, to his knees. "Who knows the inner turnings of your name, Cinder?" The words were spoken with a slow patience, like a schoolmaster reciting a forgotten lesson. Cinder wrapped shaking arms around his midsection and hunched over, closing his eyes. "You, Lord Haliax. Who keeps you safe from the Emir, the singers, the Sith, from all that would harm you in the world?" Haliax asked with calm politeness, as if genuinely curious as to what the answer might be. "You, Lord Haliax." Cinder's voice was a quiet shred of pain. And whose purpose do you serve? Your purpose, Lord Haliax. The words were choked out. Yours. None other. The tension left the air, and Cinder's body suddenly went slack. He fell forward onto his hands, and beads of sweat fell from his face to patter on the ground like rain. His white hair hung limp around his face. Thank you, Lord, he gasped out earnestly. I will not forget again. You will. You are too fond of your little cruelties. All of you. Haliax's hooded face swept back and forth to look at each of the figures sitting around the fire. They stirred uncomfortably. I am glad I decided to accompany you today. You are straying, indulging in whimsy. Some of you seem to have forgotten what it is we seek, what we wish to achieve. The others sitting around the fire stirred uneasily. The hood turned back to Cinder. But you have my forgiveness. Perhaps if not for these remindings, it would be I who would forget. There was an edge to the last of his words. Now, finish what? His cool voice trailed away as his shadowed hood slowly tilted to look toward the sky. There was an expectant silence. Those sitting around the fire grew perfectly still, their expressions intent. In unison, they tilted their heads, as if looking at the same point in the twilight sky, as if trying to catch the scent of something on the wind. A feeling of being watched pulled at my attention. I felt a tenseness, a subtle change in the texture of the air. I focused on it, glad for the distraction, glad for anything that might keep me from thinking clearly for just a few more seconds. They come, Haliax said quietly. He stood, and shadows seemed to boil outward from him like a dark fog. Quickly, to me. The others rose from their seats around the fire. Cinder scrambled to his feet and staggered a half-dozen steps toward the fire. Haliax spread his arms, and the shadow surrounding him bloomed like a flower unfolding. Then, each of the others turned with a studied ease and took a step toward Haliax, into the shadow surrounding him. But as their feet came down, they slowed, and gently, as if they were made of sand with wind blowing across them, they faded away. Only Cinder looked back, a hint of anger in his nightmare eyes. Then they were gone. I will not burden you with what followed. How I ran from body to body, frantically feeling for the signs of life, as Ben had taught me. My futile attempt at digging a grave. How I scrabbled in the dirt until my fingers were bloody and raw. How I found my parents. It was in the darkest hours of the night when I found our wagon. Our horse had dragged it nearly 100 yards down the road before he died. It seemed so normal inside, so tidy and calm. I was struck by how much the back of the wagon smelled like the two of them. I lit every lamp and candle in the wagon. The light was no comfort, but it was the honest gold of real fire, untinged with blue. I took down my father's loot case. I lay in my parents' bed with the loot beside me. My mother's pillow smelled of her hair, of an embrace. I did not mean to sleep, but sleep took me. I woke coughing with everything in flames around me. It had been the candles, of course. Still numb with shock, I gathered a few things into a bag. I was slow and aimless, unafraid as I pulled Ben's book from under my burning mattress. What horror could a simple fire hold for me now? I put my father's loot into its case. It felt like I was stealing, but I couldn't think of anything else that would remind me of them. Both their hands had brushed its wood 1,000 times. Then I left. I walked into the forest and kept going until dawn began to brighten the eastern edges of the sky. As the birds began to sing, I stopped and set down my bag. I brought out my father's lute and clutched it to my body. Then I began to play. My fingers hurt, but I played anyway. I played until my fingers bled on the strings. I played until the sun shone through the trees. I played until my arms ached. I played, trying not to remember, until I fell asleep. Chapter 17. Interlude, Autumn. Kvothe held out a hand to Chronicler, then turned to his student, frowning. Stop looking at me like that, Bast. Bast looked close to tears. Oh, Reshi, he choked out. I had no idea. Kvothe gestured as if cutting the air with the side of his hand. There's no reason you should Bast, and no reason to make an issue out of it. But Reshi. Kvothe gave his student a severe look. What Bast? Should I weep and tear my hair? Curse Telu and his angels. Beat my chest? No, that is low drama. His expression softened somewhat. I appreciate your concern, but this is just a piece of the story, not even the worst piece, and I am not telling it to garner sympathy. Kvothe pushed his chair back from the table and came to his feet. Besides, all of this happened long ago. He made a dismissive gesture. Time is the great healer, and so on. He rubbed his hands together. Now, I'm going to bring in enough wood to get us through the night. There'll be a chill if I'm any judge of weather. You can get a couple loaves ready to bake while I'm out, and try to collect yourself. I refuse to tell the rest of this story with you making blubbery cow eyes at me." With that, Kavoth walked behind the bar and out through the kitchen toward the back door of the inn. Bast scrubbed roughly at his eyes, then watched his master go. "He's fine so long as he's busy," Bast said softly. "I beg your pardon," Chronicler said reflexively. He shifted awkwardly in his seat, as if he wanted to get to his feet, but couldn't think of a polite way to excuse himself. Bast gave a warm smile, his eyes a human blue again. "I was so excited when I heard who you were, that he was going to tell his story. His mood's been so dark lately, and there's nothing to shake him out of it, nothing to do but sit and brood. I'm sure that remembering the good times will," Bast grimaced. "I'm not saying this very well. I'm sorry for earlier. I wasn't thinking straight." No," Chronicler stammered hastily. "I'm the one. It was my fault. I'm sorry." Bast shook his head. "You were just surprised, but you only tried to bind me." His expression grew a little pained. "Not that it was pleasant, mind. It feels like being kicked between your legs, but all over your body. It makes you feel sick and weak, but it's just pain. It wasn't like you'd actually wounded me." Bast looked embarrassed. "I was going to do more than hurt you. I might have killed you before I even stopped to think." Before an uncomfortable silence developed, Chronicler said, "Why don't we take his word that we were both suffering from blinding idiocy, and leave it at that?" Chronicler managed a sickly smile that was heartfelt in spite of the circumstances. "Peace," he extended his hand. "Peace." They shook hands with much more genuine warmth than they had earlier. As Bast reached across the table, his sleeve pulled back to reveal a bruise blossoming around his wrist. Bast self-consciously pulled his cuff back into place. "From when he grabbed me," he said quickly. "He's stronger than he looks. Don't mention it to him. He'll only feel bad." Kavoth emerged from the kitchen and shut the door behind himself. Looking around, he seemed surprised that it was a mild autumn afternoon rather than the springtime forest of his story. He lifted the handles of a flat-bottomed barrow and trundled it out into the woods behind the inn, his feet crunching in the fallen leaves. Not too far into the trees was the winter's wood supply. Cord on cord of oak and ash were stacked to make tall, crooked walls between the trunks of trees. Kavoth tossed 2 pieces of firewood into the wheelbarrow, where they struck the bottom like a muted drum. Another 2 followed them. His motions were precise, his face blank, his eyes far away. As he continued to load the barrow, he moved slower and slower, like a machine winding down. Eventually, he stopped completely and stood for a long minute, still as stone. Only then did his composure break. And even with no one there to see, he hid his face in his hands and wept quietly, his body racked with wave on wave of heavy, silent sobs. Chapter 18. Roads to Safe Places. Perhaps the greatest faculty our minds possess is the ability to cope with pain. Classic thinking teaches us of the 4 doors of the mind, which everyone moves through according to their need. First is the door of sleep. Sleep offers us a retreat from the world and all its pain. Sleep marks passing time, giving us distance from the things that have hurt us. When a person is wounded, they will often fall unconscious. Similarly, someone who hears traumatic news will often swoon or faint. This is the mind's way of protecting itself from pain by stepping through the first door. Second is the door of forgetting. Some wounds are too deep to heal, or too deep to heal quickly. In addition, many memories are simply painful, and there is no healing to be done. The saying, "time heals all wounds," is false. Time heals most wounds. The rest are hidden behind this door. Third is the door of madness. There are times when the mind is dealt such a blow it hides itself in insanity. While this may not seem beneficial, it is. There are times when reality is nothing but pain, and to escape that pain the mind must leave reality behind. Last is the door of death, the final resort. Nothing can hurt us after we are dead, or so we have been told. After my family was killed, I wandered deep into the forest and slept. My body demanded it, and my mind used the first door to dull the pain. The wound was covered until the proper time for healing could come. In self-defense, a good portion of my mind simply stopped working, went to sleep, if you will. While my mind slept, many of the painful parts of the previous day were ushered through the second door. Not completely. I did not forget what had happened, but the memory was dulled, as if seen through thick gauze. If I wanted to, I could have brought to memory the faces of the dead, the memories of the man with black eyes. But I did not want to remember. I pushed those thoughts away and let them gather dust in a seldom used corner of my mind. I dreamed, not of blood, glassy eyes, and the smell of burning hair, but of gentler things. And slowly the wound began to grow numb. I dreamed I was walking through the forest with plain-faced Lackleth, the woodsman who had traveled with our troop when I was younger. He walked silently through the underbrush while I kicked up more noise than a wounded ox dragging an overturned cart. After a long period of comfortable silence, I stopped to look at a plant. He came quietly up behind me. "Sage beard," he said. "You can tell by the edge." He reached past me and gently stroked the appropriate part of the leaf. It did look like a beard. I nodded. "This is willow. You can chew the bark to lessen pains." It was bitter and slightly gritty. "This is each root. Don't touch the leaves." I didn't. "This is baneberry. The small fruits are safe to eat when red, but never when shading from green to yellow to orange. This is how you set your feet when you want to walk silently." It made my calves ache. "This is how you part the brush quietly, leaving no sign of your passing. This is where you find the dry wood. This is how you keep the rain off when you don't have canvas. This is patterroot. You can eat it, but it tastes bad. These," he gestured, "stray trod, orange stripe, never eat them. The one with little knobs on it is burum. You should only eat it if you have just eaten something like stray trod. It will make you kick up whatever's in your stomach. This is how you set a snare that won't kill a rabbit. This snare will." He looped the string first one way, then another. As I watched his hands manipulate the string, I realized it was no longer Lackleth, but a benthy. We were riding in the wagon, and he was teaching me how to tie sailors' knots. "Knots are interesting things," Ben said as he worked. "The knot will either be the strongest or the weakest part of the rope. It depends entirely on how well one makes the binding." He held up his hands, showing me an impossibly complex pattern spread between his fingers. His eyes glittered. "Any questions?" "Any questions?" my father said. We had stopped early for the day because of a greystone. He sat tuning his lute and was finally going to play his song for my mother and me. We had been waiting so long. "Are there any questions?" he repeated, as he sat with his back against the great gray stone. "Why do we stop at the waystones?" "Tradition mostly. But some people say they marked old roads." My father's voice changed and became Ben's voice. "Safe roads. Sometimes roads to safe places, sometimes safe roads leading into danger." Ben held one hand out to it, as if feeling the warmth of a fire. "But there is a power in them. Only a fool would deny that." Then Ben was no longer there, and there was not one standing stone, but many, more than I had ever seen in one place before. They formed a double circle around me. One stone was set across the top of two others, forming a huge arch with thick shadow underneath. I reached out to touch it, and awoke. My mind had covered a fresh pane with the names of 100 roots and berries, for ways to light a fire, 9 snares made from nothing but a sapling and string, and where to find fresh water. I thought very little on the other matter of the dream. Ben had never taught me sailors' knots. My father had never finished his song. I took inventory of what I had with me: a canvas sack, a small knife, a ball of string, some wax, a copper penny, 2 iron shims, and Rhetoric and Logic, the book Ben had given me. Aside from my clothes and my father's lute, I had nothing else. I set out looking for drinking water. Water comes first, Lackleth had told me. Anything else you can do without for days. I considered the lay of the land and followed some animal trails. By the time I found a small spring-fed pool nestled among some birch trees, I could see the sky purpling into dusk behind the trees. I was terribly thirsty, but caution won out, and I took only a small drink. Next, I collected dry wood from the hollows of trees and under canopies. I set a simple snare. I hunted for and found several stalks of mother leaf and spread the sap onto my fingers where they were bloody and torn. The stinging helped distract me from remembering how I had hurt them. Waiting for the sap to dry, I took my first casual look around. Oaks and birches crowded each other for space. Their trunks made patterns of alternating light and dark beneath the canopy of branches. A small rivulet ran from the pool across some rocks and away to the east. It may have been beautiful, but I didn't notice. I couldn't notice. To me, the trees were shelter, the undergrowth a source of nourishment, and the pool reflecting moonlight only reminded me of my thirst. There was also a great rectangular stone lying on its side near the pool. A few days earlier, I would have recognized it as a gray stone. Now I saw it as an efficient windbreak, something to put my back against as I slept. Through the canopy, I saw the stars were out. That meant it had been several hours since I had tried the water. Since it hadn't made me sick, I decided it must be safe and took a long drink. Rather than refreshing me, all my drink did was make me aware of how hungry I was. I sat on the stone by the edge of the pool. I stripped the leaves from the stalks of mother leaf and ate one. It was rough, papery, and bitter. I ate the rest, but it didn't help. I took another drink of water, then lay down to sleep, not caring that the stone was cold and hard, or at least pretending not to care. I awoke, took a drink, and went to check the snare I had set. I was surprised to find a rabbit already struggling against the cord. I took out my small knife and remembered how Lacklith had shown me to dress a rabbit. Then I thought of the blood and how it would feel on my hands. I felt sick and vomited. I cut loose the rabbit and walked back to the pool. I took another drink of water and sat on the stone. I felt a little lightheaded and wondered if it was from hunger. After a moment, my head cleared, and I chided myself for my foolishness. I found some shelf fungus growing on a dead tree and ate it after washing it in the pool. It was gritty and tasted like dirt. I ate all I could find. I set a new snare, one that would kill. Then, smelling rain in the air, I returned to the Greystone to make a shelter for my loot. Chapter 19. Fingers and Strings. In the beginning, I was almost like an automaton, thoughtlessly performing the actions that would keep me alive. I ate the second rabbit I caught, and the third. I found a patch of wild strawberries. I dug for roots. By the end of the fourth day, I had everything I needed to survive: a stone-lined fire pit, a shelter for my loot. I had even assembled a small stockpile of foodstuffs that I could fall back on in case of emergency. I also had one thing I did not need: time. After I had taken care of immediate needs, I found I had nothing to do. I think this is when a small part of my mind started to slowly reawaken itself. Make no mistake, I was not myself. At least I was not the same person I had been a span of days before. Everything I did I attended to with my whole mind, leaving no part of me free for remembering. I grew thinner and more ragged. I slept in rain or sun, on soft grass, moist earth, or sharp stones with an intensity of indifference that only grief can promote. The only notice I took of my surroundings was when it rained, because then I could not bring out my lute to play, and that pained me. Of course I played. It was my only solace. By the end of the first month, my fingers had calluses hard as stones, and I could play for hours upon hours. I played and played again all of the songs I knew from memory. Then I played the half-remembered songs as well, filling in the forgotten parts as best I could. Eventually, I could play from when I woke until the time I slept. I stopped playing the songs I knew and started inventing new ones. I had made up songs before. I had even helped my father compose a verse or two. But now I gave it my whole attention. Some of those songs have stayed with me to this day. Soon after that I began playing. How can I describe it? I began to play something other than songs. When the sun warms the grass and the breeze cools you, it feels a certain way. I would play until I got the feeling right. I would play until it sounded like warm grass and cool breeze. I was only playing for myself, but I was a harsh audience. I remember spending nearly 3 whole days trying to capture wind turning a leaf. By the end of the second month, I could play things nearly as easily as I saw and felt them. Sun setting behind the clouds, bird taking a drink, dew in the bracken. Somewhere in the third month, I stopped looking outside and started looking inside for things to play. I learned to play riding in the wagon with Ben, singing with father by the fire, watching Shandy dance, grinding leaves when it is nice outside, mother smiling. Needless to say, playing these things hurt, but it was a hurt like tender fingers on lute strings. I bled a bit and hoped that I would callus soon. Toward the end of summer, one of the strings broke beyond repair. I spent the better part of the day in a mute stupor, unsure of what to do. My mind was still numb and mostly asleep. I focused with a dim shadow of my usual cleverness on my problem. After realizing that I could neither make a string nor acquire a new one, I sat back down and began to learn to play with only 6 strings. In a span, I was nearly as good with 6 strings as I had been with 7. 3 span later, I was trying to play Waiting While It Rains when a second string broke. This time I didn't hesitate. I stripped off the useless string and started to learn again. It was midway through reaping when the third string broke. After trying for nearly half a day, I realized that 3 broken strings were too many. So I packed a small dull knife, half a ball of string, and Ben's book into a tattered canvas sack. Then I shouldered my father's lute and began to walk. I tried humming Snow Falling with the late autumn leaves, calloused fingers, and a lute with 4 strings, but it wasn't the same as playing it. My plan was to find a road and follow it to a town. I had no idea how far I was from either, in which direction they might lie, or what their names might be. I knew I was somewhere in the Southern Commonwealth, but the precise location was buried, tangled up with other memories that I was not eager to unearth. The weather helped me make up my mind. Cool autumn was turning to winter's chill. I knew the weather was warmer to the south. So, lacking any better plan, I set the sun on my left shoulder and tried to cover as much distance as I could. The next span was an ordeal. The little food I'd brought with me was soon gone, and I had to stop and forage when I was hungry. Some days I couldn't find water, and when I did I had nothing I could use to carry it. The small wagon track joined a bigger road, which joined a larger road yet. My feet chafed and blistered against the insides of my shoes. Some nights were bitter cold. There were inns, but aside from the occasional drink I stole from horse troughs, I gave them a wide berth. There were a few small towns as well, but I needed someplace larger. Farmers have no need for lute strings. At first, whenever I heard a wagon or a horse approaching, I found myself limping off to hide by the side of the road. I had not spoken with another human since the night my family was killed. I was more akin to a wild animal than a boy of 12. But eventually the road became too large and well-traveled, and I found myself spending more time hiding than walking. I finally braved the traffic and was relieved when I was largely ignored. I had been walking for less than an hour one morning when I heard a wagon coming up behind me. The road was wide enough for 2 wagons to run abreast, but I moved to the grass at the edge of the road anyway. "Hey, boy," a rough male voice behind me yelled. I didn't turn around. "Hello, boy." I moved farther off the road into the grass without looking behind me. I kept my eyes on the ground beneath my feet. The wagon pulled slowly alongside me. The voice bellowed twice as loud as before. "Boy, boy." I looked up and saw a weathered old man squinting against the sun. He could have been anywhere from 40 to 70 years old. There was a thick-shouldered, plain-faced young man sitting next to him on the wagon. I guess they were father and son. "Are ye deaf, boy?" The old man pronounced it deaf. I shook my head. "Ye dumb then?" I shook my head again. No, it felt strange talking to someone. My voice sounded odd, rough and rusty from disuse. He squinted at me. "You going into the city?" I nodded, not wanting to talk again. "Get in then." He nodded toward the back of the wagon. "Sam won't mind pulling a little whippet like yourself." He patted the rump of his mule. It was easier to agree than run away, and the blisters on my feet were stinging from the sweat in my shoes. I moved to the back of the open cart and climbed on, pulling my lute after me. The back of the open wagon was about 3/4 full of large burlap bags. A few round, knobby squash had spilled from an open sack and were rolling aimlessly around on the floor. The old man shook the reins. "Hump!" And the mule grudgingly picked up its pace. I picked up the few loose squash and tucked them into the bag that had fallen open. The old farmer gave me a smile over his shoulder. "Thanks, boy. I'm Seth, and this here is Jake. You might want to be sitting down. A bad bump could tip ye over the side." I sat on one of the bags, tense for no good reason, not knowing what to expect. The old farmer handed the reins to his son and brought a large brown loaf of bread out of a sack that sat between the two of them. He casually tore off a large chunk, spread a thick dab of butter onto it, and handed it back to me. This casual kindness made my chest ache. It had been half a year since I had eaten bread. It was soft and warm, and the butter was sweet. I saved a piece for later, tucking it into my canvas sack. After a quiet quarter of an hour, the old man turned halfway around. "Do you play that thing, boy?" He gestured to the lute case. I clutched it closer to my body. "It's broken." "Ah," he said, disappointed. I thought he was going to ask me to get off, but instead he smiled and nodded to the man beside him. "We'll just have to be entertaining you instead." He started to sing Tinker Tanner, a drinking song that is older than God. After a second his son joined in, and their rough voices made a simple harmony that set something inside me aching as I remembered other wagons, different songs, a half-forgotten home. Chapter 20. Bloody Hands into Stinging Fists. It was around noon when the wagon turned onto a new road, this one wide as a river and paved with cobbles. At first, there were only a handful of travelers and a wagon or two, but to me it seemed like a great crowd after such a long time alone. We went deeper into the city, and low buildings gave way to taller shops and inns. Trees and gardens were replaced by alleys and cart vendors. The great river of a road grew clogged and choked with the flotsam of 100 carts and pedestrians, dozens of wains and wagons, and the occasional mounted man. There was the sound of horses' hooves and people shouting, the smell of beer and sweat and garbage and tar. I wondered which city this was, and if I'd been here before. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to think of other things. Almost there, Seth raised his voice above the din. Eventually the road opened out into a market. Wagons rolled on the cobbles with a sound like distant thunder. Voices bargained and fought. Somewhere in the distance a child was crying shrill and high. We rode aimlessly for a while until he found an empty corner in front of a bookshop. Seth stopped the wagon and I hopped out as they were stretching away the kinks from the road. Then, with a sort of silent agreement, I helped them unload the lumpy sacks from the back of the wagon and pile them to one side. A half an hour later we were resting among the piled sacks. Seth looked at me, shading his eyes with a hand. "What are you doing in town today, boy?" "I need loot strings," I said. Only then did I realize I didn't know where my father's loot was. I looked around wildly. It wasn't in the wagon where I'd left it, or leaning against the wall, or on the piles of squash. My stomach clenched until I spotted it underneath some loose burlap sacking. I walked over to it and picked it up with shaking hands. The older farmer grinned at me and held out a pair of the knobby squash we'd been unloading. "How would your mother like it if you brought home a couple of the finest orange butter squash this side of the ELD?" "No, I can't," I stammered, pushing away a memory of raw fingers digging in the mud and the smell of burning hair. You've already." I trailed off, clutching my loot closer to my chest and moving a couple of steps away. He looked at me more closely, as if seeing me for the first time. Suddenly self-conscious, I imagined how I must look, ragged and half-starved. I hugged the loot and backed farther away. The farmer's hands fell to his side, and his smile faded. "Ah, lad," he said softly. He set the squash down, then turned back to me and spoke with a gentle seriousness. "Me and Jake will be here selling until round about sundown. If you find what you're looking for by then, you'd be welcome back on the farm with us. The missus and me could sure use an extra hand some days." "You'd be more than welcome. Wouldn't he, Jake?" Jake was looking at me too, pity written across his honest face. "Sure enough, Pa," she said so right afore we left. The old farmer continued to look at me with serious eyes. "This is Seward Square," he said, pointing at his feet. "We'll be here till dark, maybe a little after. You come back if you want to ride." His eyes turned worried. "You hear me? You can come back with us." I continued to back away, step by step, not sure why I was doing it. Only knowing that if I went with him I would have to explain, would have to remember. Anything was better than opening that door. No, thank you," I stammered. "You've helped so much. I'll be fine." I was jostled from behind by a man in a leather apron. Startled, I turned and ran. I heard one of them call out behind me, but the crowd drowned them out. I ran, my heart heavy in my chest. Tarbine is big enough that you cannot walk from one end to the other in a single day. Not even if you avoid getting lost or accosted in the tangled web of twisting streets and dead-end alleys. It was too big, actually. It was vast, immense. Seas of people, forests of buildings, roads wide as rivers. It smelled like urine and sweat and coal smoke and tar. If I had been in my right mind, I never would have gone there. In the fullness of time, I became lost. I took a turn too early or too late, then tried to compensate by cutting through an alley like a narrow chasm between two tall buildings. It wound like a gully carved by a river that had left to find a cleaner bed. Garbage drifted up the walls and filled the cracks between buildings and the alcove doorways. After I had taken several turns, I caught the rancid smell of something dead. I turned a corner and staggered against a wall as pain stars blinded me. I felt rough hands grab hold of my arms. I opened my eyes to see an older boy. He was twice my size with dark hair and savage eyes. The dirt that smudged his face gave him the appearance of having a beard, making his young face strangely cruel. Two other boys jerked me away from the wall. I yelped as one of them twisted my arm. The older boy smiled at the sound and ran a hand through his hair. "What are you doing here, Nalt? You lost." His grin broadened. I tried to pull away, but one of the boys twisted my wrist, and I gasped. No. I think he's lost, Pike, the boy on my right said. The one on my left elbowed me sharply in the side of the head, and the alley tilted crazily around me. Pike laughed. I'm looking for the woodworks, I muttered, slightly stunned. Pike's expression turned murderous. His hands grabbed my shoulders. Did I ask you a question? He shouted. Did I say you could talk? He slammed his forehead into my face, and I felt a sharp crack followed by an explosion of pain. Hey, Pike. The voice seemed to come from an impossible direction. A foot nudged my loot case, tipping it over. Hey, Pike, look at this. Pike looked down at the hollow thump as the loot case fell flat against the ground. What did you steal, Null? I didn't steal it. One of the boys holding my arms laughed. Yeah, your uncle gave it to you so you could sell it to buy medicine for your sick grandma. He laughed again while I tried to blink the tears out of my eyes. I heard 3 clicks as the latches were undone. Then came the distinctive harmonic thrum as the loot was taken out of its case. Your grandma is going to be mighty sorry you lost this, Nult. Pike's voice was quiet. Telu crush us, the boy on my right exploded. Pike, you know how much one of them's worth. Gold, Pike. Don't say Telu's name like that, said the boy on my left. What? Do not call on Telu save in the greatest need, for Telu judges every thought and deed, he recited. Telu and his great glowing penis can piss all over me if that thing isn't worth 20 talents. That means we can get at least 6 from Daikin. Do you know what you can do with that much money? You won't get the chance to do anything with it if you don't quit saying things like that. Telu watches over us, but he is vengeful. The second boy's voice was reverent and afraid. You've been sleeping in the church again, haven't you? You get religion like I get fleas. I'll tie your arms in a knot. Your ma's a penny whore. Don't talk about my mom, Lynn. Iron pennies. By this time I had managed to blink my eyes free from the tears, and I could see Pike squatting in the alley. He seemed fascinated by my loot. My beautiful loot. He had a dreamy look in his eyes as he held it, turning it over and over in his dirty hands. A slow horror was dawning on me through the haze of fear and pain. As the 2 voices grew louder behind me, I began to feel a hot anger inside. I tensed. I couldn't fight them, but I knew if I got hold of my loot and made it into a crowd I could lose them and be safe again. But she kept humping away anyway. But now she only got a halfpenny a throw. That's why your head is so soft. You're lucky you don't have a dent. So don't feel bad. That's why you get religious so easy. The first boy finished triumphantly. I felt only a tenseness on my right side. I tensed too, ready to spring. But thanks for the warning. I hear Telu likes to hide behind big clumps of horseshit and th. Suddenly, both of my arms were free as one boy tackled the other into the wall. I sprinted the 3 steps to Pike, grabbed the loot by the neck, and pulled. But Pike was quicker than I'd expected, or stronger. The loot didn't come away in my hand. I was jerked to a halt, and Pike was pulled to his feet. My frustration and anger boiled over. I let go of the loot and threw myself at Pike. I clawed madly at his face and neck, but he was a veteran of too many street fights to let me get close to anything vital. One of my fingernails tore a line of blood across his face from ear to chin. Then he was against me, pressing me back until I hit the alley wall. My head struck brick, and I would have fallen if Pike hadn't been grinding me into the crumbling wall. I gasped for breath and only then realized I'd been screaming all the while. He smelled like old sweat and rancid oil. His hands pinned my arms to my sides as he pressed me harder into the wall. I was dimly aware that he must have dropped my loot. I gasped for breath again and flailed blindly, knocking my head against the wall again. I found my face pressed into his shoulder and bit down hard. I felt his skin break under my teeth and tasted blood. Pike screamed and jerked away from me. I drew a breath and winced at a tearing pain in my chest. Before I could move or think, Pike grabbed me again. He bludgeoned me up against the wall once, twice. My head whipsawed back and forth, caroming off the wall. Then he grabbed me by the throat, spun me around, and threw me to the ground. That's when I heard the noise, and everything seemed to stop. After my troop was murdered, there were times when I would dream of my parents, alive and singing. In my dream, their deaths had been a mistake, a misunderstanding, a new play they had been rehearsing. And for a few moments I had relief from the great blanketing grief that was constantly crushing me. I hugged them, and we laughed at my foolish worry. I sang with them, and for a moment everything was wonderful. Wonderful. But I always woke up, alone in the dark by the forest pool. What was I doing out here? Where were my parents? Then I would remember everything, like a wound ripping open. They were dead, and I was terribly alone. And that great weight that had been lifted for just a moment would come crushing down again, worse than before, because I wasn't ready for it. Then I would lay on my back, staring into the dark with my chest aching and my breath coming hard, knowing deep inside that nothing would ever be right, ever again. When Pike threw me to the ground, my body was almost too numb to feel my father's loot being crushed underneath me. The sound it made was like a dying dream, and it brought that same sick, breathless ache back to my chest. I looked around and saw Pike breathing heavily and clutching his shoulder. One of the boys was kneeling on the chest of the other. They weren't wrestling anymore. Both were looking in my direction, stunned. I stared numbly at my hands, bloody where slivers of wood had pierced the skin. "Little bastard bit me," Pike said quietly, as if he couldn't quite believe what had happened. "Get off me," said the boy lying on his back. "I said you shouldn't say those things. Look what happened." Pike's expression twisted and his face went a livid red. "Bit me," he shouted and swung a vicious kick at my head. I tried to get out of the way without doing any more damage to the loot. His kick caught me in the kidney and sent me sprawling into the wreckage again, splintering it even further. See what happens when you mock Taylor's name. Shut up about Taylor. Get off me and grab that thing. It might still be worth something to Dyken. Look what you did. Pike continued to howl above me. A kick caught me in the side and rolled me halfway over. The edges of my vision started to darken. I almost welcomed it as a distraction. But the deeper pain was still there, untouched. I balled my bloody hands into stinging fists. These knob things still seem okay. They're silvery. I'll bet we can get something for them. Pike pulled back his foot again. I tried to put up my hands to keep it away, but my arms just twitched and Pike kicked me in the stomach. "Grab that bit over there." "Pike! Pike!" Pike kicked me in the stomach again, and I vomited weakly onto the cobblestones. "You there, stop. City watch," a new voice shouted. A heartbeat of stillness was followed by a scuffle and a flurry of pattering feet. A second later, heavy boots pounded past and faded in the distance. I remember the ache in my chest. I blacked out. I was shaken out of darkness by someone turning my pockets inside out. I tried unsuccessfully to open my eyes. I heard a voice muttering to itself, "Is this all I get for saving your life? Copper and a couple shims. Drinks for an evening? Worthless little sod." He coughed deep in his chest, and the smell of stale liquor washed over me. "Screaming like that. If you hadn't sounded like a girl, I wouldn't have run all this way." I tried to say something, but it dribbled out as a groan. "Well, you're alive. That's something, I suppose." I heard a grunt as he stood up, then the heavy thumping of his boots faded away into silence. After a while I found I could open my eyes. My vision was blurry, and my nose felt larger than the rest of my head. I prodded it delicately. "Broken." Remembering what Ben had taught me, I put one hand on each side of it and twisted it sharply back into place. I clenched my teeth against a cry of pain, and my eyes filled with tears. I blinked them away and was relieved when I saw the street without the painful blurriness of a moment ago. The contents of my small sack lay next to me on the ground. A half ball of string, a small dull knife, rhetoric and logic, and the remainder of a piece of bread the farmer had given me for lunch. It seemed like forever ago. The farmer. I thought of Seth and Jake. Soft bread and butter. Songs while riding in a wagon. Their offer of a safe place, a new home. A sudden memory was followed by a sudden sickening panic. I looked around the alley, my head aching from the sudden movement. Sifting the garbage with my hands, I found some terribly familiar shards of wood. I stared at them mutely as the world darkened imperceptibly around me. I darted a look at the thin strip of sky visible overhead and saw it was purpling into twilight. How late was it? I hurried to gather my possessions, treating Ben's book more gently than the rest, and limped off in what I hoped was the direction of Seward Square. The last of twilight had faded from the sky by the time I found the square. A few wagons rolled sluggishly among the few straggling customers. I limped wildly from corner to corner of the square, searching madly for the old farmer who had given me a ride, searching for the sight of one of those ugly, knobby squash. When I finally found the bookstore Seth had parked beside, I was panting and staggering. Seth and his wagon were nowhere to be seen. I sank down into the empty space their wagon had left and felt the aches and pains of a dozen injuries that I had forced myself to ignore. I felt them out, one by one. I had several painful ribs, although I couldn't tell if they were broken or if the cartilage was torn. I was dizzy and nauseous when I moved my head too quickly, probably a concussion. My nose was broken, and I had more bruises and scrapes than I could conveniently count. I was also hungry, the last being the only thing I could do anything about. I took what was left of my piece of bread from earlier in the day and ate it. It wasn't enough, but it was better than nothing. I took a drink from a horse trough and was thirsty enough not to care that the water was brackish and sour. I thought of leaving, but it would take me hours of walking in my current condition. Besides, there was nothing waiting for me on the outskirts of the city except miles upon miles of harvested farmland. No trees to keep the wind away, no wood to make a fire, no rabbits to set traps for, no roots to dig, no heather for a bed. I was so hungry my stomach was a hard knot. Here at least I could smell chicken cooking somewhere. I would have gone looking for the smell, but I was dizzy and my ribs hurt. Maybe tomorrow someone would give me something to eat. Right now I was too tired. I wanted nothing more than to sleep. The cobblestones were losing the last of the sun's heat, and the wind was picking up. I moved back into the doorway of the bookshop to get out of the wind. I was almost asleep when the owner of the shop opened the door and kicked at me, telling me to shove off, or he'd call the guard. I limped away as quickly as I could. After that I found some empty crates in an alley. I curled up behind them, bruised and weary. I closed my eyes and tried not to remember what it was like to go to sleep warm and full, surrounded by people who loved you. That was the first night of nearly 3 years I spent in Tarbine.